Good morning and welcome to the Utilita Bowl. You're joining us for the Metrobank One Day Cup, Hampshire women against Essex women. It's myself, Amelia Clark, and Nikki Chowdhury joins me. Hello, Nikki.
Hi, Amelia. Good morning. How are you?
Yeah, very good, thank you. So Hampshire lost the toss, Essex won, and they chose to field. And we're going to run through the playing 11.
Yeah, sure. We'll get underway in a few minutes' time. But looking at Hampshire's 11, we've got Georgia Adams as captain, Ella McCaughan, Maya Bouchier, Charlie Knott, Rihanna Southby with the gloves, Abby Norgrove, Nancy Harmon, Lindsay Smith, Freya Davis, Bex Tyson, and Lauren Bell. Looking at Essex, well, Captain Grace Scrivens, Lissy McLeod, Cordelia Griffith, Jodie Grucock, Flo Miller, Sophia Smale, Amara Carr with the gloves, Eva Gray, Esme McGregor, Kate Kopak, and Abtaha Masood.
Yes, so the final little preparations of the ground are being complete. Nikki, do you think that Hampshire will be quite happy to go into bat this morning?
I think they'll be so glad that they've been put into bat this morning. Just the conditions are brilliant. It's a lovely day to bat, and obviously the track down here at the Utilita Bowl is a great batting track. So they're going to be absolutely chuffed. Brilliant conditions, and of course they do have that home advantage in this fixture as well. Just looking at the games Hampshire have played so far, having played against Warwickshire at the start of, well, mid-April, where that was a tie. They played against Surrey and won it by 50 runs. A match against Lancashire as well, where they won it by 8 wickets. They lost against the Blaze in Trent Bridge, and played Durham just a few days ago, where they won at Arundel Castle.
Yeah, I was at Arundel actually watching them, and it was a really good show from the Hampshire girls. I think they were really precise. They played exactly sort of to their game plan. They really stuck to it, and you could sort of really tell that they came out with a lot of conviction. They'd put that loss to the Blaze just completely behind them. It was a really sort of comprehensive game.
Essex, unfortunately, having played 5 matches, they've only won 1 and they've lost the remaining 4. That win was against Lancashire at Chelmsford earlier this month, but apart from that, they've lost against Durham, Warwickshire, Somerset, the Blaze as well. So they'd be looking to put things right today. The umpires are making their way out onto the middle.
Yes, I believe it's Martin Saggers and Ian Blackwell, but I could be mistaken, but I believe they are the umpires. Big cheer from the Essex women as they come out to field there, just geeing each other up, getting each other psyched and ready. We've got 2 of our Hampshire batsmen just warming up. I believe it will be the normal opening pair of Maya Bouchier and Ella McCaughan. Yeah.
Players are making their way out onto the middle. I actually believe umpires James Treadwell and Julia Jarvis.
Oh, thank you.
But given where we are, up in the gantry.
I'm so far away.
We're so far away. But that's what it looks like. No, I do think that's Julia Jarvis.
Yeah.
I can see her from up here. Essex players just taking the field.
The Hampshire batsmen are just doing a little bit of gardening and just doing a few practice shots. We're getting ready for it.
But we're going to be starting from the pavilion end.
Absolutely. Just a few last adjustments. Getting ready. It looks like we're going to have Kate Kopak going to start the bowling off for us, running towards the hotel end.
Yeah, Kate Kopak at the top of our mark. Just doing a few warm-up jumps. Get herself ready. It's going to be a warm day. Ella McCaughan on strike. She's been in terrific form. Highest score 133 not out so far for Hampshire this season. And we're ready to go. Kopak into McCaughan, who's forward and plays this cautiously to mid-wicket. And nice to hear a nice buzz from Essex women's the start of the day.
Absolutely, they're very much, they sound very up for it today. It sounds, yeah, like they're really trying to sort of bring their team together and, yeah, go forward very positively.
Kopak at the top of his mark. She looks to set off, and then I believe there's someone right in front of the side screen. As usual, you don't have a cricket match without someone walking right in front of the side screen. And just as the bowler's about to set off, McCaughan in her 5 games scored 279 runs so far for Hampshire, averaging 69. You'd take those figures any day of the week.
Absolutely.
Right, we're ready to go. Kopak sets in from the pavilion end. Through to McCaughan now off the back foot. Again, plays that to mid-wicket. There is no run. It's a glorious day down here in Southampton. Blue skies.
And it's warm, even up here in the gantry. Normally it's a little
You're
bit
calling
chilly
this warm?
Well,
Cue
yeah,
after lunch.
I know, exactly. But normally in the morning when we're up here, it's got a little bit chilly. I've normally got maybe a jumper on. There's a bit of a, you know, a chill to the air. But today it's warm already,
Yeah,
18 degrees.
Yeah, I was driving, I think it said 19 in the car and highs are 23 or something like that down here. As this one's a wide delivery. And it's been signalled, and that's going to open Hampshire's account. They have 1 run on the board. Yeah, it normally gets a lot warmer.
Especially when that sun pings
When that
round.
sun comes round. A few weeks ago when I was here and we were covering the men's county championship Yorkshire match, I'm pretty sure I went home with a tan. As in runs Kopak. McCaughan's forward and finds the gap on the leg side, just wide of mid-wicket. She'll come through for a single. They look for a 2 and decide against it. First runs off the bat for Hampshire this morning. 2 for no loss.
If you are in the ground or listening around the country or even around the world, please do email us at solentcricket@gmail.com with your thoughts, with your yeah, whatever, you know, what you're thinking about the match so far. I know it's early doors, but maybe with your predictions. That does move Maya Bouchier on strike.
Yeah, Bouchier as well. 5 games so far for the Hampshire, high with scoring 209 runs so far. High score of 77. As she gets ready to face up against Kopak as forward drives through the offside, beautifully timed. It won't have the legs to go all the way. It is a big offside boundary, but they'll come back for 2 runs. And Bouchier opens her account with a couple as well, and Hampshire move on to 4 for no loss.
Yeah, Maya did really well last game that I saw her in against Arundel. She was really sort of solid and you know, brought up her 50 quite quickly and quite concisely, and then unfortunately it was almost sort of a bit of a wayward shot. It looked a little bit like she was going for a 6 and it just didn't have the legs to get there, and unfortunately she was caught out at the boundary.
Kopak into Bouchier. This one's down the leg side. It's a wide. Well taken by Amara Carr. Yeah, it's a warm day. If you're making your way down to the ground today, make sure you bring your sun caps, wear your sunscreen, and bring a bottle of water.
Yes, there are a bit of shade around as well, so hopefully people will be able to shelter in there.
Go back in now, and that one's defended by Bouchier back down the line of the wicket, holds her shape. She just signals to Ella McCaughan at the non-strikers end, saying, oh, that one took a little bit of height.
If you are watching the live stream, just to make you aware, I think there's a couple of technical difficulties, and it's not Durham and Hampshire men's currently playing, but we'll hopefully get that sorted for you. We are not in control of what you're seeing on the screen, but
this
hopefully...
one played off the hips down by Bouchier to deep square leg. They'll take the single. Yeah, we're not in control of their graphics. I'm sure that will get sorted very soon, but that's the end of the over. 6 runs from it. Hampshire have 6 on the board after the first over.
Yeah, solid start from Hampshire. Very, you know, watchful, very patient, I would say. Obviously, they've got some, you know, fast bowlers coming at them, and they won't be in any rush at the moment to go big. Just trying to set that opening partnership nice and strong. It will be Eva Gray to begin the bowling attack from the hotel end.
Skiddy little action, Eva Gray. Comes onto the bat a little quicker than you expect.
She's just at the top of her mark, adjusting her ponytail. And just doing a few warm-up swings just to get herself ready. Maya Boucher waiting on strike at the pavilion end. The graphics have changed now. There we go, we're all up to date. Gray comes in over the wicket. Shorter delivery this time, played all the way back to her.
Eva Gray, having grown up in Surrey, gone through the Surrey women's pathway, age group cricket academy, and then of course played for the women.
As she begins to run up again from the top of her mark, in past the umpire. Bowls. Fuller delivery this time, played into offside. It's scampered past point, and it will be running away for 4. Good start for Maya Boucher. Yeah, really strong start there.
Yeah, she's been out in Australia, hasn't she, Eva Gray, with England A?
Yes.
Been getting plenty of cricket under her belt.
Yeah, you can't leave them that short when you're coming up against Maya Boucher, though. That's one of her favourites. As she comes in again. Full delivery. Just played back. Gray will field that herself. The field resets.
Nice looking defence from Boucher as she comes down to do some gardening. Yeah, anything slightly shorter and wider, that's bowling right in Boucher's zone.
Gray in again, full length delivery this time. Played into the offside, cover will go running for it. I don't think it's quite got the legs to reach for, and yeah, just into, oh, I think actually.
Has that been taken over?
I think that may have been taken over. Yep, the umpire is signalling. It was in fact, and I think there's a little bit of an injury there for the fielder who went over the boundary. Yeah, she's still laying on the floor, so there will be a slight pause for injuries. I think the physio for Essex is coming on. I think it was just as she hit the boundary, I think she kind of got a bit caught up in herself, and it looks maybe it's definitely a knee or a hip she's holding.
Yeah, it wasn't a smooth sort of fall, was it?
No, and I think it was almost, maybe she rolled an ankle as she hit the boundary, because it did sort of look as if she stepped on it and then went. So there will be a drinks delivery here. A little break while this fielder is being seen to.
Yeah, it doesn't look too comfortable. That hopefully it's nothing too serious and gets seen to.
Yeah, absolutely. The ground filling in a bit today in this lovely Sunday morning. A few more people coming in and around the ground. They're scattered around, so got a good view from wherever you're sat. A beautiful day to come and watch some cricket. Not a cloud, well, just a few wisps of cloud, but
you know what? I was trying to think this 5 minutes ago. There's a term, like there's a certain terminology that they use when the clouds are like this, but I have no idea what it is.
No, no idea. It's almost what I would liken to, like, you know, when a plane goes over and it's sort of what it leaves behind. And it's very much just kind of
let's see if I can find
that's
what
been
it's
dispersed. Yeah, in this interim break. We're going to become meteorologists.
I don't think I'd have a long-lasting career in that.
You never know. You might have found a new niche.
That's true. You never know.
So 4 off of this over so far on the just having a bit of a drinks break. Both Hampshire batsmen seem to have their helmets off now, or definitely Maya Boucher does.
She's still off the field.
Yeah.
Physio's attending. I'm just trying to make out who it is. Again, we're very high up.
She does look incredibly in pain, but the umpire has walked back on. She is off the field. Yeah, that looks quite painful. She's not moving very well. She's taken a couple of tentative steps, but actually the physio has then, she stopped with the physio. I can't see an obvious limp, so I'm not really sure what happened there, and the physio's arms covering her back. It may be Flo Miller. I can't quite see the number. But yeah, she's just being walked very tentatively off, just past the tunnel where the groundsmen are sat. They're taking very small steps. Oh yeah, I do see a little bit of a limp there now. But it looks like we're going to continue with Gray on strike. She begins her run up towards Bouchier. She's in much better delivery there, played in leg side. And they'll be held at 1 there.
Yeah, if it is Flo Miller, well, she's making her way back round the ground very slowly.
Yeah, even one of the substitutes has now come to help walk her around. So she's obviously in quite a bit of pain. And unfortunately, she's at almost one of the furthest points from the ground. And that's played on the offside. A lovely shot there through the covers. And actually a similar place to where Flo did injure herself earlier, and that's run away for 4. A great shot for Maya Bouchier. A little bit too short from Gray, and Bouchier just stepping onto that.
Yeah, absolutely lovely shot there from Bouchier. Nice full delivery, and she leans right into it. Drives through the offside.
So that's the end of the over. Hampshire are 18 for no loss. Looks like Kopak will be coming back into the bowling attack.
Yeah, she'll be continuing from the pavilion end. Just hands her sunglasses over to the umpire. And today you need your sunglasses, you need your hats. It's a lovely, lovely day. If you're out and about in the area, then do come down to the Utilita Bowl. Hampshire women taking on Essex in the Metro Bank Women's One-Day Cup. As in comes Kopak now, and McCaughan forward, plays this down towards deep square leg. Will take on a couple of runs. Good running out there in the middle from these two. Again, big boundary square of the wicket.
Yeah, that is the thing with the Utility Bowl, because the playing surface is so huge, the boundaries are normally set very, very wide. And so, yeah, it's quite an achievement to get any boundary in this ground.
Here's Kopak in, runs through to McCaughan, who's forward and lets this one pass through outside the off stump. Goes into the gloves of Carr. Nice looking leave. You don't see many leaves in the women's games these days.
No.
The women's game these days.
Essex women still being very vocal out in the field.
Yeah, Kopak has a slip in place. As she makes her way in through once again, fuller delivery, and this one just, I believe that's come off the pad as it goes down towards fine, and we'll wait for the umpire's signal if that's a leg bye. It is a leg bye. It's a half-hearted appeal of some sorts, but neither James Treadwell or Julia Jarvis would be interested in that one, as it was sliding down.
Yeah, I think it was way out of line, but maybe worth a shout just to see, get them interested.
If you don't ask, you don't get.
Absolutely.
In runs Kopak now as Bouchier is forward and flicks this down fine. It will beat the fielder and go all the way down towards the boundary. That adds 4 to Hampshire's total. That takes them to 25 for no loss.
Yeah, Maya Bouchier on form this morning. Seeing that ball like a beach ball coming at her. Just where she likes it, just on the leg side, just able to clip it down. Exactly what she wants to do there.
Yeah, just the 2 fielders out in the first 10 overs for the power play. We've got a third and we've got a fine leg. As in comes Kopak again. This is wider cut to point and it's fielded well. There is no run. A bit of width there from Kate Kopak, and luckily that did not get punished. But either side of point, that would have gone. Bouchier's on to 19 very swiftly. Got a slip, third, point, cover, extra cover, and a mid-off. Mid-on, mid-wicket. And a fine leg. As Bouchier's bowled! Kate Kopak gets the wicket of Maya Bouchier. And she was starting off so well. She seemed in good nick.
That is a huge disappointment for Hampshire, I think. And genuinely, I think the surprise, we were behind. And the surprise on Maya Bouchier's face, she just turned around and thought, is that really just happened? She even twice turned around to look at the stumps as if to go, surely not.
Yeah, she played for the first line. That one did a bit of movement off the surface. There is a little bit of grass on the wicket down here at the Utilita Bowl. And well, Essex get their first breakthrough. Hampshire 25 for 1 at the end of 3 overs.
Wow. Well, yeah, unfortunately, it was just looked like a simple block, but maybe there's just a little bit of turn that Maya wasn't expecting, and it just came in towards her, and yeah, just clipped off that off stump, and she goes for 21.
Yeah, Charlie Knott, the new batter, coming out into the middle to join Ella McCaughan. Yeah, there's a little bit of late movement there from Kate Kopak, and that's caught Maya Bouchier out by surprise. She went to play the ball on its first line, and just moved a bit late, and unfortunately that found the gap. Here's Gray.
She's in, and that will be just the one run up towards backward square leg. Oh no, they're going to run for 2. Decided to go for it this morning after the loss of Maya Bouchier. Yeah, I mean, Charlie Knott and McCaughan hopefully will be able to create a nice little partnership.
Yeah, well, Essex will be happy with that. It's a big wicket. If Maya Bouchier gets going.
There's Gray's in again. Played again onto the offside towards backward square.
That'll be 2 here.
Yeah, there's not quite the speed through the outfield there, but they have managed to get back for 2. Yeah, in a shorter boundary that would have gone, but not here.
And she played that very late, so she can control how fine she played it, especially with a deep square leg. That area, there's 2 all day given how big it is.
Absolutely. Gray in again towards McCaughan. Bowls. That's delivery, played in the offside. Square wicket and point will be there. Essex obviously very happy now, just that little bit more vocal, even more than they were, for that early wicket of Maya Bouchier.
And that will definitely put a bounce in their step, because that is a big wicket, especially that opening partnership. McCaughan and Bouchier very strong up there at the top of the order for Hampshire.
Gray in again. A little shorter this time. Well in behind by McCaughan. Not taking any chances on this one. Charlie Knott's just practicing some very big sort of sweep shots. Bit of a shadow at the other end.
She's practicing getting her hand moving, arms moving.
She now knows she's got quite a big task to stay in and really create some wickets, runs here. As Gray comes in again. Phil creeps with her. Length delivery, well blocked by McCaughan.
I was tuned in to one of Hampshire's fixtures a few days ago, or maybe was it a week ago or so. I can't remember. Time's flying by really quickly nowadays, but it was just so nice to see. I think that was actually the match that McCaughan scored her 100 in, and her and Bouchier got off to a good start. And just to see the basic fundamentals in the batting.
This is played leg side. They'll run for 1 as it goes square of the wicket. Yes.
Yeah, Hampshire have done a very good job with their batting coaching, and it's nice to see that the players come out there and they have good technique. They look strong out there in the middle, whether you're in form or not. I think if you're out in there in the middle and you can look confident, that's very reassuring on the eye
half the
as
game.
well.
It's the it's the psychology of it. Yeah, we're fine. We're confident. We've got trust in our players.
Yeah, and to have a solid defence, play some good cricketing shots as well. I think that's getting lost with the way the game's moving ahead and different formats coming in and different messages being spread across. But to see that they've kept those values of the game intact, it's really nice to see. Here's Kopak in for her 3rd over. This one's defended by McCaughan into the offside. Cordelia Griffiths fields that extra cover. Yeah, and it's not easy. Getting good technique takes a lot of work, a lot of throwdowns. You're going to be really working the coach's arms, and it's good to know that those things have been drilled in to the players down here on the coast. As in runs Kate Kopak to Ella McCaughan down on one knee. It's down the leg side. It's going to be signalled all wide, and that's missed Amara Carr with the gloves as well, so they'll get an extra for that as well. They come through for that run.
Yeah, I mean, you were saying about, you know, that technique is really strong. I mean, obviously we've got a new coach for Hampshire at the moment, but obviously the previous one being Charlotte Edwards, and you know, she's just gone and become the England coach. Do you think that's sort of a bit of a testament to her legacy of just how well that the girls have been able to sort of really play those shots?
Yeah, no, of course, a huge testament to what Charlotte Edwards has done down here at Hampshire. As here comes Kopak now to Charlie Knott, who's forward and defends to mid-off. No run. And I think, of course, you would expect that as well. She's played the game at that level. She's led the country at that level. She knows what's required to perform at the international stage. And I'm just assuming that when she was coach, she'd be looking at each player and seeing that if they would be able to fit into that international stage. You want to be creating players so they're ready for the toughest opportunity they could come by. Is this one? Ooh, beats the bat.
And it's gone.
Yeah, but it's given. Kate Kopak gets a little sneak off the bat of Charlie Knott. And that's another breakthrough here for Essex. 2 wickets down now, Hampshire. We'll watch it again on the replay. Comes in, it's slightly wider, and she plays outside her body line there, Charlie Knott. Just sticks her bat out, has a bit of a waft, and that catches the edge and goes through to Carr with the gloves.
And Charlie Knott goes for no runs, which she will most definitely not be pleased with, unfortunately, today. Georgia Adams, captain of Hampshire, will join McCaughan in the middle.
Yeah, she's not going to be happy.
No, there's words being had at the moment, but I'm sure that's not a detriment. More just, oh yeah, you know, she's got a job to do now. She's got to come in and yeah, she's asking maybe what's it like, how is Kopak playing, you know, what's the line I've got to be mindful of.
Yeah, Georgia Adams out into the middle. Hampshire's skipper, 5 matches, 5 innings. She's scored 76 runs so far for Hampshire this season, and I'm sure right now is the time she's going to be looking to dig deep. She can really look at an opportunity here for herself, as this one is defended off the front foot by Adams. Yeah, 32 for 2 into the 5th over. First wicket was lost at the end of the 3rd. First wicket of Maya Bouchier, now just Charlie Knott, if you've tuned in. Kopak in from the pavilion end, and Adams is forward, drives as the ball bounces into the ground, and Kopak takes an extravagant jump into the air to field. She's very tall. I just realised if that was me, that would just go straight over my head, no matter how high I would have tried to jump.
You need a trampoline.
Hampshire 32 for 2 here at the Utilita Bowl, Metro Bank Women's One Day Cup. As in comes Kopak to Adams, who's forward and this time defends to cover. And that will conclude the end of the over. 5 overs gone, 32 for 2. McCaughan on 7. Adams, the skipper, yet to get off the mark.
Yes, Kopak is running through, Kate Kopak running through the Hampshire opening order, unfortunately. Yeah, with the loss of Maya Bouchier and Charlie Knott in fairly quick concession. Obviously, we had Maya Bouchier going at 25 for 1, and then Charlie Knott at 32 for 2. So not that many, unfortunately, runs being able to be added, but it's not over yet. We've only had 5 overs. There's another 45 to go. So Hampshire have still a lot of opportunity to really put some good runs on the board. Looks like Eva Gray is going to come back into the bowling attack from this hotel end. As she begins her run up, the field creeps with her. Bowls, shorter delivery this time. There's a bit of a half shout, but no interest from the umpire there. Ball just worked back to her as she makes her way to the top of her mark. It's a very hot day out there. You can sort of see them wiping the sweat off the brow already in this early doors. She begins to run in. And that's played leg side.
Yeah, no slip in place for Eva Gray.
What do you think that is?
She hasn't got the same pace as Kate Kopak.
Yeah.
It wouldn't go through.
Right.
If she had, then her she'd have a fine leg more so than a deep square leg. As
this time carried through to the, but it's gone down the leg side, so that'll be wide.
Because if there's not that as much pace on the ball, then trying to get it as fine is a bit difficult. As opposed to if there's a bit more pace on the ball, it's easier to play the ball finer.
She begins to run up in again towards McCaughan. Bowls. This time well defended in behind. Played leg side again.
She's extremely accurate. That's one thing. Through the age groups into senior women's cricket, she's always bowled on the money. There's not been too much wayward movement from her line and length. And I think, yes, you might not always have the same pace as some of the best in the women's game, but if you can bowl consistently, that is a huge bonus to have.
She's in again. Bowls length delivery. McCaughan taking a very defensive approach here, but she needs to just to build this partnership.
And an extremely repeatable action, which is nice to see as well. Yeah, looking at the field, so we've got a third who's slightly squarer as opposed to being so fine because, again, what we just mentioned regarding the pace. We've got backward point, cover, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, wideish mid-wicket, which is interesting here.
This time played square of the wicket on the offside.
And a deep backward square leg. Yeah, that's actually interesting. We have, I think it's Kelly Castle in at your normal orthodox mid-wicket, and then say perhaps, what, 15 yards to her right, we've got another mid-wicket. I wouldn't really say they're in front of square. They're not a square leg that's in front of square either. It's in between.
A bit of a shout there to the umpire. It's given us a wide as it's gone down the leg side. And Eva Gray, mid-shout, just put her arms down and just thought, oh, right, well, okay, then. You could see the
all the pleading. Julie Jarvis just looked at her and just said,
no.
Nah, mate, that's a wide.
Yeah, I did like the way she did that then. And just left her, just shouting for a little while, had a think about it and thought, no, you can have a wide for that one. As Gray comes in again. Bowls, length delivery, this time played into the offside, but there's cover there. And they will be held at no runs. Hampshire 34 for 2, just due to the two leg byes. Fielding changes over. Bowling changes ends, up to the pavilion end again.
Yeah, flying through these overs as well. 6 overs gone. It's already 11 o'clock. Hampshire 34 for 2. Georgia Adams will be on strike. He's yet to get off the mark. But yes, plenty of cricket going on in the women's domestic game. The Vitality County Cup has started. The T20 County Cup has started. We've got the Metro Bank, which has been on for the last month and a half. The One Day Cup. And of course, the Vitality T20 Blast will also start soon, as this one is defended by Adams into the leg side. It's fielded by Gray, who's at a short mid-wicket. So lots of cricket over the next few months. And as far as I understand, Tier 1 teams, so the likes of an Essex and Hampshire, will be coming into the Vitality County Cup T20 competition in the 3rd round.
Yes, that's right. They're starting next week, I believe.
Yes, next week.
Yeah.
And in comes Kopak now, and Adams forward and drives this to mid-on. It's important she doesn't try and seek that first run in too much of a rush, just that will come. Essex bowling well here. Been doing a good job. Yeah, lots of games happening in Tier 1 today. So Durham are taking on Warwickshire. Down here, of course, Hampshire are taking on Essex. Lancashire taking on the Blaze. As in comes Kopak now when this one strikes home on the pads. There's a shout. I think that's just going down leg.
Yeah.
I'm just going by the way that Adams lined up for the shot. And watch it back on the replay as well. As Kopak is in through again. That's, yeah, that would be going down. Good decision there from umpire Treadwell. And then, of course, Somerset taking on Surrey today as well. We'll bring you scores from all those games throughout the day so you don't miss any action. As Kopak is in now, and this one she's clipped away down towards fine, has Georgia Adams, and she opens her account for today, takes a single, and Hampshire move on to 35 for 2. And looking at the scores actually, Durham versus Warwickshire. Warwickshire are 23 for 2. The Blaze are 24 for 1. And Surrey are off to a flyer. They're 55 for no loss into the 8th over. As this one's defended by McCaughan. After front foot goes to mid-on.
So do you think Georgia Adams would have walked out into the middle and sort of said to McCaughan, right, we need to just take our time on this one and sort of not run through, you know, not...
Of course, they had, when Georgia Adams came out to the middle, they had around 45 overs left. So they could literally start afresh from that point.
Yeah.
They had the whole innings ahead of them, as this one is a fuller delivery, and she's clipped this away down towards fine leg, has McCaughan. And she'll come through for the single. That will conclude the over as well. It does. And Hampshire are 36 for 2 at the end of 7 overs. So no, of course, I assume that she would have come out and said, all right, okay, we've lost 2 wickets, but we can dig deep and we've got a lot of time, so there's no rush. And I think especially that's where batting sides and individuals can perhaps look at a scoreboard and get a bit flustered and thinking, oh goodness, we've lost 2 wickets, we haven't got much on the board. But the beauty of this format is that there is so much time that you can get out there, understand what the wicket's like, get yourself into a groove, and then once you've got that groove, then the runs start coming. Then you don't have to worry about trying to get those runs.
As Gray comes in again, this time just played leg side.
Or at least like in T20s where everyone's extra keen to get those 4s and those 6s, and it's always about boundaries and how many boundaries did you hit in your innings. You've got all the time in the world here.
Yeah.
You might get one nice juicy full toss or a half volley that you'll drive through the offside, and that's your boundary for the over, and a couple of singles and you'll be happy.
Gray again, this time played offside but straight to extra cover. Yeah, I suppose it's just you've got those 50 overs, you've got, so, as you say, so much more time to do it and to get that big score in a much more controlled fashion, whereas T20 is so much shorter and faster that you kind of need to go out.
And of course, as soon as we're out of the power play, we'll have a few more fielders out. You've got a 1 pretty much any day of the week, as long as you know how to use the crease, adjust.
Yeah. Gray in again, shortest delivery, played offside, cover or collect. Yeah, absolutely. I think it's those 1s and 2s then after the power play that Hampshire will be looking to just sort of capitalise on, as you say.
Absolutely.
They've got just over 2 overs left until the end of the power play. Gray in again. Past the umpire, bowls. Shorter delivery this time. Bounce up into Georgia, but she managed to control that well. Played offside.
I tried to stay a bit leg side to that one, McCaughan. Georgia Adams at the non-striker's end, just shadowing her front foot defence.
As Gray has a little chat with her fielder at mid-off, and she comes in again. Bowls. Shorter again, this time played leg side. A great drive there through the covers, past mid-wicket, and that will run away for 4 by McCaughan.
Yeah, back of a length there from Eva Gray, and that one just sat up a little bit. McCaughan was able to sit back on her crease and pull that through down towards mid-wicket. And there is no one out on the boundary there. Races away down here at the Utilita Bowl. A carpet-like outfield. And once it beats the inner ring, it's flying. Hampshire move on to 40 for 2.
Yeah, that was almost a maiden over for Gray. She had a really good start there. She was very direct, but maybe just, as you say, back of a length, not quite long enough as she comes in again. This time offside. Mid-off is there, and they'll be held at 1. That's 8 overs gone. Hampshire are 40 for 2. McCaughan and Adams in the middle. And Kopak will continue from the pavilion end.
Yep, she's on her way to hand her sunglasses over. But yeah, so much cricket ahead. And then at the end of the month, I believe, the T20 Blast comes into play, and then we're going to have double headers, and the Utilita Bowl is going to be packed out, and it's oh, brilliant. Things you love to see, as in runs Kate Kopak now, and this one's driven by Georgia Adams, and Kopak does a good job to, again, jump into the sky, get a hand on it, and almost like...
She used to hand us like a tennis racket there.
Yeah.
Just smack it in the air.
Slams the ball back down so it doesn't go off behind her. Well, any way to stop the ball going off for runs, he'll take it. There's Kopak in through to Adams now, and oh, just avoided a leading edge there. Goes down as a dot. And of course, the England women's international season starts this month. They've got lots of cricket ahead of them as well. Kopak at the top of a mark from the pavilion end. Runs in through to Adams, who's off the back foot, defends to Griffiths at extra cover. And there's got T20 series, if I can get my words out correctly, against the West Indies. That kicks off on the 21st of May. Down at Hove, I believe, on the 23rd. So yeah, 3-match T20 series against the West Indies, and then 3 ODIs against them as well. And then they'll be welcoming India. As in runs Kopak. Now back of the length, and Adams just times this into the offside off the back foot. She'll come through for a single. Nicely played. Hampshire move on to 41 for 2. So yes, they have 5 T20s against India, England women, and then 3 ODIs. And that will take you up until the 22nd of July. And of course, later on in the year, they've got the big World Cup. That's going to be hosted by India. Yes, in comes Kopak now. McCaughan forward defends, slightly open face of the bat. That runs to backward point. There is no run. That's the one off the over so far here from Kate Kopak. Very good. She's been extremely tight. McCaughan on 12 from 28 deliveries.
Yeah, the wind is a lot less than it was at Arundel here today. At Arundel, it was a real sort of cross breeze coming in from the South Downs. Today, there's a little bit of a breath of air, just keeping everyone fresh, but not too much.
Kopak in now, and this one's played off the hips of McCaughan, down towards fine. And does the ball beat the fielder? It does. Good effort down in the deep, but unfortunately, ball wins that race. That's going to end with a boundary. Hampshire move on to 45 for 2 at the end of 9 overs. Yeah, I've not actually been to Arundel myself. I think the last time I went I was probably like 10 years old, and that's a while ago. I think I did go for some cricket thing, but no, there was when I was playing county age group down at Sussex, there was a under 11, no, this is when I last went. This was under 11s.
Wow.
County festival, basically, and I think there was obviously Arundel's a massive ground itself, and when you're under 11, you play on these tiny grounds. So they used the entire outfield of Arundel, and I think they made 3 pitches out of it, and there was 3 different games going on, and they got all the counties in. So we had like Middlesex, Surrey, Sussex, and Hampshire. Everyone was there, and there was like a whole day's worth of. Yeah, I remember that. It was a while ago.
Yeah.
It's
a beautiful ground because it's in the castle grounds as well, so you can just see from our.
Where do you commentate when you're there?
We were actually pitch side under the scoreboard.
Okay, nice.
So you could just see the flag flying sort of directly ahead of us. As
I think it's changing bowling.
Changing bowling here. McGregor is coming in. There we go. Nice played into the leg side, and mid-on will be there. Yeah, Esmac McGregor's just come in from the hotel end.
I think I'm going to Arundel for a fixture on the 19th, if my memory is right.
Yep.
Is it you there with me?
It is there, and I think Phil Green as well.
Okay, nice.
There'll be 3 of us. That would be nice. McGregor in again.
I hope the day's like this, though.
Bowls, and it's just directly straight back, but it just curls off to mid-on. I mean, yeah, looking at the weather forecast, it does look like it's going to just be nice and warm for weeks to come. Maybe a little bit of rain coming in there, here and there, but yeah, absolutely, as you say, if a day like this, it's going to be a beautiful day for cricket.
Yeah, I've been outside at grounds doing commentary before, and I can tell you that the weather gods have not been nice to me on those days, so I don't want to jinx anything.
McGregor in again. Shorter delivery this time, played square of the wicket, but extra cover and point will be on top of that as they run 3 for 1. Yes, it must be said, other than the men's match a few weeks ago when it did pour with rain for a couple of days, we have been very blessed with our weather down here on the south coast at the Utilita Bowl.
Of course. You know what this weather's reminding me of is when we went into lockdown back during COVID days, the first lockdown, the weather was amazing.
And mid-on will come and collect. Yes, it was. It was beautiful.
And we haven't had a spring like that since.
No.
And I was like, this is reminding me of that. I remember I was revising for my university exams, and I was just sat in the garden procrastinating. Should be revising.
Well, we've all been there.
Enjoying the sun.
McGregor in again. Bowls full length delivery, taken on the full toss there, and it's going to run through on the leg side and beat the fielder. Yeah, well dealt with by McCaughan there.
Yeah,
yes, things like dolphins came back to Venice, wasn't it? It was like the first time they'd ever seen that sort of. I think it was about 100 years they had.
Yeah, that round of applause is because Hampshire have got 50 runs up on the board. That was well played by Ella McCaughan. She leans into that one nicely, gets it on the full toss.
In again, this time carried through to the wicket keeper, left alone by McCaughan.
Yeah, Esme McGregor just replacing Eva Gray after she bowled 4 overs for 22. Not getting a wicket. Those 2 wickets that you see on your monitor, well, if you're on the live stream, that is from, and they belong to Kate Kopak. But as I mentioned that, she's coming out of the attack, and there's going to be a change in bowling from the pavilion end. By the looks of it, it is going to be, I think, Jodie Grucock.
We're just waiting for the scoreboard to catch up.
I think that is Jodie Grucock. Yes, it is.
Yes, it is.
Thank goodness I don't need to visit an optician's yet.
I'm actually very impressed that you could see that from. Were you looking at the picture, or were you live?
Oh, I was looking at the picture. There's no chance I'm going to be able to see her.
I was about to say, how on earth can you see that? I was like, let alone the opticians, you need to be studied if you can read her from there.
Yeah, for those who are listening, we're very, very high up from the hotel end, and you need binoculars to see anything that's on the ground. Anyway, Grucock with a little bit of leg spin from the pavilion end. This one off the back foot played by Adams through to deep cover. Cordelia Griffiths tries to cut that off, and the ball goes straight under her as she dives. Takes a single, 50 51 for 2. Taking a bit of pace off the ball with the introduction of spin. This bit of a drag down, that's cut to backward point where McCaughan fields. Looking at the field for Grewcock, we've got a backward point, deep cover, cover extra mid-off, as in comes Grewcock now. Skips in, flatter delivery, played off the back foot, down towards fine leg region. They'll come back for 2, some good running. Actually, deep square leg had to come round and do the hard yards to cut that one off. It's interesting, actually, there is a very, very big gap on the leg side between deep square leg, and there's no one behind that area. As this one again, that's down the leg side, that's going to be a wide. On the leg side field, we've got a mid-on, mid-wicket, deep mid-wicket, and a deep square leg. But absolutely no one in that 45 region. So Grewcock will really have to be cautious of her line here, as this one's on the off stump and it's blocked out by McCaughan into the offside. Goes to Castle, I believe, for extra cover. Grewcock in again, and McCaughan creates some space, hits this straight to Cordelia Griffiths, and they'll take on a cheeky single. Adams makes it through just in time.
It does maybe feel like the Essex field has maybe just dipped in their volume a little bit, maybe, as the Hampshire girls have maybe just found a little bit of a stride. Still vocal, but not quite as vocal as when they came out earlier. They were very loud.
That always happens right at the start of the game. Everyone's like super chirpy and then
full of energy.
It comes in waves. This one a bit more flight, and Adams is forward, cautiously defends with a full face of the bat. And that will conclude the over as well. 5 runs from it. And Hampshire are 55 for 2 at the end of 11 overs.
McCaughan is on 23 off 35 deliveries, and Georgia Adams joining her on 4 off 16 deliveries. So you can see there Adams just taking a very defensive approach, but a steady approach from the Hampshire captain, just having a couple of words in the middle, maybe just deciding just on their game plan how it's going, maybe just how the pitch is turning. Maybe she's noticed there's a few gaps in the field that they can utilise. As McGregor comes back in and continues her overs from this hotel end. Just allowing the field to adjust. We've now got 3 out on the boundary after the power play. Got a deep third man. Deep backward square. She comes in. This time played leg side, but straight to mid-wicket. The other fielder on the boundary is deep square leg. Still 5 fielders within the ring. 6 fielders even. Obviously just trying to alleviate that 1 or 2 run opportunities as it comes in again. This time on the offside. McGregor doing a very good job at just holding these dot balls. Holding Hampshire, not letting them run away, not letting them take easy singles. McCaughan still on strike. McGregor, top of her mark, turns to face.
McGregor to McCaughan. How many M's can you get in?
Absolutely. Over the wicket. Very short bouncing delivery. Carries through to the wicketkeeper there. It's signalled as a wide. That almost bounced about a foot in front of her there.
Yeah, that was unexpected.
Great explanation. I love that. That's exactly what it was. Yeah.
You could just see by McCaughon's reaction as well. I was like, oh, that was not what I was expecting.
This time a more standard delivery there. Played well, strong, but straight to mid-wicket. Who does well diving to her right to stop that.
Yeah, that delivery that was wided just looked out of sync there for McGregor with the action. She keeps her hands close to her body most of the time, but that one, when she did bowl, her bowling arm. Just kind of went out of line.
In again. Length delivery this time, mid-wicket, can't get there. Deep square is chasing, but it's not going to be, they're not going to be able to get there, and it's run away for 4. That was well struck by McCaughan.
That's a lovely shot. Beautifully sounded off the bat as well. That's picked up on the effects mic very nicely.
Absolutely, you can imagine there's a nice red mark square in the middle of her bat.
Very well played, McCaughan. She's looking in fine touch. 27 of 40.
Hampshire on 60 for 2 at the moment. This partnership starting to take form. McGregor in again. Shorter length delivery, played leg side. Square of the wicket, they'll run through for 1.
First time I've actually seen McGregor bowl, so this is quite interesting actually. So the balls that spray a little bit more, her bowling hand, so in this case her right hand, actually just sprays away from her body slightly. As you normally bring your arm, you set close to your chest and you bring it down straight. As she brings it down straight, kind of sets slightly wider of her. As this one, oh, a bit of movement.
Yeah.
Oh, that's taken Georgia Adams by surprise. That goes through to Carr, and that will conclude the end of the over. 12 overs gone, 61
yeah, it looks as if as if she comes through, she sort of leans away to let her arm come through, and maybe it's just a bit of loss of balance, maybe, as you say, like moving her arms, just moving too far away from her body as it comes through.
Yeah, I'm talking about at the point when your arm comes down from your set position. So your set position, for those who are not very aware, is when you load up as a bowler and your front arm is high up and you keep your bowling arm close to your chest. That'll be your set position. As you bring your arm down to do the loop, normally it comes down straight. As Grewcock is back in, and this one's played off the back foot, down towards deep square leg. And that will be a single to McCaughan. That brings Georgia Adams on to strike. 62 for 2, Hampshire. Grewcock is in now, and Adams defends to Griffiths. So in theory, there's like 2 extra covers here. As Grewcock in, and Adams is really trying to access that offside, doesn't get it away. So you've got Castle, an orthodox extra cover, but she's still slightly straighter. And you've got Cordelia Griffiths between an extra and cover position. And this time is played very late by Adams, and she runs that just to the left of backward point. She'll come through for a single. That was played very smartly. And she can just use the pace that Grewcock is bringing. That was a fuller delivery, and McCaughan just tucks this into the leg side. It's fielded by Gray at mid-wicket, but not quick enough to stop the single. She is playing up with her flight. She's going flat. She's just putting it up above the eye line, as well as Jodie Grewcock. But she has to bowl on that middle and off stump line. There is no one protecting her in that 45 region. So she went 2 straight. Potentially, you've got some runs there. Adams ready to go. I think she sorted her laces out. As Grewcock is in now, and this is a straighter one, played into the leg side. I'll come through for a single as deep square leg comes through to field. And that will also be the end of the over. 13 overs gone, 65 for 2 here, Hampshire.
Yeah, as you say, Essex are getting through these overs nice and quickly. They've still got 37 remaining of this bowling innings. 13 already been taken and bowled. Looks like McGregor's going to continue from the hotel end. Hampshire batsmen just having a final discussion in the middle there. As McGregor stands at the top of her mark, shining the ball with her t-shirt. Adams just making sure her line's right. Taps the batter on the floor a couple of times as McGregor comes in towards her. Bowls over the wicket. This time worked onto the leg side towards deepwood backward square. They'll run for one.
Yeah, those of you just tuning in, Essex won the toss and decided to have a field first. They put Hampshire into bat. And I believe Georgia Adams was asked at the toss, well, was she happy with that? And she couldn't be more delighted.
Yeah. She played it well, but yeah, she very much said, oh yeah, I'm very happy with that. A full toss there, played offside. That'll run down to deep third man. They'll go through for one. Yeah, I think she sort of said, yeah, you know, she was very diplomatic in her approach, but you could hear the, yeah, she was happy with that decision. Get out and put a big score on the board, hopefully. Early doors. McGregor at the top of the mark, past the umpire. Field creeps with her. Length delivery into the offside. Play down to mid-off. Yeah, Hampshire on 67 for 2. Adams still on 7, but still out there, leading her team. McCaughan on 31 or 44 deliveries. Nice partnership beginning to form between these two. Hopefully to move Hampshire on to a big score. As Essex come in again from McGregor. Bowls. Very short delivery again, bouncing over the head of Georgia Adams. That's the second one we've seen of that.
Yeah, and in terms of a short delivery, that's short on this side of the pitch, as opposed to being short on the batter's half of the pitch. This is, yeah, that's
signalled as wide.
Well, we'll get the extra delivery.
McGregor in again. Better length this time. Clipped through past the wicketkeeper down to third man, who will be there, and wasn't able to stop it on the boundary, and it's run through for 4. That was an expert shot from Georgia Adams, just pushing it past the wicketkeeper there. Very nicely done.
Yeah, nice. Just gets a thickish outside edge. And it's a quick surface. Quick outfield here at the Utilita. And that runs away. 72 for 2, Hampshire.
McGregor in again. Bowls, length delivery. Same shot, but this time slightly more towards third man. Sort of cut away. Hampshire moved to 72 for 2. Off just over 13 overs.
Yeah, looking at Somerset versus Surrey. Surrey have got 100 up on the board. They're 105 for 1, having lost that first wicket now.
Wow. McGregor in. Length delivery, this time played leg side. Goes past mid-on, that's going to run away for 4, and it does. A great shot there by McCaughan.
That's played very well by McCaughan. She holds her shape, waits for it, keeps her head over the line of the ball, and that's timed brilliantly. She's in fine touch this season for Hampshire, and that looks like that is just continuing into this inning. She moves on to 35 from 45. Hampshire 77 for 2. Yeah, Somerset managed to get the breakthrough wicket of Danny Wyatt-Hodge. She scored 44.
They'll be pleased with that then.
They will. They've got
still got work to do.
Yeah, lots of work. Bryony Smith's at the crease. She's on 46, and Alice Capsey's just made her way out for Surrey. Plenty of games in the Metro Bank Women's One Day Cup. Up and down the country. Jodie Grewcock in for her 3rd over now. I think that second, yeah, those 2 extra covers that we had, one has come out, so we've just got Cordelia Griffiths in at extra. Kelly Castle's come round to short mid-wicket, who's straight. Eva Gray's moved to square leg within the ring. And there is a deep square leg on the boundary, who's just behind, but I think actually they could move her slightly further back, as Grewcock is in now and Adams is forward, defends. Grewcock feels off her own bowling.
Essex also have an extra fielder of a crow that's landed at about Deepwood Square point and doesn't seem fazed by the action at all.
This one off the back for Adams makes space and plays down towards deep cover to take a single. She moves on to 13.
Yeah, both batsmen looking very relaxed in the middle now, finding their form.
Krukok in again. This one's played just behind square. Gray will come round and cut off a second run being taken. But yeah, there always seems to be one just behind square. As Krukok is in, tosses this one up. A bit of flight tempts McCaughan. Tempts Adams, apologies, and she drives it straight back to the bowler. Krukok in now, and Adams makes space off the back foot down towards deep cover. Once again, they look for two. They decide against it. That's gone straight to the fielder.
Yeah, Georgia Adams is really great at making that space, isn't she, to be able to play onto the offside.
Yeah, some players do it better than others as well. Some prefer being away from the ball, some prefer being closer to the ball. This one's tossed up and McCaughan is forward, cautiously defends back down the line of the wicket, and that will conclude at the end of the over. 15 overs gone, Hampshire 80 for 2, Ella McCaughan on 36. The skipper, Georgia Adams, with 14 to her name.
Just 3 off of that last over for Hampshire, but still moving the pin a little bit more further forward. 80 for 2. McGregor in again, continues her bowling from the hotel end. Just giving her hat to the umpire as she comes to take the ball. Just, I think, checking her foot placement at the crease as she heads to the top of her strike. Just a slight movement there. We've just bought 1 fielder in, so there's only 2 on the boundary. Very much on the offside. Got a slip in place.
Yeah.
And that crow is still here. As McGregor begins her run up in over the wickets. Length delivery played into the offside, straight to cover.
We've got a 6-3 offside field here for McGregor. So if that's not indicative, there we go.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, I've had a very interesting week trying to get my words out. They've not come out correctly. Yeah, that doesn't suggest what line she wants to be bowling.
In again. Good length this time. Played into the offside. Adams defends nicely.
Kind of already given to her before she even sets off down towards the umpire to bowl.
Yeah, absolutely.
Do you ever have those days where you just, you know what you're trying to say?
Your brain's not working. Yeah, your brain and your mouth are just not communicating.
And I was like, that was not meant to sound like that.
Do you know what? I think I'm having a bit of a day like this. So apologies if you're listening to a much fuller delivery this time down on the offside. Mid-off will be there to cover it.
Doesn't help when you get paid to talk for a living either, does it?
We'll warm up.
We can all have our moments.
We're like the cricketers. By the end of the day, we'll be perfect. Still early doors.
Yeah, it's yeah. Last week we were recording a podcast, Melissa Story and I, who the listeners on the stream will be very familiar with.
Absolutely.
We have a podcast and
played short again. This time pulled all the way through leg side, but there is a fielder out in the deep there to hold them. Yes.
And we actually were here a few weeks ago where we did the launch event for Hampshire women before the season started.
And that brings up the partnership between McCaughan and Adams of 50 runs off 67 balls in just 41 minutes.
Yeah, they've just been taking things along. It's come by in no time, that 50 partnership between these two.
Yeah, it came up on the screen earlier and it said something like quite about 10 minutes ago saying a partnership of 37. I thought, that can't be right. I was like, really? But yeah, it's amazing how quickly it has moved along.
Yeah, it has. So yeah, we were here a few weeks ago before the season started and did the launch event, did a live podcast. We spoke to Paul Pritchard, we spoke to Georgia Adams, we spoke to Freya, we spoke to everyone, and that was a nice to start off the season like that. That one's played out to deep cover for a single.
Yes, I was here for that live event. Now, I must say you and Melissa did a really nice job. It was great.
Yeah, so there was not many like bloopers from that one, but we recorded an episode last week, and I just think you should have just muted me the entire episode, because whatever I said just did not come out right. And yeah, I said, well, this is going to be a funny one, but apparently it was a good episode according to our listeners. So
Good.
yeah, that's still available wherever you get your podcasts. But yeah, Hampshire ticking things on nicely here. 16 overs gone, 83 for 2. Jodie Grucock is continuing from the pavilion end. I did spot McCaughan warming up, so we might have spin from both ends. This is a drag down from Grucock, and off the back foot that's played by Adams down towards the deep cover boundary. They come back for 2. That's some good legs on deep cover, who's gone round and covered quite a bit of distance to their far right to cut that off from going over the white rope. 85 for 2 Hampshire. Grucock in now, compensates fuller delivery down the leg side. That's going to be a wide. Adams was down on one knee to sweep.
Wicket just sort of got caught up in her a little bit there.
That's a better line, straighter. Adams is forward and defends to mid-wicket. 3 runs from the over so far.
Hampshire 86 for 2.
Grucock just falling away from her action there as this one's played off the back foot down towards the boundary again, and this time it does beat the fielder who was on the chase. And that is 4 runs added to Hampshire's total.
Yeah.
That will take them into the 90s.
Yeah, I think that was a deep mid-wicket who did a long run all the way around to a deep back square leg. And they were there, but I think sort of as they dove, the ball kind of went underneath.
Yeah, deep cover came and did a good job to run to their right and cut that one off as this one's defended by Adams. That's the line Grucock wants to bowl. She kept herself upright in her action there as well. The ones that she's slightly just dragging down, she's falling away. And she's in once again. Adams makes space off the back foot. That beats Griffiths, that extra cover. They'll come back for a 2. That's some good running. They'll take on the arm and they'll make it through just comfortably. And that will be some good running. They'll be happy with that.
Yeah, very positive running from the pair. You can just see the...
She's not hitting it too hard that it reaches the fielder at a good speed, so that's just going to be cut off for 1. She's hitting it soft enough that's going to take that extra time. As Grucock goes in and then decides that's been signalled a dead ball. I can't tell who stopped who.
Yeah, I think it was sort of a bit of both there. As if she was out of time and then Adams decided against it as well.
Oh, tosses this one up, a bit of flight. Adams drives down the ground. That beats Grucock, who dives to her right. I'll go to long on for a single, and that will also conclude the over.
That was brilliant. As Grucock dove towards McCaughan, and sort of she wasn't able to get out of the way, she stayed on the floor and McCaughan was just sort of hopped over just to carry on the run. You'll see it on the replay. It was a brilliant...
I want to see that on the replay.
It was a little leap of just like, no, excuse me.
17 overs gone, Hampshire 93 for 2.
Quite impressive, really, in all that gear to be able to start doing the hurdles.
Oh, I was right. We are going to see spin from both ends. McCaughan is going to come into the attack from the hotel end. And there'll be leg spin from both ends.
Yeah, very much attacking that leg side. So as we said, we've got McCaughan coming in from this hotel end. She's just having a look at the crease, maybe just checking her foot placement as she comes through. Just doing a few warm-up bowls with the fielder at mid-on. The field weight, she's just still warming up, just getting her arm ready.
So she's going to be bowling with a slip, a backward point, a deep cover, extra mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, deep mid, and a deep square leg. Deep square leg again.
McCaughan in. Good length there, well defended by Adams in behind.
Deep square leg is not behind, so just on the square.
And again, wasting no time is McCaughan. This time just played into cover. that's the great thing when the spin bowlers come in, is the overs move through at such a pace. There's no time to hang around. In again, good length delivery this time. Played off the back foot through to extra cover. They'll run for one. And McCaughan on strike. And again, over the wicket. Full length delivery this time. Bit of an edge into extra cover. They won't run. We've had 17.5 overs so far this morning. And once again, it's McCaughan. This time played leg side, straight to mid-on. Absolutely racing through this over. So far, only one for Hampshire off the over. In once more. Length delivery this time, pulled up into the air, but it's safe. Pulled towards deep mid-wicket, so they'll run through. And that will be the end of the over. No time wasted there.
No, absolutely speeds through that one, doesn't she?
Yeah, absolutely. But a good over.
Yeah, 2 runs from it. You'll be happy with that one. 95 for 2 here, Hampshire. 18 overs in the Metro Bank Women's One Day Cup. Hampshire hosting Essex down here at the Utilita Bowl. It's a glorious day. There's a nice light fresh breeze, but not too like breezy, so you're not going to feel the chill. If you're in the sunshine, you're in for an absolute treat. You know, whilst I was driving down here, Amelia, today, you know summer is extremely close when you see those signs that say strawberries and cherries in the lay-by.
Oh, yes, absolutely.
And I had to put a smile on my face. I was like, it's nearly here. Summer is nearly here. And I saw all these strawberries and... Oh,
do you know, it's the little things sometimes
that
really
this is what life's about. Fresh strawberries and cherries. Anyway, we're going to have a change in bowling from the hotel end. Fierce Mail comes into the attack now. Some left arm spin. She's darted this one in to Ella McCaughan, who defends. She's tall as Fierce Mail, so she'll get a little bit of extra bounce. Really pushes that one through as well. That's defended. Ready to go again, skips through. Bit of flight, she's down on one knee to sweep is McCaughan. There's a shout of some sort. Umpire Treadwell not interested. She's ready to go again. Geez, we should time the next over.
Absolutely, I might do that actually, time the next one.
Smell comes in wide of a crease. McCaughan uses her feet down the ground. This goes over mid-on's head. And that's very well played there from Ella McCaughan. She completely breaks the pressure that's been built up, disrupts the line. Let's watch that again on the replay. She uses her feet, doesn't quite get there, but she goes through, she commits to it, and has enough elevation to go over mid-on's head.
Yeah, from our angle, it did look for a moment as though mid-on might be able to get...
You might have just gasped, like,
yeah,
we were just like, oh,
just
maybe.
a bit tight, but I think it
Well, she's done exactly
what
what she's needed to now. By playing that shot, mid-on has been pushed out onto the boundary. And this one started in, she plays that straight off the back foot, down to long on. Now she's got that single there. Absolutely brilliantly played, and that round of applause that you hear, that is because Hampshire have brought up 100 runs on the board. There's a brilliant partnership between Ella McCaughan and Georgia Adams out there. But she's done what she's needed to do.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that was great tactical play there.
Again, down to long on by Adams for a single. That's exactly what you need to do sometimes when you just feel like the bowler might be getting on top of you. You've got to do that one shot, disrupt the line, open up the field for yourself, that you've got that single, and now long on's going to stay there for her. So that will conclude the end of the 19th over. Hampshire 101 for 2, McCaughon's on 43, Adams is on 27.
Yes, it's 11:45 here. We've had 19 overs. We've still got 31 remaining in this over. We have McCaughan and Adams in the middle for Hampshire. And McCaughan is going to come in from the hotel end to continue her bowling attack. She's in. Over the wicket. Led to Livy's full toss. Oh, that was a very near catch. at mid-wicket. Both Nikki and I, a big gasp as they were able to block but just quite not get behind it, and that was, they will see as a big chance.
Well, that was Eva great. She managed to get both hands to it. It was just slightly higher, that hit the hand and fell out.
Adams will take a bit of a sigh of relief there. Succeed in again. Oh, she just stops herself. McCaughan looked ready, but just wasn't happy with something. Starts her line again, and in over the wicket. Length delivery, played square of the wicket. They'll run through for one. In behind that one was McCaughan, and yeah, well played.
Yeah, very well played. Oh, that was a... I'm going to have to say that was a drop. I know it was a hard one, but it was right to her.
Oh, and
just
stops again. Maybe there's something...
Maybe she doesn't get her rhythm.
Yeah, or there might be some movement in the pavilion that I think she can see just through the windows. That might just be distracting her ever so slightly. She's in again. Good full length delivery this time. Swept through to leg side, down to fine leg. They thought about running for two, but realised the fielder was on top of it and thought better of that. They scored one off each ball so far of the over. So it is at the top of her mark. In again. Length delivery. Well defended into leg side. They won't run for one on this. Got 4 out on the boundary for McCaughan on this over. She's in. Length delivery, swept through, big shout, and it's gone. McCaughan has been given LBW. She went for the big sweep into the leg side and unfortunately didn't get the bat on that, and she has gone. Oh, that's on 44.
That's a blow for Hampshire. Again, on the replay, she's gone down on one knee to sweep. Slightly fuller there from McCaughan, and well, she's been trapped LBW. She'll have to go after scoring 44 from 59. She looked in fine touch at Ella McCaughan. I feel like we were in for a treat watching her bat. Unfortunately, Essex, they strike again, and Hampshire are now 3 wickets down. That partnership comes to a close between the skipper, Georgia Adams, and Ella McCaughan. Brilliant partnership.
So the new batsman coming in will be Rhianna Southby, wicket-keeper. Very strong batswoman is Rhianna. So she'll join her captain in the middle. Yeah, I think for Essex they'll be thrilled with that, just at the right time, just when it felt like Hampshire were really starting to build some ground away from them, yeah, being able to strike.
A 72-run partnership between them as well. That will come to a close. Rhianna Southby, 5 matches, 4 innings. She's got 120 runs so far this season. High score of 72. And she has been in fine form. She's played a lot of cricket over the winter. She was out in Australia. And I came and watched Hampshire's warm-up game against Surrey a few weeks ago, and she looked in fine touch there. Sometimes you can just look at a player and say that they've been in cricket, they've been playing a lot, they just, yeah, they carry that with them, and she has been doing exactly that.
Hampshire on 104 for 3.
Again, grew up through the Surrey County age groups, played for Surrey women before the whole restructure.
Sued in, played straight to cover there on the offside. Good strike though from Southby.
And very good behind the stumps. She keeps for Hampshire, and she's got very, very swift hands, especially in the women's game. You don't see, I haven't come across many keepers who are as fluid behind the stumps as Rhianna and just have that awareness. And yeah, you really better watch out if she's behind you. I kid you not. I've been called out a few times. And of course, she likes to have a chirp as well. Good banter.
Well, we were saying actually at the Arundel game that she's really putting herself in a big contention, possibly for, you know, an England call-up.
Oh, I think 100%
yeah.
Sure. I think she is. Definitely.
She has got competition, but absolutely, and I think obviously, hopefully, Charlotte Edwards will be aware of her already.
No, definitely.
So, there's a bit of a shot.
It's an appeal from Sophia Smell. She wanted to trap Georgia Adams. LBW, I think this one's just sliding down. Given the angle that the Smell's coming in from, she's going wide with the crease. we'll just have to be cautious of that. She comes through once again and just beats the bat of Georgia Adams and goes through to Carr with the gloves. No, I think she's in great contention. I think the quality of her wicket keeping does really differentiate her. And she's come on so much with the bat as well. She's very handy as this one's defended by Adams.
Yeah, I think from a Hampshire point of view, they'll be really happy that she is their next batsman. They've still got that strong incoming bat.
Here's Smell in now, and this gets a little edge off the bat of Georgia Adams. That beats Amara Carr. That goes under her legs.
Oh, she lost her hat as well.
There's no one out there to chase that one. That will go all the way towards the boundary for 4 runs. And Hampshire, they move on to 108 for 3. Adams is into the 30s now. She's on 33.
Yeah, she'll be looking to continue to take her team on.
So Smale in, darts it through to Adams, who defends. I'd like to see Sophia Smale just give a little bit of flight on it. She's darting it in more often than not. Trust yourself and just get it above the eye line. She uses her feet down the ground to long on for the single. And the score will move on to 109 to end the over. 5 runs from it after 21 overs.
There's a lot more people filling into the ground now, I think, obviously on this nice Sunday. It's coming up to midday. Just a few more people coming in, dotted around the ground in this lovely sunny day. There's little whiffs of cloud in the sky, but nothing too much to give any shade. So if you are in the ground, make sure you are finding some shade, sun cream and water. But there is a little bit of a breeze as well. I felt a nice welcomed gust earlier, just keeping everyone fresh. So McCaughan comes back into her bowling from the hotel end. That's played square of the wicket, up to point on the offside. There's one slip in place. 4 fielders within the ring. And again, length delivery, this time straight to cover. No time wasted at all. She's already at the top of her mark. Looks to begin again. Just waiting for Adams. And she's in. Length delivery. This time just played into short leg. Field resets. No time to waste. McCaughan is in over the wicket. Oh, didn't quite like that one. Stopped herself just as she was about to bowl. That's given a dead ball. She'll start again. And she's in. Much fuller length delivery this time, but straight to mid-wicket. It fields well. Top of her mark again. And she's in. Towards Adams on strike. Full length delivery straight past the feet of Southby. All the way down to mid-on, but there is a fielder there. So they just run for 1. Just adjusting mid-on to a long on. And she's in again. This time much fuller delivery, this time played off into the offside. But beats the covers, but deep extra cover is there to hold. And that's the end of the over. That took all of 2 minutes. And yeah, we'll have a change in bowling. Back up to the pavilion end. As McCaughan collects her hat from the umpire.
We're not having a change in bowling. It's still Sophia Smale, isn't it?
Yes, apologies.
Unless I was just going completely AWOL. Yeah, Sophia Smale is continuing from the pavilion end. And it's going to be Rihanna Southby on strike.
Hampshire on 111 for 3.
Here's Smale to Southby. He works it round the corner behind square for a single. She looks at taking a 2, but then decides against it. That brings Georgia Adams onto strike. 111 for 3, Nelson. No, 112. Apologies. It's just too slow with my counting. It was Nelson. There's Adams. He's on strike now as forward defends. To mid-wicket, there is no run. She uses her feet now and then just dabs that down towards third. There is no one at third. McCaughan's on the chase, but the ball is well ahead of her, and that will be 4 runs for Hampshire. 4 runs for Georgia Adams. She moves on to 39. You look very confused, Amelia.
I'm just, I could hear a bit of feedback, so I was just trying to work out what was going on, but I think it's all right.
Okay.
Not to you at all. No, you.
As long as it's
I wasn't confused by what you were saying. It was more internal confusion. Yeah, that was a great shot there by Adams.
This one defended by Adams. To mid-on. There's no run. Smell in again. This is a full toss. This was come out the middle of Adams' bat through to the leg side. Is that going to go all the way to the boundary? Oh, it does.
Yes.
It was a good effort to stop that. And then the ball just passes the fielder. It can't control it. And that will be 4 more runs. 2 boundaries in the over so far for Hampshire.
Yeah, I think Adams would have breathed a sigh of relief when you saw it land safely, and then would have been chuffed at the fact that it rolled over the boundary.
This one's defended by Adams. Smale comes round to field as she looks rather aggressive after that pickup. That will also be the end of the over. 23 overs gone. Hampshire 120 for 3. Rihanna Southby on 2. Georgia Adams moved on to 43. And you're listening to live commentary right here on the BBC.
Don't forget you can listen on the BBC Sound, the BBC app.
We're on the website as well.
And on the website.
If you go onto the BBC Sport homepage, click on cricket. It says listen to the One Day Cup Women Hampshire versus Essex. Click there and you can listen to the lovely voices of Amelia and myself. I hope they're lovely.
Yes.
I hope you think that. Yeah, I hope so. I've just said that.
McCaughan is in again from the hotel end. Length delivery, played leg side. So you can also listen, watch the live stream on the Hampshire Cricket YouTube feed. As McCaughan stands at the top of her strike. In again, shorter delivery. Southby takes advantage of that as it just runs through to deep extra cover. He comes into field.
Am I right in thinking you can also ask your smart speaker?
Yes.
So you tell them to play Hampshire Women versus Essex of the Metrobank One Day Cup, and it should just start playing
it.
Our lovely voices wherever you are.
That's a bit scary to think of, isn't it?
We're everywhere.
McCaughan in again. Bowls length delivery. Southby steps onto this one. Adams even, sorry. Played square of the wicket. They managed to run through for 1. It was really nice, just stepped into that one. Nice positive movement there from Adams. McCaughan is on 1 for 8, so a really positive few overs for her. This will be her 4th over bowled. She just stands at the top of her mark. She's not quite happy with something. I think she's just seeing a reflection or something in the pavilion, and she's just waiting for it to move. And she's in. Bowls taken full toss, played into the offside all the way down to deep extra cover. They run through for 1.
Yes. You can listen to us anywhere on the BBC website, on the Hampshire Cricket live stream, on your smart speaker. Am I missing anything else?
I don't think so. I think you covered that brilliantly. Proceeding again, this played, and mid-on will come in to fill that up.
You can listen to us. If you want to speak to us, you can get in touch with us as well. sterlingcricket@gmail.com. Drop us an email. What are your thoughts? How are you enjoying the new restructure of the women's domestic setup? What are you looking forward to seeing? Maybe it's just double headers for the Vitality T20 Blast.
And that's played into the offside. Again, deep extra cover will field. Do make sure to start your email with hi Amelia and Nikki, because Kev is using the same email
Oh
up
yes,
at Nottinghamshire.
Okay, because Hampshire men are also playing today in the county championship. Yes, when you address those emails, please say hi Amelia or Nikki.
Or in the subject, just put Hampshire women, just so that we know.
Otherwise
Kev will be fun. Because I read one earlier and I thought that can't be us. I was like, that doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
And then I realised, of course.
You can reach us on Twitter as well. Are you on Twitter? What's your handle?
I'm not on Twitter.
Are you on social media?
Not really.
No, you're one of the good people.
Yeah.
Well, you can tweet us as well on Twitter. Mine's at Nikki Chowdhury, NIKKICHAUDHURI. And let us know where you're listening from, what your thoughts are. I've always found we have listeners from very exotic places.
Yes.
Thailand, southern Spain.
New Zealand we have on the other day.
Fiji, New Zealand. I'd love to know what you're up to, because that sounds like the life you want to live. As Smale is in now, and on the back foot, Southby cuts it. Misfielded by Maksoud that point, so he'll come through for the single.
You can also tweet us at Solent Sports.
Yes.
We'll be monitoring that one as well.
So get in touch with us. And
We'll give you so many options.
Please speak to us. She skips in now from the pavilion end, and Adams is forward, defends respectfully back down the line of the wicket. Many options to reach out to us. Smale in again. Slightly flighted delivery as this is defended by Adams to Gray, who's at extra cover and almost pounces on it like a leopard.
I like that. I like that.
She really just nearly pounced on the ball.
It was great, but you know what? It was great description. I feel like anywhere in the world you'd be like, yeah, I know exactly how she did that now.
That one's played out to deep cover off the front foot by Adams. Bit of width from Smale. And they'll come through for a single. Well, everyone knows what a leopard pounce is like.
Yeah. Apologies if you can hear the siren going past us now. Seems the effects mic is picking that up quite loudly. It should hopefully pass quite quickly.
Smale into Southby. Flatter delivery. Southby cuts to deep cover. Griffiths comes in and does the fielding there. Will be a single. 128 for 3. 3 runs off this over from Sophia Smale so far. Stood right in front of umpire Treadwell from the pavilion end, tosses this up. Adams uses her feet and drives to extra cover. It's fielded by Gray, and that will conclude the end of the 25th over. Hampshire 128 for 3, which means 25 overs have gone. You could hear it on the PA announcement. It is time for drinks here at the Utilita Bowl. Brianna Southby's on 7. Georgia Adams is on 56. It's on 46 from 68 deliveries. And it's time for drinks. Those players out there on the ground have been working very hard in the sunshine, and it's time to be rewarded.
So, Nikki, if you were going to sum up the first 25 overs that we've seen, how would you for both sides?
I would say that Hampshire looked to have got themselves off on a good start. Maya and Ella looked very good out there. That opening partnership and just the opening pair, actually, they look very solid. So that was a nice start. But again, Essex have been bowling tight. Kate Kropak has been bowling well, and she got that wicket off Bouchier. A bit of early movement on offer as well. So that was a bit of a unfortunate early wicket for Hampshire. But I think this partnership between Ella McCaughan and Georgia Adams of 72, if my math serves me correctly, that's been really good to see, because I think that's just reassuring to say, yes, we might have lost 2 wickets within the space of 7 runs. That first wicket of Bouchier went at 25 when there was 25 on the board, and then we lost the second wicket when there was 32 runs on the board. So just 7 runs between those 2 wickets, but for them to rebuild, and just from what we were talking about, they just flew ahead.
Absolutely.
We couldn't even tell that they reached a 37-run partnership, then 50 runs on the board, and they were just working together very well, at judging the situations, getting rid of the drag downs and the bad balls, and just they motored through well. I'm just unfortunate to see Ella McCaughan get trapped LBW to Maksoud. She scored 44 from 59. But Yeah, evenly poised still. And there's a long way to go. Lots of time left in the game. 25 overs to go. Adams is looking in fine form herself. And I'd like to see Rihanna Southby score some runs as well.
Yes, absolutely. I think she will do. I think it will be a surprise if she doesn't. I think in the form that she's playing with at the moment, I think she's just being patient with her attack here.
And it's a lovely surface down here at the Utilita Bowl to bat on. You can see once you've stayed in, you are getting those rewards. You just got to take that time and stay in, and you'll pick up some runs. And that's happened. We've seen it both for Ella McCaughan, and of course Georgia Adams has spent some time out there in the middle as well. So runs are there. It's a nice outfield. As soon as you beat that inner ring, you time it well, it's going to go. 25 overs to go. We're at the halfway stage. Hampshire 128 for 3. 3 wickets. If you've just tuned in, we've lost the wicket of Maya Bouchier, Charlie Knott, who went for a duck, and Ella McCaughan, who went for 44. Players have had their drinks, about to get themselves underway again. And it will be Maqsood continuing from the hotel end.
Yes, the final kind of players are just taking their place around the field, and maybe just Maqsood seems to just be crouching down by the wickets, just checking her line maybe, and her foot placement when she comes through. And it looks as though Southby will be on strike again, halfway through this over. Innings even through. Taps her batter on the floor a few times. She's ready. She's waiting on strike. Maqsood comes in. Bowls. Cut across away on the offside. Deep cover will be there. They'll run for 1. Good start there from Southby. Gets Georgia Adams on strike. On this very warm day. It's gone up to 20 degrees already.
Yeah, it's a warm one. It's going to get a lot warmer up here where we are just after lunch. I hope you brought your sunscreen with you.
Absolutely, yeah. So he's standing at the top of her run-up. In over the wicket. Well defended in behind. And Maqsood fields that herself. Field resets. Got a long on. Deep mid-wicket. Deep backward square. Maqsood is in. Taken on the full toss, played all the way down to long on. They run through for 1. Solid start there, put Southby back on strike. Nice turnover between the two of them. Just, as you said before, after this power play, really utilising just the ones.
Yeah, and it just becomes easier. The field spreads out a bit more. You're guaranteed at least 4 and over.
Maqsood in, they've just moved long into mid-on.
But you got to make most of deliveries like that.
Yeah.
That you don't want to be hitting straight to the fielder.
No. And
because you're not going to get deliveries like that very often.
You could see Maqsood kind of, yeah, she just wasn't very happy with that. It was a lot shorter.
I don't think any bowler would be with the half dragged down.
No. Much fuller delivery this time, played offside, straight to point, square of the wicket. Maqsood in again. Bowls this time straight back to her, fielded well. Rihanna Southby, and that's the end of the over. Maqsood will collect her hat from the umpire and the sunglasses, and we'll have bowling back at the pavilion end. Hampshire on 130 for 3.
Yeah, 130 for 3. They've been going at this well, Hampshire, rotating strike. Yes, they've lost a few wickets in the process, but the way they've gone about it, it looks reassuring. Change in bowling as well from the pavilion end. I believe Kate Kopak is coming back into the attack to replace Sophia Smale.
Yeah, Kopak claiming those 2 early wickets of Maya Bouchier and Charlie Knott from this pavilion end earlier. Maya Boucher falling for 25 to 1. Charlie Knott falling at 32 for 2.
Yeah, Kate Kopak bowled 5 overs, 2 for 21. Those were the first 2 wickets of the morning. And she's back into the attack now, bowling to Georgia Adams, who's on 47, taps her bat as she waits the approach of Kopak, who's in, and Adams pushes this off the front foot to mid-off. Yeah, there's been some, I'm not sure if you've watched the cricket news, but there was a very interesting incident that happened yesterday over in Bangkok in the cricketing world, in the women's cricket world. I'll tell you after this delivery from Kate Kopak.
You've got me on tenterhooks now.
As here she comes in, right arm over the wicket. There's a thickish outer edge from Adams's bat down towards third. They'll take a single. She moves on to 48. Hampshire 131.
Yeah, Lizzie McLeod there being able to field nicely at long on.
Well, have you ever seen a scorecard where 10 batters have been retired out on the scorecard?
No.
No, nor have I. I don't think many
Wow.
people have seen that either. Well, in cricket, you can't say you've ever just seen everything, because clearly it surprises you every single day. So Bangkok, the 2026 Women's T20 World Cup Asia qualifiers are currently going on. And part of one of those fixtures was the UAE taking on Qatar yesterday, as Kopak is in, and this is played off the back foot by Rihanna Southby down towards deep square leg. She just shrugs that under her shoulder and gets a single, brings Adams back onto strike. So the UAE batted first, and they cruised to 192 in 16 overs against Qatar. But rain was on the way, and the rain could have been very, very damaging to their prospects of qualifying for the qualifiers. As in comes Kopak, and Adams is forward and pushes this to Gray at extra cover. And only one team in the Asia qualifiers can progress into the main qualifiers for the T20 World Cup in 2026, which is actually here in the UK next year. So this is the part where it gets very interesting. So basically what happened, you can't declare in a T20 match. So there's no way that you can say, I've got enough runs on the board and I want to declare, as Kopak is in now. And this one's driven by Adams. It just opens the face of the bat a little bit to a backward point. There is no run. So with only one team progressing from the group, the UAE needed to win against the side, against Qatar, and they're ranked 32 in the charts to stay in control and progress. And obviously you can't declare. You've got to make sure the rain doesn't get in and play and affect your chances of completing the game. So what they did was, with the captain of the UAE team, who had scored 100, she was 113 as this over concludes with a dot ball, and Hampshire 132 for 3 at the end of 27 overs. They retired out the rest of the batting lineup. So basically, there is this image of all the batters of the UAE cricket team padded up, well, the whole team padded up by the boundary line, and they've all basically gone out into the middle, and then they've retired themselves out, because you can't declare. So each person has basically ran out into the middle, retired themselves out, so they can finish their innings.
As we can see, this is pulled very nicely into the leg side, and it'll be fielded down at the mid-wicket. And so they've just gone, that's their way of declaring.
Yeah, because you can't declare in T20 cricket, so that was the only way.
Is that within the rules?
Well, apparently you can do it.
Well, fair enough.
Firstly, I think whoever thought of that, well, I'm assuming it's head coach Ahmed Raza of the UAE.
Again, full toss all the way down to long on. They'll run for one.
To just be aware enough to know that actually this is our way out to get on with our building and hopefully bowl Qatar out. Well, they did manage to do that. They bowled Qatar out for, I believe, 29 and 11 overs.
Wow, McCaughan in again, this time sort of swiped at by Southby into the offside and held at no run.
And that was all to beat the rain.
Wow.
And boost their chances of qualifying to the main qualifying round of the Women's T20 World Cup
McCaughan in again, this time pushed all the way through the covers on offside, but deep extra cover will be there. just to hold them at 1. Well, thank you for that. I've learned something new today. I did not know you could retire all your pretty much all your
Can
batsmen.
you just imagine the scene? It's like the whole team is padded up, right? And one person runs out into the pitch.
McCaughan again, this time just played towards backwards, deep third man. And they'll run through for 2. Bit of a communication error there, and that round of applause you can hear is Georgia Adams has brought up her 50. She's done it off 77 balls. And, yeah, a very absolutely well-deserved round of applause.
Yeah, lovely knock there from Georgia Adams.
Can you imagine all of them? Did they run out at the same time?
No, they didn't. Of course
Can
not.
you imagine? Well, it was like a little relay race, just going.
So, honestly,
McCaughan bowls again and managed to field there herself, hold for no ball. Right.
So just imagine the scene now, as though you can see some of the Hampshire players sat opposite us. Imagine the whole team, right?
They're all got their
padded
pads
up,
yeah.
and one player just runs out into the pitch for their chance to bat.
Yeah.
And then goes up and basically tells the umpire they've retired out. They're going to, and then runs back off, and the next person runs on.
Yeah, so it's like a really weird little relay race.
It's like
going
everyone's
on.
just running on and off.
That's brilliant. The umpires must have been like, "What is going on?"
Well, clearly it's within the rules, or if you read the rule book.
Yeah,
right,
someone studied that well, didn't they?
I know what you do on your flight from the UAE over to Bangkok when you've got 7 hours to kill on a plane. Study the rule book.
Hampshire 137 for 3.
Oh, yeah. Cricket surprises you every day. Kovac in for her 7th over. From the pavilion end, Southby awaits. It's a short ball, and Southby just watches it past her into the gloves of Carr. But yeah, apparently they did check as they got to the ground, because it was drizzling and there was thunder, and the weather in Bangkok at this time of the year is known to be pretty rainy.
Yeah.
But the umpires said that they wouldn't be able to declare. In white ball cricket, you can't declare. The rule is not in place. As this one is cut by Southby. This is beautifully played by Rihanna Southby off the back foot. That's gone all the way towards the boundary for 4 runs. She waits for an extra pace from the bowling of Kovac. That's a bit of height and width, and she absolutely creams that through the offside. She moves on to 15. Hampshire 141 for 3.
Yeah, great shot. And talking about going back to that again, do you think we're going to see that a bit more in white ball cricket now?
Well, I don't know. So basically, apparently they spoke with the umpires prior to the game, and they said they can't declare, as Kopac's in now, and there's a shout for a bit of a nick of the bat of Southby. I think that's all right. Umpire Treadwell not attending to that. And then apparently the head coach of the UAE then spoke to the match referees.
Mm-hmm.
And then said, well, asked the question if they could retire the whole team out. And apparently, according to the match referee, that is something that they could still do.
Well, there you go.
As in runs Kopac now, and Southby just gets this one out the block hole. That goes to point. There is no run.
Yeah, it's amazing that even the match referee sort of knew what they were doing. They knew what was going to happen then.
Yeah, because at the start of the game, it was already drizzling, and they were scared of the thunderstorm. And they knew there was not enough time before that was probably going to completely wash away the rest of the game. And they just wanted to get a result, because the result would help them qualify. As it's a shorter ball, as Rihanna Southby's off the back foot, pulls this down towards deep square leg, takes a single, looks for the second, then decides against it.
Well, I'm going to give them true points for creativity and reading the rule book to the letter.
Well, you know what? It's all happened within the laws.
Yeah.
And the bonus on that is that they've boosted their chances of qualifying, and the skipper got 113.
What more could you want?
Someone at least benefited.
Yeah.
As in runs Kopac now from the pavilion end. And this one played off the legs by Adams down towards deep square leg once again. That's a single taken. Deep square leg's really going to get the steps in today. And that will also conclude the end of the over. 29 overs gone. Hampshire 143 for 3. Southby on 16. Adams on 52.
So elsewhere in the Metro Back One Day Cup, we've got Durham are playing Warwickshire. Warwickshire women are 126 for 5 with 22 overs remaining. Lancashire are playing the Blaze. The Blaze are 107 for 5 with 22 remaining. And Somerset are playing Surrey. Surrey are 202 for 2 with 19 overs remaining.
202 for 2. Someone scored 100.
Yeah, so I'll just find out.
Nope, no one scored 100 yet. Bryony Smith's on 87, not out.
Must be some very good partnerships forming there. A very good score, but that's going to run away for 4 down on the leg side. Add to the total for Hampshire.
Now that's just helped along the way. They should not be happy with that delivery down the wide, down the leg side. And Georgia Adams was just helping that down towards the boundary. Can't be bowling there. You have no protection there.
Yes.
To be bowling that line.
McCaughan in again. The field creeps with her.
Better line.
Better line. Absolutely played into the offside. Square the wickets, and point will be there to field that for 1. A much better line in the offside. Looks like Eva Gray is warming up again. McCaughan over the wicket. Length delivery. Played straight to cover. They won't run. She's currently at mid-wicket. She's definitely doing some stretches, warming up. Maybe getting the nod. McCaughan in again. Length delivery very full and straight to cover. I'm just looking at where Hampshire are on the table at the moment for the Metrobank Women's One Day Cup. They're 3rd on the table. McCaughan in. Length delivery. That carries through to the wicket keeper. Looked like Southby went to block, but just let it go through. Maybe a bit of turn in the ground there. Yeah, the Blaze leading on the table at number 1, followed by Somerset. And Hampshire in at 3. McCaughan in again. Well, the way it seems the Surrey-Somerset game might be going, I don't know that Somerset will be 2nd much longer. Yeah, Essex are 8th on the table. That's the end of the over. So Essex, bottom of the table so far. Blaze leading the way. And that's all going to change at the end of the day when everyone finishes their matches. This is Eva Gray coming into bowl from the pavilion end. She's going to be replacing Kate Kopak. Coming in for her 5th over of the day. She's bowled 4 overs, 0 for 22. A change in ends. She was bowling from the hotel end earlier, and she's coming in from the pavilion end. Bowling to Georgia Adams. As in comes Gray now. Just a bit of width outside the off stump. Adams plays that to deep cover for a single off the front foot. Eva Gray. Nice to see, just keeping the ball in the same spot. And here she goes once again. Down from the pavilion end, and Southby looks to play that into the leg side, and the ball just stops on her a bit, and then she immediately realises, maybe I should have played that straight, and shadows a straight battered drive towards mid-on. So I've just had a look, and Georgia Adams is currently on 58, and that is by far the highest score that she has put down all season. Southby in now, makes a bit of space for herself, and this is stopped at extra cover. Her previous highest was actually in the last game for 25 not out against Durham. So she has more than doubled that highest score. So I think that'd be a very good day for her. Southby taps her back as she looks up, awaits, and sees Gray running down to her. This one's pulled back of a length from Eva Gray, and
Rihanna Southby just sits back and she helps that through. Finds the gap between mid-wicket and mid-on. That goes all the way down towards the boundary. These two have played a lot of cricket against each other in Surrey. They've played each other plenty of times in the nets. And they're very used to each other. That brings up 150 runs on the board for Hampshire, 153 for 3. She's forward and defends to mid-off. Blue sky starting to get covered in this, like,
it's always hazy, isn't it?
Hazy cloud.
Yeah.
But it's nothing like threatening.
No.
It's not like it's going to rain, no chance. It's great. Turns at the top of a mark, runs in towards us now, and this one's played off the hips by Southby towards deep square leg for a single. And that will conclude the over. 6 runs from it, 31 overs gone. Hampshire 154 for 3, and that brings up the 50 partnership as well between Georgia Adams and Rihanna Southby. That's actually come through very quickly as well.
It's another one of it's just scampered through so quickly. I mean, it feels like the last wicket's only just fallen, but it just proves how well these two play together, that they've been able to put down a 50 partnership already. Hampshire on 154 for 3 after just 31 overs. Looks like McCaughan will continue from the hotel end. She's in past the umpire. Bowls slightly shorter, cutting the way into the offside, but deep point will be there. Yeah, these two very experienced batswomen in together. Played a lot together as well for Hampshire. McCaughan in once again. Much fuller delivery this time. Cover can't stop it, and it will scamper through to deep cover. He manages to run around a little bit. She was in sort of a deep extra cover position. They'll just take the one. McCaughan wastes no time. Top of the mark. Just waiting for fielders to get into position. She just sent a square leg down to a deep square leg. Very full this time. Worked into the square leg, and they'll take the one just as square leg had gone back. Huge gap there on that side for McCaughan. Almost a quarter of the ground not covered, leaving it open. Just got to get that line right. And she's in again. Length delivery, this time again past cover. Deep extra cover will come in. They'll run through for 1. Just the 3 off this over so far from McCaughan. She's on 1 for 27. In again, wastes no time. Bowls. This time worked straight to mid-on.
Can't believe she's in for an 8th over already. She's nearly at the end of her spell. That's crazy.
Absolutely. And in again. This time played into the offside, straight to point. A good over there from McCaughan, only 3 off. She collects her hat again. Yeah, maybe just put in place there just to maybe cause a little bit of tension for the Hampshire girls. You know, a bit of frustration, not letting them run away from it, only taking the easy singles, but no boundaries. And they're just having a little quick discussion again in the middle. As bowling moves again to the pavilion end.
Yeah, Gray just adjusting her ponytail.
I think she's done that nearly on every...
No, she does that all the time.
All the
I've played a lot of cricket with Eva Gray, and every single time she goes to bowl, it's like each over she adjusts her ponytail as she's in from the pavilion end now. Slightly fuller delivery. This beats the bat of Southby to play in a miss and goes through to Carr.
Got about just under 18 overs left of this innings.
Gray making her way back to the top of her mark now, turns, and it's ready to go. Her shadow runs alongside beside her, and this one played to mid-wicket by Southby. Off the front foot. Just closes the face of the bat slightly. It's a lovely setting down here at the Utilita Bowl. You've got the main ground here, then you've got the smaller ground to the left. It's all very picturesque. And
golf course running around the outside,
you've got the golf course as well, although I nearly did get my car hit by a golf ball this morning as I was going into park. As in comes Gray. This one's pulled by Southby. Once again, just over the head of mid-wicket. It won't have the legs to go all the way, but they will be able to come back for two. Doesn't quite get the same connection as she did previously on the same shot.
Yes, that car park is, you've got to be, it's just by the first tee, and you come in and it's you're blind on the left-hand side.
I have never ever been to the car park here where I've managed to get a spot in the first half of the car park.
Yeah.
I'm always clearly too late because everyone who's here for golf is probably here at the crack of dawn. As in it comes Gray to Southby, who's forward and defends off the front foot to mid-off. So you always have to then go to the overflow car park, which actually kind of cuts through the golf course.
Yes, just over the
and
first
it just
tee.
says, caution, golf is playing. And then you're like driving and you're like poking your head forward and back, and then you can see on the left there's a tee. And I nearly drove through when someone was about to do the big swing, as in comes Gray now, and this is cut away fine.
Yeah, I found that normally there's a member of staff there sort of waving you or stopping you, but today there wasn't.
There wasn't anyone there.
No.
And then I was like going forward and back, and then someone on the left who was playing golf kind of just like stuck their hand out at me to tell me to like stop or go, and then I just, as soon as I got the green light, I just flew past because I was like, I do not want to get my car hit by a golf ball. As in comes Gray now, and this one off the front for Adams plays down to deep cover for a single, and that should conclude the over. The sixth over from Eva Gray today. 33 overs gone. Hampshire 161 for 3. Adams is on 60 now.
I think it's 12 at the moment. If I'm reading that correctly, I think they've got almost like a hard stop at 1:45.
It's a cut off at 13:40.
Yeah, 1:45.
13:47.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So they've still got a bit of time to play here with 17 overs remaining in this innings.
That's actually a very long time to get.
Yeah. I think we'll be finished before then.
Yeah, because they've got spin, that's why. They've been bowling a lot of spin, that's why we've flown through these overs. But there's going to be a change in bowling from the hotel end. Sophia Smells decided she wants to change ends. She was bowling from the pavilion end earlier, and now she's coming in to the hotel end.
Now I've got to ask, is it smell or smell? 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 Smell or smell?
Smale.
Smale.
I think it's smale. Unless someone who's listening to us probably is thinking that we're...
Just wanted to make sure. I haven't said her name yet today, so I just wanted to make sure I was pronouncing that right. Standing directly in front of the umpire from this hotel end. And she's in round the wicket. This time driven through the offside. And deep extra cover will be there. They'll run for one. Yeah, the umpire really has to move out the way for Smell because she stands sort of directly in front of, or
so
almost exactly where they would be.
So that's when you go up to the umpire and they're like, where would you like me? Like, can you please go back a bit? They're like, is that enough? Like, no, I need a bit more space.
Keep going. So left arm over round the wicket. Shorter slightly delivery. Played square of the wicket, and deep point will come in to collect.
You have some spinners come through all different ways. You come like through the umpire, like you come like between a gap, or sometimes you just stand in front of the umpire like this, like Sophia Smell's doing.
In again. Length delivery. Plays straight to mid-wicket.
Uses her feet there, Georgia Adams. Doesn't beat the fielder, but good use of the feet.
And again, wasting no time. This time played through two fielders. Smell went, mid-wicket, dove, and unfortunately it carried all the way through to long on for Essex. They did only run for one.
And that beat Sophia Smell and mid-wicket, who tried to cut that off.
Mid-wicket is Eva Gray. Left arm over once again. Oh, there's a big shout for LBW there, but I think it was too high. Also have a look at the replay. It has to be sort of spun round on the spot as it hit her. I think it.
We'll have to wait for the replay on that one.
In again. Length delivery. Play to cover on the offside. And that signals the end of the end of the over. Smell just retrieving sunglasses from the hat of the umpire. I think forgot they were on the head. And bowling will return to the pavilion end. Hampshire 164 for 3. Been a partnership between Adams and Southby of now 60 runs. Georgia Adams is on 62 off 89 deliveries. Southby is off 27 off 42.
Yep, here's Gray ready to go. She's done her hair again. And in she runs towards Adams. Plays this off her legs down towards deep square leg for a single. Brings Southby under strike.
So what kind of score do you think Hampshire are aiming for? What do you think they need to get against this Essex side?
How many overs have we got left? 15. As in comes Green now. This is Shaw's ball, and this is pulled away by Southby over mid-on's head. That's going to go all the way towards the boundary for 4. She just sits back. She picks up that length early, does Rihanna Southby. That's gone all the way down towards the boundary. That adds 4 to Hampshire's total. 169 for 3. They move on to Southby's into the 30s as well. Well, 169, another, say 240 ideally. As in runs Gray now, and this one's clipped off the legs by Southby. Down to deep square leg for a single.
Yeah, the run rate is currently 4.9 and over. So
Yeah,
just
so
under 5.
I'm expecting them to try and just up the gear a little bit as they head into the last 10 overs, because at that point you kind of look at it thinking, right, I've got 10 overs in hand, I've got 7 wickets in hand. I can afford to take a little bit of a risk. As in comes Gray now, and Adams is forward, plays it to mid-off for a single. They take on the run and they make it just back it comfortably, although Eva Gray will not be happy with that. That's a 1 in the ring. So if you're in the ring, you want to be stopping the 1. If you're not stopping the 1,
what are you doing in the ring?
what are you doing in the ring? Either if you've got to do it, then you've got to take a few steps, come in. Okay, third's being brought up into the ring now. So, right, this is clever. So this is good here from Essex. Third's been brought into the ring. Mid-on's been pushed back onto the boundary, and Gray is in, and Southby plays off the back foot into the leg side. Wide of mid-wicket, they'll come through for a single. Yeah, so I'd say hopefully these 2 batters are still in. Once we hit that 40 over mark, and then being the set batters and having got a feel for it, one of them will probably look to take on the role of accelerating, and I assume that would be Georgia Adams. Here's Gray into Adams. She's on 64 and is forward and defends to mid-off. There's no run, and that will conclude the over as well.
Yeah, it does feel like the Essex field has maybe just gone a little bit flat of late.
Yeah, they're struggling to break this partnership. 35 overs gone, 172 for 3. Yeah, these 2 are just ticking things. They're not being too damaging. It's not like there's boundaries being thrown left, right and centre, but they're just taking the game out of Essex's momentum and just completely have it under their control. And that's exactly what they want to do. Essex are drifting away from this slowly each over.
Yeah, the last wicket was 104 for 3. So they've added a good 60 odd runs into this partnership, into the Hampshire total. As Smale comes in again, left arm over the wicket, play to the offside, square the wicket, and they'll be held at no run. Hampshire 172 for 3. Smale then again, waste no time. Again, played square of the wicket. Almost identical shot by Southby. Smell already at the top of the mark. Ready to come in, just waiting for Rihanna Southby to be ready. Shorter delivery, played right through the cover of on the offside, but deep extra cover will be there to stop that one. The field resets. Currently 5 in the ring. Short delivery there. Smell does the fielding herself in the leg side. Just thinking of moving what is really a short leg to a fine leg, would you say?
Pardon?
You say the short leg moved to fine leg?
And the square leg moved to 45, yes.
And that's played leg side. They'll run through for 1. They think about 2, but Southby says no. She's happy to stay there. Stay on strike. Smell ready to bowl the final ball of the over. Only 2 off this over so far. On the wicket. Go straight to cover and misfield, so they'll run for 1.
Got hit firmly by Southby. Caused a bit of a fumble at extra. That was a quick over there from Sophia Smell. Once again, 36 overs gone, Hampshire 175 for 3.
This partnership of Adams and Southby on 71 of 97 balls in only 55 minutes, so they have scurried through the Essex overs and yeah, just put this on very calmly. There's been no great show. There's been a few nice timed boundaries, maybe just alleviating any pressure that the Essex bowlers were trying to put on them, but yeah, just being watchful, just taking the singles where they needed to. Hampshire 175 for 3. Rihanna Southby on 35. Georgia Adams on 65.
Junior bowling from the pavilion end. McGregor comes back into the attack. Beth McGregor will be replacing Eva Gray. And Rihanna Southby's on strike. 3rd point, deep cover, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, deep mid and a deep backward square leg. As this one's hit uppishly over the head of extra cover for a single. Mid-off comes round and does the fielding. A bit of a miscue there from Rihanna Southby. She didn't look fully committed in the shot.
Yeah.
But luckily that landed in no man's land.
It did also look like there was 2 fielders going towards it, but neither looked like they were trying to go for the catch with any great conviction. You know, I mean, what was it? Short, was it cover? Looked like they could have run back to.
This one played to mid-wicket by Adams off the front foot. Closes the face of the bat. McGregor makes her way back to the top of her mark. Coming in from the pavilion end. Crowds building up as well. It's the far side of the ground. Everyone sat in the sun. McGregor in fuller delivery, and this is picked up on the full toss by Adams. That's played it down to deep mid-wicket for a single. A bit of a fumble, but doesn't cost more than 1. 177 for 3 Hampshire.
And McGregor into her 4th over that she's allowed to bowl.
And she comes to Southby now, crouches down and goes to pull again, finds the gap between mid-wicket. Oh, that's brilliant fielding. Mid-on's come round and done an absolute stellar job there, stopping that ball running away towards the boundary. One-handed stop. As she hit the ground, that's only a single. I thought that was on track to go all the way. She came off the middle of the bat sweetly.
Yeah, credit to the fielding team there. They were able to stop.
Mid-on's been sent out back to the boundary as Adams gets herself ready. And drives to mid-off powerfully for no run. See, once those, like I mentioned, once you're out there and you've taken your time, the runs are coming. Exactly. Look, both batters have cruised through. Adams on 66, Rihanna Southby on 37. In comes McGregor, and Adams off the back foot plays this to mid-off for no run. Of course, get in touch with us on email, solentcricket@gmail.com. If you're listening, want to get in touch, drop us a line. But remember, please do address the email to either myself, Nikki, or Amelia, because Kevin James is also using the same address today, same email address as Hampshire men are. Where are they playing?
They're at Nottinghamshire.
They're at Nottinghamshire in the County Champs. Or you can reach us on social media, Twitter, X, whatever you want to call it, at Solent Sport or at Nikki Chowdhury, NIKKICHAUDHURI. Taking a look at the scores elsewhere in the Metrobank One Day Cup as well. Just having a look at what's going on. There's a few fixtures up and down the country. Warwickshire won 47 for 6 against Durham. The Blazer won 51 for 6 against Lancashire.
Yeah, the Hampshire men were 196 all out against Nottinghamshire's 333 that they put down. Nottinghamshire lead Hampshire 430 runs with 4 wickets remaining.
That previous ball was played to point for no run. This one beats the bat of Southby. And looking at Surrey, they are 218 for 2. They're off for a rain delay, which is not what I was expecting, because there's no signs of rain down here. This one played out to deep cover for a single by Southby. She moves on to 38. Hampshire 179 for 3.
Yeah, this is Rihanna Southby's second biggest score of the season. Other than that, it was against Warwickshire, first game of the year. She scored 72, but this is her second biggest. She's on 36.
Defended by Adams, back down the line of the wicket. Now she uses her feet down the track. This goes aerial over mid-off and all the way down towards the boundary. That's good use of the feet there from Georgia Adams. Gets to the pitch of the ball, lofts it over. And that takes Hampshire to 183 for 3.
Also brings Georgia Adams up to her 70 mark. 70 runs scored, just 100 deliveries. Smell just seems to be looking at the ball here. Maybe just having a little chat with her captain, Grace Scrivens. Top of her mark. This time played leg side. And that's the end of the over. Hampshire on 183 for 3. Rihanna Southby on 38. Georgia Adams just had a 70.
And the Vitality T20 Women's County Cup games are also today. We've got 3 fixtures. Devon taking on Suffolk, Shropshire taking on Northamptonshire, and Berkshire taking on Kent. Whichever team wins those fixtures progress into third round, which is next weekend when the Tier 1 teams come into play.
Yes, it's very much like an FA Cup
Yeah,
style,
knockout, yeah, it is.
With the higher teams coming in later.
You could have a Tier 3 team come in, play against a Tier 1 team, and all sorts could happen.
I think
Exciting.
There's a few scheduled. There's a few Tier 3s playing each other straight away.
There are. Here's McGregor from the pavilion end. This is clipped away by Southby. Beats a diving fielder at mid-up wicket, and that's timed so well that it goes all the way towards the boundary. Rihanna Southby is looking in fine touch.
Yeah, absolutely. That was really well struck by Southby. She knew exactly what she was doing there. Saw it coming and thought, yeah, I'm going to go for that one. Lucky that mid-wicket was unable to stop that.
She taps her bat, she awaits McGregor. Oh, this is leading edge and it lands safe. She goes to play that into the leg side once again, closes the face of the bat a bit too early. She's lucky she's got away with that one.
Not only could you hear you and I gasp, you could hear a collective gasp through the whole ground. This low level, oh no. It's quite hilarious, really.
The only person who could have got that was the umpire. Nobody else was near sight. And this one's open to face of the bat by Adams. She looks to run that down, but that goes straight to Maqsood at point, to backward point.
We've got just over 11 overs remaining. Hampshire girls need to remain really laser focused here. Can't let any silly mistakes slip by. They haven't so far. Both these batsmen have been really tight on every ball.
Here's McGregor into Adams, looks to make space and plays that to deep cover. Just shuffles outside her leg stump there, creates a bit more space for herself. Partnership of 85 runs between these two so far. Southby came to the crease, 104 for 3. As in runs McGregor. Southby defends off the back foot to extra cover. Yeah, good going from both of them. You can just sense Essex are slightly flat. They've not got the breakthrough of this partnership that they would have liked.
No, they've thrown a lot of bowlers at them and none yet have been able to crack the partnership.
McGregor in and again, Southby closes the face of the bat a bit too early. Ball takes the leading edge but lands safe as she comes through for the single. She'll retain strike at the end of the 39th over. Hampshire a 190 for 3.
Yes, so we've got just over 10 overs remaining of this innings. We've lost, Hampshire have lost 3 wickets. The first one falling at Maya Bouchier with 25 for 1. She departed on just 21 runs. Charlie Knott then departed later, 7 runs later on 32 for 2. Unfortunately, she didn't score any runs. The last wicket was McCaughan at 104 for 3, and she departed on 44 runs. The current partnership of Rihanna Southby and Georgia Adams doing very well as Smale comes in again from the hotel end. Rihanna Southby on strike. This clipped into leg side on the offside.
It happens to the best of us.
Thank you. My words were out of my mouth before.
You know
I could
what? I'm
even
surprised none of us have done that earlier, and
Yeah.
we're into the 40th over. So I think that's credit to us.
Thank you.
It's only 2 of us.
Smale in again, round the wicket. This time on leg side, beats mid wicket. Will be held at 1 there. Smale in again. Shorter delivery this time, played offside. Just waiting for the ball to come back to her there. Slight change. Fine leg coming round to square. Oh no, now she's changed it again. Just waits for that fielder to be placed in front of the pavilion. Give a bit of cover back there. Bowls into the offside to cover.
.192 for 3. Here, Hampshire. That one's just played to point by Southby for no run. 2 runs off the over so far.
With only 10 overs left, Hampshire might be looking to step up the pace in a moment.
Just have a change in field. Mid-wicket's been moved out to short third.
And that's played offside to square the wicket. Deep point will be in.
Concludes the end of the over. 3 runs from it. 40 overs gone. Hampshire 193 for 3. Brilliant partnership of 89 between Georgia Adams and Reece Southby. Adams with 72 to her name. Southby with 46. We've got 10 overs remaining. These last 10 overs, we've been going at roughly 4.8 runs an over. I wouldn't be surprised if we start to see Hampshire with showing us the intentions of increasing that.
So Southby on strike here.
McGregor in to Southby, who goes to pull again, and this time they've placed mid-wicket perfectly, so there is no run escaping there. That is one of her strengths, that shot. If she sees the ball slightly back of the length, she picks it up very well. There's Rihanna Southby. Short arm jab is what she does. As she's ready to go again. As in comes McGregor, this one off the back foot play down towards deep square leg for a single.
Oh, they thought about two.
They did. That was some good fielding out in the deep. Good arm to get the throw back in. It's been kept to a 1. 194 for 3. Adams is on strike now. She's on 72. I don't know what happened to my voice there. It kind of just like...
We've had 50 overs of talking, I'm not surprised.
McGregor in, Adams plays this round the corner down towards deep square leg once again. Just watches it round and takes a single. This is what I mean, they're just ticking things over.
Yeah. Nothing extravagant, but
they don't
doing
have
the
to.
job.
Like, if you're taking 4 or 5 singles and over, you're at least adding another 50 runs to that total.
Yeah.
I'll assume they'll have a couple of big overs before they conclude the innings, as South forward and times this well down to deep cover for a single.
Yeah, as you say, Hampshire will be happy with that because they've got 2 batsmen in the middle that can really hit the ball if they need to. They can really, you know, they can find
both
those
know how to
boundaries.
change gears.
Yeah, absolutely. They'll step it up and, you know, obviously, as you say, it'll probably be led by Georgia Adams, the captain.
Yep, here's McGregor. In to Adams now. Who just goes to the face of the bat, turns the ball into the leg side to mid-wicket, who's rather deep on the ring, so he'll come through for a single. This is the thing with Essex right now. They've been giving a lot of ones to fielders within the ring.
Yeah, they've got to be a lot tighter on those if you want to keep these 2 women
Especially
from scoring.
in front.
Yes.
You don't want to be giving ones there, because then the pressure that you're trying to generate and create, as the bowler's doing all the hard work, running in 20 yards and trying to bowl them ball on the spot, if that's being lost, you're working with nothing really. As this one's driven by Southby off the front foot down to deep cover for a single. That's 5 singles from the over. Hampshire 198 for 3. Southby's on 49. That's the Metro Bank One Day Cup. As Hampshire take on Essex down here at the Utilita Bowl. If you just tuned in, well, Essex won the toss and they elected to have a field. They put Hampshire into bat, which Hampshire were absolutely delighted with. And they got off to a decent start. Ella McCaughan and Maya Bouchier opening the batting for Hampshire. They got 25 on the board before Bouchier fell. And she was bowled by Kate Kopak. They looked good, both of them. Looks like a lovely track to bat on. And then Charlie Knott as well, the second wicket.
Smale in this time. Played to the offside. Deep cover will come and collect, but that round of applause you can hear is Rihanna Southby has just got her 50. She's managed to do it off 68 balls in just 70 minutes. She's had 4 fours in this innings. A great partnership with Georgia Adams in the middle.
Brilliant knock there from Rihanna Southby. She raises her bat back around the ground, back to the pavilion.
Smale in once more. This time fielded back to her. She'll do fielding there on leg side.
She's gone around very calm and composed with her innings. 50 from 68. She's worked alongside her skipper very well.
Smale taking that. Adams took that on the full toss, but it was well stopped there at mid-on. Smale wastes no time. Top of the mark. In. Left arm around the wicket. Played to the offside. Deep extra cover will be in to collect, and that other round of applause now is that Hampshire have just brought up their 200 runs. They've managed to do that off just over 41 overs. Great partnerships from Georgia Adams and Rihanna Southby have helped that along. Also, Georgia Adams and McCaughan, they did get a 50 partnership as well. So, very well done from them. And Smell is already in. Just around the wicket, Bowles. Led delivery. Well defended there by Southby, played straight back to her.
Yeah, it was a partnership of 72 runs between Adams and Ellen McCaughan. They went about their business very well.
This time hit well through the offside all the way down to deep point, who will be there to field on the boundary. They'll run through for 2, and they will get there. And that was well run by the girls. And that's the end of the over. Hampshire on 202 for 3.
Yeah, it's been a good rebuild for Hampshire, having lost some early wickets in their innings. They were put into bat, 2 early wickets, and then Adams and Ellen McCaughan coming together for that partnership of 72 runs until they lost that 3rd wicket at 104 on the board when Ellen McCaughan was trapped LBW to the bowling of Maqsood with some leg spin. It was a fuller delivery. She was down on one knee to sweep, and maybe we just did not pick the right choice there. But nonetheless, Hampshire rebuilt brilliantly. Georgia Adams, the skipper, has played a fantastic knock so far. She's on 75, and Rihanna Southby's joined her on 52. We're going to have a change in bowling once again. Kate Kopak is going to come back into the attack from the pavilion end here at the Utilita Bowl, as Essex will be really keen to break this partnership. They really seem a bit flat out there on the field now. It's just seems like they're counting down the overs till the end of the innings. As here's Kopak in to Adams, who sits back, and she's really driven this hard down the ground. This should go all the way to the boundary. Long on dives, but does not get there. And that is going to be a boundary added to Hampshire's total. And of course, a big round of applause around the ground, because there's a partnership of 102 runs between Georgia Adams and Rihanna Southby. Adams contributing with 50 and Southby with 52.
You can really see the frustration there in Kopak, as she was on one knee and she just hit the ground with both hands as she watched that ball run away.
Here's Kopak in now again. Oh, this is a looser delivery and full toss, which has helped and guided down towards fine. It'll be a single, although I'm pretty sure Adams will be a bit annoyed that she didn't get more than 1 for that. You don't see Kate Kopak bowling many deliveries and freebies like that one. Southby's on strike now. She's on 52. We've got a short third, backward point, deep cover, extra cover, mid-off, long on, mid-wicket who's sat on the ring, a deep square leg and a fine leg, as in runs Kopak now from the pavilion end through to Southby, who's forward and square drives. And is it going to beat Cordelia Griffiths on the boundary? It does. That finds the boundary rope, and runs are flowing here for Hampshire. That is an absolutely beautiful shot there from Rihanna Southby. She waits for it right up until the last minute, opens the face of the bat, and this outfield here down at the Utilita Bowl, well, you don't find many like this around the country. 100.
Not at all.
Yeah, brilliant partnership between these two. 211 for 3 on the board. Just pushed that run rate up as well. We're in the 5s now. As in runs Kopak to Southby. Full delivery once again. Oh, driven off the front foot through the offside, beats extra cover, and that's all the way down towards the boundary once again. Back-to-back boundaries here for Hampshire, back-to-back boundaries here for Rihanna Southby. She moves on to 60. Played some absolutely classy shots here.
And Nikki, it was just as you were saying, as soon as they got under that 10 remaining overs, they've both stepped on the gas and gone, let's move this really, move this much further forward in the total. And those boundaries, they're just excellent. And, a little bit of a wayward maybe bowl every so often from Essex, but yeah, they just need to sharpen up as the Hampshire girls are really moving on now.
Yeah, they really are. Kopak into Southby. Slower ball, and she's watched that well and flicks that into the leg side down towards deep mid wicket for a single. But yeah, now we've got 7 overs left. We're into the 43rd, so 7 overs left. Hampshire 3 wickets down. You can just about say, right, let's take things up a notch, because we can afford to. We've got wickets in hand as well, but these two batters are very much set at the crease as well, so they're seeing the ball like a volleyball, as this one is played to mid-wicket by Southby. She takes on the run, mid-wicket's deep on the ring, so that will be a comfortable run nonetheless. And there's quite a few runs from that over. 3 boundaries, 3 singles, and Hampshire are 217 for 3 at the end of 43 overs.
Georgia Adams on 81. It's her biggest total of the season. Rihanna Southby on 61. She's just behind her biggest score of the season, which was currently first match of the season against Durham, where she scored 72. So she will be looking to move it up, and if hopefully past that as well. As we said, Hampshire on 217 for 3. It looks like Smale is going to come back to bowl from the hotel end. She just seems to be having a little conversation with her skipper Grace Scrivens there, just deciding to move a fielder, and they've potentially decided against it. They might move it after. The Hampshire girls also having a quick discussion in the middle. Georgia Adams takes the strike up again.
In for the final over of her spell, Sophia Smale.
It's raced past her overs.
Well, she bowls her overs very, very quickly. Yeah. Extremely quickly.
And with that, she's in. Length delivery played leg side. They'll run through for 1. Oh, and the fielder at mid-wicket will be disappointed there, as she was on top of it and just let the ball scamper through her fingers.
Adams was ready for 2, but I think Rihanna Southby ran way beyond the keeper.
Ready for it to sort of come straight back at her, and the misfield just helped.
I don't think she was expecting there to be 2 available.
Smell in again. Oh, and she's been bowled. And Rihanna Southby has been bowled. A very good ball there from Smale, as it just she came round the wicket and it just beat Rihanna Southby. And she will be disappointed, but she's also put down a fantastic score of 61 off 74 balls. Hampshire are 218 for 3. She will receive a big round of applause as she exits the field. And she was bowled by Smale. Georgia Adams, the captain, still remaining in the middle. She'll go in.
That brings an end to a fabulous innings there from Rihanna Southby. 61 from 74. She played a crucial role rebuilding the innings with the skipper, Georgia Adams, out there for Hampshire. She'll be disappointed with that one as well, because she seemed in such good nick. She will be disappointed with that one, as she leans her head onto her bat as she walks off the pitch here at the Utilita Bowl. It brings Abby Norgrove out into the middle now for Hampshire. They're 218 for 4, and it was a 114 run partnership between Rihanna Southby and Georgia Adams, if my math serves me correctly.
I'm sure it is.
Oh, I don't know. I don't trust it. But of course, I'd like to say hello to our listeners on 5 Sports Extra as well, who've joined us down here at the sunny Utilita Bowl for the Metro Bank Women's One Day Cup as Hampshire welcome Essex. Just lost another wicket. Hampshire now 4 wickets down with 218 on the board. We're into the 44th over. Sophia Smale is bowling some left arm spin.
And that's just played on the offside. Deep cover will come and fetch that. Yes, Hampshire were put into bat after Essex won the toss and chose to field. The opening partnership of Maya Bouchier and
Ella McCaughan.
Ella McCaughan, thank you. It's been a long morning as that's played down to mid-on. And the girls run through for 1 as it's the ball slightly overthrown.
Yeah, Bouchier bowled by Kate Kopak. There's a bit of early movement here. There's a bit of grass on the wicket down here in Southampton, and that one seemed to have caught Bouchier out by surprise. She was the first to fall, and then Charlie Knott went for a duck as well. She was...
That's just played into the offside. Cover will collect. They won't run for that.
A little tickle off the bat into the hands of Amara Carr. Again, off the bowling of Kate Kopak. She was the first one to get those 2 breakthroughs for Essex. And then there's a bit of a partnership between Georgia Adams and Ella McCaughan that took Hampshire to 104 for 3.
Played offside. Deep cover all filled that just for 1.
And then we had a brilliant partnership between Georgia Adams and Rihanna Southby, who just made her way back into the pavilion. She scored a beautiful 61 from 74 and unfortunately was just bowled off the left arm spin of Sophia Smell. She, by the looks of it, just went back to a fuller pitch delivery and got herself in a bit of a pickle. And now, well, into the 44th over, well, at the end of the 44th over, Hampshire 221 for 4. The skipper, Georgia Adams, is on 83.
Smell just concluding her 10 overs that she's allowed to bowl, so she'll be thrilled with that.
And are we going to have a change in bowling from the pavilion end once again? Is it Eva Gray coming back?
Looks like it is, yes.
Well, if there is a pony adjustment, ponytail adjustment, I believe it is Eva Gray, and it looks like it is.
Yeah.
She makes her way to the top of her mark. It's going to be Abby Norgrove on strike. 6 overs left here for Hampshire to conclude their innings. As Gray makes her way from the pavilion end down towards us. Oh, and this one just jacks back a little bit. Norgrove plays that into the offside. And she shadows a straight, full-faced shot after.
We've got 4 out on the boundary with 5 in the ring.
And we'll run you through the field in just a second as Gray makes her way back to the top of the mark, turns, and she's very quick to just get set and go as soon as she reaches the top of her mark. Back of her length, and this one's played down to deep cover by Norgrove. Cordelia Griffiths, the fielder, will keep it to a 1. That brings Georgia Adams back onto strike. 17 runs away from triple digits. Right, looking at the field, we've got a third, a backward point, a deep cover, extra cover, mid-off. Long on, who's just on their way out to the boundary. Deep mid-wicket, square leg, and a 45 for Eva Gray, who's going to be bowling to Georgia Adams. And there's suddenly a bit of a breeze.
There is, yes. I was just watching the back covers, and also there's a bit of dust flying off the nursery ground just to our left.
Here's Gray to Adams, who shuffles across outside her off stump, and then Gray's followed her, so she's now opened the face of the bat and run that down to backward point.
Yeah, the wind is cutting across as we look at it from left to right, sort of across the pavilion and across the ground. So
yeah, for our listeners, we're actually stood at the hotel end of the ground. So currently Eva Gray is running in towards us as it's Norgrove on strike. And she flicks this one uppishly over mid-wicket's head, down towards deep mid-wicket. They'll come through for 2 runs, well run by these two out there in the middle. And that takes Hampshire on to 225 for 4.
I've got my compass out. So we're facing
oh my gosh,
southwest. So it's
I was wondering what you're
the wind
doing.
is cutting from sort of a southeasterly to a northwesterly.
Well, if the
If that
BBC
makes
need any
sense.
new weather presenters,
We are the two.
you
You've been looking at the clouds, I've been looking at the wind.
Well, here's Gray. She stands up tall at the top of her mark, comes into Norgrove now, who full face of the bat drives this wide of mid-off. Just timed it well, but hasn't got the legs to go all the way. Mid-off's on the pursuit
And she's taken over.
rolls over the boundary line with the ball. And that's a boundary to add to Hampshire's total. They move on to 229.
It shows just how quickly that ball was moving, because the fielder was running almost next to it the whole way, but just at the
There's a
pace it was
quick outfield
moving.
here.
Yeah,
It's a very quick outfield here.
couldn't quite get in front of
If
it.
you can beat the ring and you time it sweet enough, you might as well save your legs more often than not. Third's been brought in to the ring. Eva Gray was about to set off and then realises that she doesn't have a fielder where she wants her. So deep square leg just been brought slightly straighter. In she comes now. Once again, she's ready. Norgrove forward off the front foot, pulls over mid-wicket's head. Ball is just going to sink there, pretty
Yeah,
much.
it just sort of stopped, didn't
Just
it?
stopped. It didn't make any more movement, just plugs. Out there in the deep, they'll come back for a couple of runs, and that will conclude the end of the over. 45 overs gone, Hampshire 230 for 4.
Yeah, I think she'd have been really happy to see that soar over the head of mid-wicket and just make sure it was clear and land safely. Not too worried, a bit disappointed that it didn't go for 4, but more worried that she was not out, so all good. Hampshire stand on 230 for 4 after 45 overs. The captain, Georgia Adams, on 84 for 115 deliveries. Abby Norgrove has just joined her after the last dismissal of Rihanna Southby, and Abby is on 10 off of 8 deliveries. We're going to have a new bowler at the hotel end, and it's going to be Jodie Grucock, who's going to come in to bowl at the hotel end.
She was bowling from the pavilion end when she started off, and then Essex were trying and chopping and changing with their bowlers to see maybe they could break that partnership. And then finally Sophia Smale got it, and Grucock is back into the attack.
She's going to come right arm over the wicket. This time, Abby Norgrove tried to move down the...
No idea where that ball went.
She tried to move down the wicket. I think got a little edge. It went square of the wicket on the leg side. They run through for 1. She'll be happy that she managed to get through on that one.
She almost stopped for a split second as she played the shot. She's looked around. She's like, where's the ball gone? She didn't want it to be right in front of Amara Carr, who could potentially take the stumps.
And again, over the wicket. This time played down the ground by Adams. A nice confident shot driven there. Down to long on. Field resets. Square will go out to a deep square. Looks like mid-off and long-on will just change over. Same positions, and maybe just move a mid-on down to a long. Grucock still stands at the top of the mark. Just waiting, just making sure she's ready. Bowls, length delivery, played into the offside. Beats cover, extra cover will be there. They'll run for 1. Thought about 2, looked, but decided against it. Got head to the top of her mark. Not a very long run up for her, so not a long way to go. And she's in. Again, led delivery played a little bit squarer on the offside. That deep extra cover's had a lot of work to do today. Definitely got her steps in.
Oh, of course. I'm pretty sure they're on 20,000 steps for the day.
Absolutely. Hampshire on 233 for 4. And again comes Grucock. Big sweep into the leg side, carried through, but there is a fielder there who's managed to stop it. They'll run through for 2. Nice confident shot there from Abby Norgrove. Hampshire moved to 236 for 4. Abby Norgrove are 14 off 11 deliveries. Grucock in. Over the wicket. Played off the back foot into the offside is Norgrove. They'll run through for 1. And that's the end of the over. Scored off every ball, so they'll be happy with that. Only 4 remaining.
4 overs left, and it'll be interesting to see how Hampshire go about these last 4 overs. Taking a look at the rest of the One Day Cup fixtures today. So Durham taking on Warwickshire. Warwickshire 199 for 7. The Blaze against Lancashire, 194 for 8. And then Surrey versus Somerset. Well, they're finally back on after a brief break for rain, and Surrey are 218 for 2. Bryony Smith has got her century. Well done to her. 100 from 96. And Sophia Dunkley, her partner, currently with her half century, 53 from 61. So lots of runs being posted up and down the country, as here is Eva Gray in to Abby Norgrove. Norgrove just taking her time as Gray runs in. And she goes to be creative there, and unfortunately does not make contact.
Was there a little movement in the ball there that she just decided against? She saw something she didn't like as she went towards it.
She just doesn't look like she made the space that she needed to. Gray kind of followed her. She's very good at that, especially if you move a bit early. And these sort of shots, like when you do try and you have to kind of go a bit early, you're a bit premeditated. This one played off the legs by Norgrove, down towards deep backward square for a single. That brings Adams onto strike once again.
Yeah, Adams has really led from the front today, led her team, 86 off 117 deliveries. By far the biggest score of the season for her.
Here comes Gray in now to Adams, who shuffles across onto our off stump, creates the space, flicks this away. She times that brilliantly down towards the boundary, and she moves in to the 90s now. Really making good use of her crease here. She didn't do that until the last 10 overs, and now she's shuffling. She's making space on the leg side, she's making space on the off side, she's varying it up, not allowing the bowlers to settle. And now Hampshire, 242 for 4. Comes Gray once again to Adams. This time she plays that to backward point. No run is taken. Yeah, I'm expecting to see a few more unorthodox cricket shots coming into play now. Being a bit more creative, ramps, some scoops, just to try and get the ball away. As in comes Gray once again. She bowls this one outside off stump. Adams drives to extra cover. There is no run. They're both playing a game here. It's quite funny actually to watch. Adams is getting creative. She's shuffling across onto her off stump, and then Eva Gray's following her, so it's not going to Adams' plan.
As you say, Gray's very good at just making those last minute adjustments as she comes in.
Well, she's in again now to Adams, who's shuffled across once more, and this time she opens the face of the bat, runs that down towards third for a single, and that will conclude the over as well. 47 overs gone. Hampshire are 243 for 4. Essex won the toss and decided to have a bowl. They've got a lot of work to do with the bat as well, and if you're watching on the stream, you can see the captain of Essex there, Grace Scrivens, out there on your screen, while she'll be having to pad up pretty quickly during the break as she opens the batting for her side. Abby Norgrove on 16, Georgia Adams into the 90s, 91, 3 overs remaining here at the Utilita Bowl.
We've got Grucock. Grucock is back in at the hotel end. Played offside. They'll run for 1. Just gone down to the captain there at cover. The field adjusts. Bit of gardening by Norgrove, who's now on strike. She waits. Grucock in. Short delivery. Balled onto the leg side, but mid-on is there. They'll run through for 1. And that was, I think Abby Norgrove just been run out? No. Yeah, she has.
She has
She's
been
run
taking
out.
gloves off and she's off.
That was quite a bizarre, really. There was no
We'll have
reaction.
to watch it back.
Yeah, miles.
Oh no, she was miles out. That's why there
Miles
was
out.
no reaction. It was kind of, right, she better run off and let the next person come on. There's 3 overs left now.
That was quite bizarre, really. Yeah, so it's
And she will be the one running to the danger end right now as well, because Adams is on 92. So it's just about whoever comes in, your job is just to rotate strike and give Georgia Adams the opportunity. She's set now. No, Nancy Harmon comes out into the middle. She's got yellower pads than Georgia Adams.
She does, doesn't she?
I thought it was just the screen,
Georgia
but then I
Adams-
realised actually looking at them.
Yeah, she's almost got like an orangey
She's
yellow.
got like orangey mustard yellow, and then
is
Georgia Adams has got like a banana yellow.
Yeah.
Adams is going to be on strike.
With just over 2 overs remaining. So we'll have Nancy Harmon has joined Georgia Adams in the middle, just after the quite bizarre run out of Abby Norgrove. He went for 2, and unfortunately there was no space for it. Adams on strike. into the offside. They'll run through for one, square of the wicket. They will get it. That puts Nancy Harmon on strike to face the first ball of her innings. Hampshire on 245 for 5. Bowled again. This time big sweep. Gets caught swing and a miss, but carries through to the keeper. Grucock stands at the top of her mark. Played off the back foot. Unfortunately, wasn't quite able to get that there, and they'll hold for no run.
Yeah, she's bowled well, has Jodie Grucock. She's kept it on the money.
Really slightly wider this time. Struck well. Out to long on. You could hear that on the effects mic. Just picking that up, even from as far away as we are, up at the top of the camera gantry. And that brings it the end of the over. There's 2 overs remaining. Hampshire are on 246. The partnership of 2 now begins with Adam and Nancy Harmon after the last dismissal of Abby Norgrove, who was run out by Grucock. Adams is very much the one to watch at the moment on 93. Captain leading from the front. 2 overs remaining.
Yeah, but Eva Gray's going to be completing her quota. She hands her cap to the umpire. 246. I think I said, did I say 250?
I think you did.
I did say 250.
Spot on.
Sounds like I know what I'm talking about.
Be a cricket commentator.
Sounds like I played cricket. Or it's just a completely random guess. Who knows? I'll take credit. No, 250 would be what Hampshire would at least have in mind for.
The ponytail has been adjusted.
I told you. Every over, the ponytail gets adjusted for Eva Gray, and that's when you know she's ready to start the over.
Yeah.
As soon as the ponytail is sorted, she's having a word with Grace Scrivens, her skipper, about the field right now, and she's decided what she wants. Scrivens is just looks like she's like, "Are you okay? Are you sure that's what you want?" And they're ready to go. As Eva's in now, and this one doesn't go where Nancy Harmon wanted it to, but it's gone down towards long on for a single. She actually shaped up to go into the offside, but bottom hand comes through a bit early, and that just takes the ball across. Scrivens again having a word with Gray. And she makes her way back to the top of the mark. She's ready. She turns and she goes again. There's no time wasting here. As in comes Eva Gray now, and this one's a wide delivery outside the off stump, and that's driven through all the way towards the boundary. That's very wide there, and Georgia Adams is able to reach into it. She leans into it, and that brings up 250 runs on the board for Hampshire. Georgia Adams plays a beautiful shot. She, I believe, moves on to 97.
Your maths hasn't failed you, Nikki. You're still on point there.
They actually paid attention at university. Didn't study economics for no reason. As in comes Eva Gray now, back of a length. Adams dabs that beats diving fielder at point. Will it go all the way again to the boundary? Yes. It does! And that's a boundary to bring up her century in Hampshire colours here at the Utilita Bowl. A brilliant knock of 101 from 125 from the skipper, Georgia Adams. She raises both arms. She celebrates in style.
That was lovely. A big hug between her and Norgrove in the Harmon in the middle there. You could see as Adams ran through there, she just thought, yeah, whipped off the helmet, absolutely soaking the applause, and the crowd at the Utilita Bowl really giving her a huge round of applause. But it does seem that there is an injury down on the boundary, that ball went through from the Essex.
Yeah, it looks like Cordelia Griffiths is on the floor. She doesn't look to be in too much comfort. Yeah, she looks very
the physio was very quick round her, as was the substitute fielder and 2 fielders on there. They ran quite over, and I think we were slightly distracted by Georgia Adams' 100 coming up, that we just looked away, and I don't think she is sitting up now, so hopefully not too badly injured. But there has been 2 Essex players gone off the field very early on, and now another. She is up on her feet. The wave to say we're going to have some water, but I think we're going to have the substitute fielder possibly coming on.
Yeah, I think she's
up on her feet. She's adjusting her ponytail. I think she's going to put her hat back on.
Well, what a way to get to 100 as well.
Yeah.
Absolutely brilliant knock there from Georgia Adams. It's a first century of the season for Hampshire, and what a way to do it in style. Come out into the middle when your team's in a little bit of a pickle.
Yeah, we've got a substitute fielder on at the moment.
Yeah, and actually
Cordelia Griffiths just goes off.
First century in Hampshire colours in the new domestic structure here in the UK. She was representing the Vipers, but this year as the women's game aligned with the men's counties and counties teams that we have up and down the country in Hampshire colours, it's her first century.
Yeah, she will be absolutely thrilled with that. You could see the relief and the joy in her face as she ran through. She was sort of facing us as she came through, and yeah, truly thrilled. She raised her bat and soaked in the applause that was absolutely well deserved.
Yeah, a century from her today. Her sister scored a century for Sussex last week.
Amazing.
Yeah, Molly Adams, her younger sister, playing for Sussex, who's in Tier 2. Here's Eva Gray in now to Adams again.
Oh, she's been bowled.
No, she hasn't.
No?
Nope, she looks to open the face of the bat and run it down fine, but she misses it, and she was nearly out of her crease. Amara Carr went for a stumping, but she made it back just in time. She's ready to go again. She's actually taken an off-stump guard here now. She's shuffled across. As Gray is in now, and she again beats the fielder at extra cover, and this is driven through the offside for another boundary. And Hampshire absolutely cruising here. 3 boundaries in this over. They move on to 259 for 5. Into the 49th over. Eva Gray is ready to go to complete her spell at the top of her mark for what should be the final ball. She's ready to go. Adams on strike. She's on 105. And this one's a wide delivery. It's been signalled by the umpire. So 260 on the board now.
Georgia Adams bringing up her 100. That is her 4th List A 100. The first was for Southern Vipers. She had 2 for Sussex, and today, so as you say, her first in Hampshire colours, but her 4th in List A cricket.
Here's Gray in now, and Adams drives through the offside to point its misfielder, so they'll be able to come back for 2. That's well run. And that's going to conclude the end of the 49th over. Hampshire 262 for 5.
Absolutely, and it will bring up the final over of this innings. We've had 49 so far this morning. Started at 10:30, and it's now 1:30. So they've been out on the field for a good long while. I think they'll all be ready for a little break. Hampshire are 262 for 5. Does look as though Jodie Grewcock is going to come in from the hotel end towards the pavilion for the final ball of the over. The Hampshire batswomen just having a final little chat as the field adjusts around them. Maybe just deciding exactly what they're going to do here. Obviously hoping to get Adams on strike for as much as possible. But she's brought up that 100 now, so she'll be pleased. Just trying to get those last few runs to take the Hampshire score on as far as possible.
Amara Card is adjusting the field. Mid-wickets just come a tad straighter.
And Grucock is in. Bowls. And that's pulled to leg side, down to long on. They think about 2, but they decide against.
Yeah, uses her feet and then kind of just like tennis-like cross-bats that shot down towards long on. Brings Adams back onto strike.
Grucock in, waste no time. Again, pulls that through into leg side. Runs down to deep mid-wicket. They'll just go for the 1. Harman back on strike. No time wasted here. Grucock is ready to come in. Bowls over the wicket. This time driven all the way down through, and that will beat the fielder and it will go for 4 down at long off. That was a fantastic shot there by Harman.
It's a lovely shot there by Nancy Harman down the ground, full strength. Beautifully played.
That brings up Hampshire 268 for 5. I think the captains obviously said, yeah, go on, go for them. Only got 1 over left. And let it rip. As Harman stays on strike. 3 balls remaining of this innings. In over the wicket, shorter delivery this time. Pull down to the leg side, they'll run for 2 as it was a slight misfield out on the boundary. It's well run by both Hampshire women. Positive, aggressive running. Grucock in, waste no time. Fuller delivery this time. Played straight down to deep mid-wicket again. They run for 1, but they think about it.
I don't know what that was.
Yeah, I don't know. It was almost as if we get like feedback from something, but I don't know. It's gone now, but we had like a sharp ringing in the ears, so sorry if you could hear that. And the final ball of the innings for Essex comes in. And it's driven all the way down to long off. There will be a fielder there. So they'll run for 1. They're going to go for 2. And the Essex women, quite frankly, have let them have that. So that brings up the Hampshire total of 273 for 5 after 50 overs.
Absolutely brilliant there from Hampshire. A brilliant innings there from the skipper, Georgia Adams, 110 from 130 deliveries. Nancy Harman ends with 10 off 8. And the players make their way off now for the break. So Hampshire have set Essex a target of 274 runs to get in their innings. And we'll just quickly run you through what happened in the first innings. Well, Hampshire were put into bat. Maya Boucher and Ella McCaughan opened the batting for Hampshire. They looked in fine touch until Kate Kopak got the wicket of Maya Boucher bowled. And then, unfortunately, within 7 runs of that, we lost the wicket of Charlie Knott. She went for a duck. And then we had a brilliant partnership between Georgia Adams and Ella McCaughan. They had a partnership of 72 runs until McCaughan fell LBW to McSood. And that brought Rihanna Southby out into the middle. She scored a fabulous 61 from 74. She had a brilliant partnership with Georgia Adams of 114, if my maths is not mistaken. And after Southby fell at 218 for 4, we lost the next wicket of Hampshire, 244 for 5, with Abby Norgrove going. So small partnerships being built, some big partnerships being built throughout the innings. And, well, Hampshire recovered very well after some 2 early wickets falling in their innings. And they finished this one, 273 for 5. The skipper, Georgia Adams, leading from the front, 110 from 130. Looking at wickets, well, it was 2 for Kate Kopak, and it's 1 apiece for Sophia Smale and McSood. And now as the players make their way off, some of them coming up already to get themselves ready for the second half of this game, we'll take a short break and be back with you at 2:10 for Essex's return in this chase. A lot of chirp from the Hampshire women out in the field, and rightly so. They've got a good score on the board. 274 is the target for Essex. Grace Scrivens, their skipper, opening the batting. She's tall in her stance, bat pretty much facing the sky, and this one's down the leg side from Bell, and it's going to be a wide, so Essex open their account. Have one on the board. Just look at the field for you as well. For the left-hander, we've got a slip, gully, point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. We also have a third, completely out of my sight, below us, under the gantry. In runs Bell now, a bit of width, and Scrivens looks to play it off the back foot. That misses the bat and goes through to Southby with the gloves. Nice decent crowd here at the Utilita Bowl today as well. Sunny Sunday. If you're listening to us on the Hampshire Cricket live stream, good afternoon. If you're listening to us on BBC Solent, then good afternoon to you too as well. Or you might be listening to us from your smart speaker. As in comes Bell now, and Scrivens clips this one off the legs into the leg side. She'll go for a single, and it will only be a single, so she opens her account with the bat, and Essex have 2 on the board. Lizzie McCaughan on to strike for her first delivery of the innings. Not much of a change in the field, just Gully comes out and goes to second slip instead. As Bell runs in. Now McCaughan is forward and lets this one go through to Southby. Lauren Bell providing some seam experience for Hampshire. Adams and Boucher in the slips. As Bell reaches the top of her mark, turns and is ready to go again. And this one is played off the front foot, just opens the face of the bat slightly, and there is no run. As the ball goes into what would have been gully, but there is no gully. Glorious sunny afternoon. The sun has not reached the gantry yet, which is good. Otherwise we'd be burning up here, no matter how hot or cold it is. The sun's always pretty strong. As this one's played off the back foot down towards deep cover, and that will be a single. And that opens the account for Lizzie McCaughan as well. Quick, swift end of over change around. And it's going to be Freya Davis from the hotel end to open things up for Hampshire. Puts her marker by her run-up. And of course, you're listening to live commentary right here on the BBC, on Hampshire Cricket's live stream. I'm Nikki Chowdhury. I'm joined alongside Amelia Clark. Amelia, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Nikki. Good lunch as Davies comes in. Right arm over the wicket, of course. Quite short there. Played offside. He'll be held for no run there. Got Scrivens in at the bowl as well with Lizzie McCaughan. Freya Davies just having a little chat with Lauren Bell about the ball. She takes up top of a mark. begins her run up again. Right arm over the wicket, past the umpire. Bowls again. This one scurries down into leg side. There is a roving fielder, but they're not going to get there, and that is going to go for 4. Square the wicket. Good use of the opening power play. Unfortunately, Davies just left that just a little bit leg side. Scrivens, McLeod even was able to utilise that. So Somerset, Essex on 7 for no loss. Davies in again. Bowls. Well left there. I'm McLeod. Carried through to Southby in the wicket-keeping gloves. Lauren Bell just shining the ball a little. Lauren Davies. She stands at the top of her mark. Lots of encouraging shouts from the Hampshire women in the field. Davies in again. Balls. Good line this time, played offside. In behind was McLeod. Still 7 off the off so far, no loss. 4 off this over, just the 1 boundary from Davies. Should be looking to get that first wicket. And she's standing at the top of her mark. In again, builds her pace. Bowls. Oh, a big shout for LBW, but no interest from Davies. Mainly shout coming from the slip and Rona Southby from behind the stumps. They thought they saw something. Davies and the umpire didn't. Final ball. Davies as she comes in. Top of her mark. Turns to face. Running away from us at the hotel end. She's going to be in past the umpire. Right arm over. Bowls. Slightly shorter. Worked into the offside. That was played off the back foot. There are 2 fielders chasing. I don't think they're quite going to get there as that's beaten down in deep cover. And that's gone for 4. A little bit too short. And Scrivens making her pay.
Yeah, I can't be bowling too short or giving too much width on this surface out here. It's absolutely freebie to the batter.
Absolutely. So that is end of the over. It's 11 for no loss after 2 overs for Essex. Scrivens is on 1. McLeod is on 2. At 9, not 2.
I say, Amelia, you brought some treats for us, and they are absolutely delicious.
Thank you.
You brought some brownies, and I think I need to get the recipe for these because these are amazing.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Yeah, I baked them on Friday. Yeah, Friday. But they last well, the brownies. I feel like they get better after they're a little bit. If they've been around a while, not a while. You know, like after.
Are you sure you made them on Friday?
No, I did. I promise. I promise I did.
Here's Lauren Bell into Grace Scrivens, who's forward and looks to turn that into the leg side. It's gone to mid wicket, no run.
It's a bit like lasagna. It's better in the day after because everything gets to like settle a bit more.
I just don't like lasagna.
How can you not like lasagna?
I don't know. I just don't like the texture.
Do you know what? I never used to like lasagna, and then suddenly I got into it. It was a really odd thing. I was exactly the same. I couldn't stand it when I was younger. And then I was suddenly like...
just the texture of it.
I know what you mean.
Not a fan. It's like cottage pie. Ugh.
Oh yeah, no, I'm with you on that. Anything cottage cheese related is not good.
Here comes Bell in to Scrivens now, who again turns this round the corner towards fine leg. Will come through for the single.
Yeah, Bell bowling really well. Bowled well at Arundel, took 2 big wickets. Talked to Kevin James and I after the match about how she changed her bowling stride and sort of the way she does it while also playing for England.
How did she manage that? Tell us a bit more.
I will after this part. I will.
Here's Bell now in to McLeod.
Yeah,
she's played into the leg side for a single.
She spoke very openly about the fact that sort of before the season she was having a little bit of pain in her back, quite a lot of pain, and it was sort of suggested that she changed her bowling sort of motion. And yeah, while she was playing for England, she said instead of thinking about what kind of ball she was going to bowl next, she was thinking about keeping her back foot on the floor and making sure she did X, Y, and Z. And she said for an England bowler, you don't normally get that.
She's in again now, and this one played off the back foot by Scrivens down towards deep point. Actually beats the fielder, and that's gone all the way towards the boundary for a 4.
Yeah, Essex have started well here, taking advantage of maybe some slightly shorter, slightly wider balls from the Hampshire girls, and got off the mark quickly.
Yeah, they don't want to be giving them too many easy runs up front here. Yes, Belly is what's being said around the ground. And in she runs to the left-hander. Right arm over the wicket. And that's played into the leg side for no run off the front foot by Scrivens.
Slight change in field here. I think that's Maya Boucher coming into a very short position there. I mean, I have to admit, when we were playing at Arundel, Hampshire, against Durham, we would nickname her the Wall of Maya Boucher. Her fielding was exceptional. Nothing got past her. It was absolutely amazing.
Here's Bellin now. Scrivens. Ooh, beautiful ball. Beats the back. Goes through to Southby. A little bit of movement. And that will conclude the end of the third over. Essex is 17 for no loss.
Yeah, Lauren Bell just proving why she is an England bowler. Absolutely brilliant ball. Dead to the stumps there, making Scrivens play the ball. Making her say, well, you've got to play this. If not, I'm coming through to those stumps. Freya Davies is going to take up the bowl again at the hotel end. Just having a quick chat with Georgia Adams and Lauren Bell. Just below us here. Maybe just thinking about, are we going to change the field? Maybe just move a couple of people. No one's moved yet. There's still discussion ongoing. Lauren Bell's going to take up her position at mid-off. And we'll see during the power play, she's within the ring. Normally she'll then be pushed out to mid-off or mid-on. She did a lot of work down there when we were playing, when Hampshire were playing at Arundel. Busy day. I'm going to have a slight change. Extra cover is going over to a square leg. Davies is just standing at the top of her mark. And she begins her run up in. She's right arm over the wicket. Bowls good length. Unfortunately misses the fielder there, but there is one at mid-on to hold them at 1. Otherwise that was running away for 4. It was well held. Yeah, that was Charlie not just diving and not quite being able to reach it, but it was a good dive, good attempt. Davies again, just walking to the top of her mark at the hotel end here as she begins to run up in. Past the umpire, she bowls. Shorter length delivery, worked into the offside. That's beat the fielder there at cover, and that's gone for 4. That was well struck by McCleod. I hope I'm saying that right. Apologies if I'm not. I'm dyslexic, that's always my excuse. But yeah, she struck that really well. Saw that coming a while off, as I say, it was just a bit too short from Davies.
Yeah, it was a lovely shot. Yeah, McCleod, 4 games, 4 innings. She's scored 51 runs so far this season.
Davies at the top of her mark. The field waits. McCleod on strike. Davies is in. Good line this time, straight back to her. She does the fielding herself. That was really straight into the feet of McCleod, making her play the ball. Much better length as well. Should be happy with that one. McCleod is on 14 of 13 deliveries. Scrivens is on 6 off of 8. Essex are on 21 without loss, so this is the exact point where Hampshire lost their first, no, not quite, got a few more balls, but around now is when they lost their first wicket. Davies in, leg side, he won't run. Yes, Hampshire lost their first wicket of Maya Bouchier at 25 for 1. She'd scored 21 runs, so she was definitely beginning to fly away, and they just managed to stop that before it got too much. Davies in again, stands at the top facing the pavilion. She's in past the umpire, and this time it's just popped up in front. It's a little bit of a higher ball from McCloud. Managed to push it into the floor. Just goes to leg side. Field resets. Still very much within this power play. 7 overs left before they can move a few fielders out of the ring that surrounds the wicket. Davies in. What's the umpire? Bowles, good line there. Played leg side. And it's run down to the fielder. They think about 2. Not been signalled as a wide, so Scrivens obviously got just a little bit of bat on that. It beat Rihanna Southby. And that's the end of the over. 22 for no loss. Scrivens on 6, McCloud on 15. And Lauren Bell will bowl again from the pavilion end.
She will. She's making her way to the top of the mark. She's having a word with Freya Davis as well. Exchanging notes. She'll be bowling to McCloud. 2 slips in place. As in runs Bell now from the pavilion end. This one is only signalled a leg by. Oh no, it isn't. It's come off the bat and it's run down fine before. Essex move under 26 for no loss.
A good start from Essex. So yeah, this was about the point now. Hampshire lost Maya Bouchier. They'll be looking to strike early, inflict the same pain on Essex that they inflicted on them. Essex are standing strong though. McCloud and Scrivens, good partnership forming.
Bell into McCloud. From the pavilion end, she's in, and this one's down the leg side and will be a wide. Encouragement around the ground. Effects Mike is picking up on some claps.
Yeah, there's still a good crowd in today, this beautiful sunny Sunday. Scattered and mottled all around the ground. Pick of your seat wherever you fancy.
Here's Bell once again. This one's blocked out by McCloud, and Bell doesn't get a hand to it, but it's not going to be costly at all.
The wind is definitely coming from our left. You can see the pavilion, the blackout sheet there, that's not moving, but the flags to our left and the trees just out by the nursery ground and preceding golf course, they're definitely fluttering, so it must be cutting across the wicket just in that opening between the Colin Mackenzie Ingleby stand and ourselves at the hotel end.
Oh, shorter ball there, and McCloud looks to guide it up and over, but that misses the bat and goes through to Southby.
A good change in length there from Bell and pace, making McCloud think.
McCloud analyses, takes a look at the field. And in runs Bell now. McCloud forward, solid in defence.
You can tell that line is very straight because the ball is coming just directly back at Lauren Bell almost before she's finished her sort of follow-through run. The ball's back on top of her. Good line, good pace. Keep it up, Lauren Bell. So Essex on 27 for no loss. McCloud is on 19, Scrivens on 6. McCloud still on strike.
In runs bell now, shorter delivery, and again McCloud looks to take this one up and over. She's been given the warning. That's one for the over. We did kind of loop over at that one. It wasn't as targeted as the previous.
Well, it's definitely the Hampshire attack of maybe just trying to get her to just clip something on that, carry through to slip. 2 in place.
Here we go. Here's Berlin once again. McCloud forward and defends to conclude the end of the over. 5 overs gone. Essex are 27 for no loss.
Yeah, they've only had 5 overs faced so far, so they're doing very well. Their current run, the required run rate is 5.5. Their required is 5.4. So their current run rate, so they're very much on top of the run rate that they need to be on. Freya Davies, I think, is going to be back in the hotel end, bowling towards the pavilion. Just having a change in field, giving a hat to the umpire. Both Essex batswomen are in the middle, just having a bit of a chat, just assessing the field, assessing how it's gone for the first 5 overs here. Hampshire field spreads out again. We've got a square leg, mid-wicket, mid-on, cover, and 1 slip in place within the ring. We've also got a mid-on and a mid-off. Davies, I think, is going to come around the wicket this time. Maybe just try something a bit new. As she comes in. Bowls good length this time, straight back at her. That's going running past both mid-on and mid-off, so I think that's going to go for 4. Yeah, they haven't been able to get there, unfortunately. Lauren Bell went chasing, but it was a good shot there by Scrivens, and it ran away through the feet of Davies.
Oh, it's a lovely looking shot there by Scrivens. Down the ground, full face of the bat. Well timed. She'll be happy with that.
Absolutely. Yeah, slightly shorter boundary at either end rather than out to their left and right. The off and leg sides have got quite a deep boundary. Maybe an easier one as Davies comes in around the wicket, right arm over. This time quite wide, but able to get a little bit of bat on straight to my Bouchier. Square leg. Essex 31 for no loss. Scrivens moves to 10. Off 10, so had 1 of all so far. It's 2:30. We've got a cut off at 5:15. Okay, so they've got a good amount of time to get through these 50 overs. Sure, after the power play we'll also see some spin, so they'll speed up even more. Davies standing at the top of her mark, not quite happy as she begins now. The bowl's good line. Big shout for LBW, but only really from Southby, so no interest there from the umpire. That went off to the offside, let us square the wicket. And that is the bit of a change in field here. Deciding, I think she's going to come back over the wicket.
Yeah, she will. The right-hander's back on strike now.
Yep. There she stands top of her mark. And she begins again. Balls, good length. Work leg side. Going out square of the wicket. They go for 2. They are going to get 2. McCloud back on strike. Ball's worked all the way back through the field. Back to Davies. Back to Lauren Bell, who will shine the ball. Give her fellow seam bowler a bit of encouragement. Davies at the top of her mark again. This time over the wicket once more. She's in. Bowls. Shorter delivery. And that just managed.
A bit of a bottom edge going into the leg side.
And no run scored. 34 for nothing, our Essex. No loss so far. done well to face two very good seam bowlers in Hampshire side, Lauren Bell and Freya Davies. Davies 1 ball left of the over. And in she comes. Slightly slower run up, but she bowls. Much fuller delivery, good line there. Right at the feet.
Nailed that, Yorker.
Yeah. And that's the end of the over. Essex on 34, Scrivens on 10, McCaughan on 21.
Yeah, Bell, hands are umpire to the hands are hat to the umpire. It's been a long day.
And it's not over yet. Only 4 overs left of the power play.
Yeah, Bell going to be bowling to Scrivens. That's an extremely high bat lift already in her stance, Scrivens. As Bella's in and beats the bat, looking to make space, goes through to Southby with the gloves.
Lauren Bell sort of talking to herself as she comes back there, maybe not totally happy with something in that last bowl, or maybe just annoyed. She doesn't seem too bad though, she's laughing. Yeah, maybe just seeing it as a bit of a missed opportunity as it went through. I'm sure she'll shake it off by the time she gets to the top of her mark.
In comes Bell now. This is pushed into the offside by Scrivens. There is no run taken.
Lauren Bell sort of just wiping her hands exactly on the floor where the crease is, maybe just trying to get a bit of dirt on the on her hands just to make the ball spin a little bit and maybe turn on the floor when it comes through. Essex still on 34 for no loss.
In comes Bell now. Shorter delivery pulled away by Scrivens. She's picked that one up.
There was a misfield there on the boundary, but deep mid-wicket was able to stop that.
Yeah, just the single.
Came at her quite quick and then managed to sort of block and chase after it. Didn't go for the boundary though, that was the main thing. That's Nancy Harmon down on the boundary at deep mid-wicket.
Bell to McCloud. One slip in place for the right-hander. As this one's left alone outside the off stump.
That was a really nice line from Bell. You can see she's definitely on form coming in, proving why she's an England bowler. She said to Kevin and I after the Arundel game, she's been able to change that bowling stride and motion, and she's no longer in pain, which is a huge win for her. I think she can bowl even more deliveries.
In comes Bell now on this one. Outside the off stump. I'm not sure if she actually left that purposefully or that just beat the bat, but it's gone through to Southby with the gloves.
So elsewhere in the Metrobank One Day Cup, Durham and Warwickshire are playing. Durham need 220 runs to win 44 overs with 9 wickets remaining. Lancashire in the blaze. Lancashire women need 178 off 42 with 10 wickets remaining. They held blaze at 222 all out.
This one off the back foot, played down towards deep cover. Will the ball go all the way?
Yeah.
Yes, the ball does. It's a boundary for Essex. That's well timed off the back foot by Lizzie McCloud. And Essex move on to 39 for no loss at the end of 7.
And Somerset and Surrey are still playing actually. I think was there a bit of a delay there with the rain, I think. And Surrey women are 296 for 6 with just over 1 over remaining. So a huge score there they've managed to put down. And the Hampshire men are also in play in Nottinghamshire. Hampshire need 483 runs to win in their second innings. So a big task ahead of those the boys up there.
Change in bowling from the hotel end as well. Lindsay Smith is going to be coming into the attack. She's going to be bowling some spin. They've been very quick to get spin on here, Hampshire.
They have, yeah. We're still within the power play. Essex 39 without loss. She'll be coming from the hotel end, running towards the pavilion. Got Scrivens on strike. She's coming left arm over the wicket, played into the leg side, just blocked nicely. Mid wicket will field that for no run. Scrivens on 11. Straight away, top of her mark. Smith's in. Wastes no time. Bowls again. This time pushed well into the offside, but stopped nicely by Lauren Bell at mid-off. Still no run. Good start from Smith. She bowls slightly shorter this time. Bowls straight back to her. Lindsay Smith does a lot of her own fielding when she bowls.
I mean, just bowling right line because the ball's being hit back to her.
Just does that there. In again. Much shorter this time. Goes for the sweep into the offside. I think that is going to go for 4. It wasn't perfectly hit, but there was enough on it to make it run the whole way. As there was only one fielder out there. They were currently at deep cover, and it kind of went through to a deep backward point. So that's 4 for Scrivens. Moves her on to 15. Total for Essex 43 without loss. Smith stands ready. Over the wicket. Into the leg side. It missed Georgia Adams at mid-on, but mid-wicket was able to come around and cover. In again comes Smith. This time worked a little bit wider, but deep mid-wicket's able to come and field.
End of the over. Will we have a change in bowling from the pavilion end as well, I wonder?
Essex 44 without loss, only after 8 overs. They've had a flying start. They are on their required run rate. God, that's a bit of a tongue twister. It's late in the day. The required run rate. Too many R's for my mouth. Looks like Bell may still stay bowling from the pavilion end. She wants to give it another go. Try and find that breakthrough, break up this partnership. 44 runs, Scrivens and McLeod. Scrivens on 16, McLeod on 25, making a total of 44. They have not lost a wicket yet, have Essex?
Here comes Bell into Scrivens now. Off the back foot, looks to make room again. That goes straight to point.
They thought about running, just as it was a slight misfield there by Lindsay Smith, but she was able to get control of it. Lots of encouragement again coming from the Hampshire women. Stands at the top of her mark, just outside of the internal ring for the power play. Begins again over the wicket, running towards us. Work leg side, held for no run. Good line. Scrivens was able to just chip that out, but my Boucher was there. Bell takes the very long walk back to the top of her mark. Has a quick chat with the captain. And she's in again.
From the pavilion, and she runs in towards us. Scrivens ready, awaits, and also short ball, and she looks to pull, and then very last minute I think she decides against it. So, oh, it's been signalled a wide.
Yeah, actually, I think she's getting another slight warning from the umpire.
See, I completely side with the bowler here, because if I am skilled enough to bowl fast, and I can bowl a bouncer that goes over someone's head,
it's not my fault.
I will be bowling them.
Yeah.
And then to have a limit on how many you can bowl. If that's going to work and they're not going to score runs off me, why would I not?
Absolutely. Yeah, I think that was...
the rule is not fair on a bowler.
Yeah, that had some pace on it coming at Lauren Bell. She
that's tucked round the corner for a single.
Put some venom on that one. Essex.
Because you don't see many fast bowlers in the women's game. There's not everyone who bowls fast can bowl a bouncer that goes past your head. And if you do have the skill and the bandwidth to do it, then why not?
Absolutely.
I would just bowl them 6 balls out if I had the ability, but clearly
and that's probably why the rule's in place.
If you're not going to score runs though.
Absolutely, that's the seamer's job there to do.
Back of a length off the back foot by McCaughan, and that's gone into the offside.
Not quite the start Hampshire would have wanted. 46 for no loss at Essex. Bowlers really still trying to find that first break up in the partnership. Scrivens on 17, McCaughan on 25. They seem to be comfortable out there. That is not what Hampshire would have wanted.
Yeah, I think Hampshire would have liked to have had an early breakthrough.
Absolutely. I mean, in there, at this point in the game, we were 2 batsmen down.
Bell in, and McCaughan forward pushes it to mid-off for no run.
Yeah, Essex well past the 32 for 2 that Hampshire lost Charlie not at. It's a very warm day. I can imagine if you're down in the stands, it's the kind of time when you have a bit of an afternoon nap. Can't you imagine?
Have you ever had a nap at the cricket?
I haven't, because I'm too scared I'm going to fall asleep into too deep sleep and get burnt. A little doze, maybe.
This one's pushed to mid-on by McCaughan for no run. Off the front foot. That will conclude the over. 9 overs gone, 46 for no loss, Essex.
Yeah, concise over there from Lauren Bell. She'll be a little bit frustrated she hasn't been able to find the wicket, but there's still a long way to go. We've not even out of the power play yet. Still 41 overs remaining. And it looks like Lindsay Smith may come back into bowl at the hotel end.
Yeah, she's continuing.
Yeah. Scrivens on 17, McCaughan on 25, making a total of 46 for not out. After just 9 overs, this is the final over in the power play. Lindsay Smith looking to capitalise here. Scrivens facing on strike up at the pavilion end. Smith bowls. Right leg side. A run through for 1. Wasn't a hurried one. And ball works its way back to Lindsay Smith. She's now going to go around the wicket. Just adjusting the field slightly. George Radden's captain in at cover. Bowl comes in. It's a good line. And she's been bowled. What a fantastic ball from Lindsay Smith. It was a slightly slower one. It just turned in to the leg. Hampshire, a huge relief. McCaughan departs the field on 25. And Hampshire have the breakthrough that they've been looking for.
Yeah, brilliant delivery there from Lindsay Smith. Slightly quicker, flatter delivery, and McCaughan with not much foot movement there. And that finds the gap, and she'll be on her way now. 25 from 32. First breakthrough for Hampshire.
And McCaughan departs on 25 runs, so she was starting similar to Mybush actually for the Hampshire innings. She was just starting to get that progression, starting to get that momentum, and Lindsay Smith struck just when Hampshire needed her to. Captain Scrivens waits in the middle. Incoming batsman as they walk slowly in. Looks like it's going to be Gardner, and that is Jo Gardner. So she comes in as the 3rd batswoman for Essex. I didn't quite catch what the announcement said there. I think it was due to an injury. She's been moved up the order. I don't know who has been injured, so we will try and find out.
Cordelia Griffiths was injured, wasn't she?
Yes, that may be why, yes, because there was 2 fielding injuries.
It is Gardner out there in the middle now.
Lindsay Smith will continue her over
From her guard.
from this, the hotel end. She's going to be around the wicket again. And she goes to, no, this is just blocked back into the offside. It was a good line from Lindsay. Gardner just finding her feet, checking her line, checking her middle stump. In again from Smith. Well in behind. Comes trailing all the way back to Lindsay Smith down the same line. Essex 47 for 1. Gardner yet to get off the mark. She's in around the wicket. Played it back to her as well. A little bounce before it did. Still yet to get off the mark. Lindsay Smith holding her. No runs. And again, no. Well, straight to Georgia Adams there at cover in the offside. Gardner yet to get off the mark, but that's the end of the over. A round of applause for Lindsay Smith as she managed to take her first wicket in that over of McCloud. And we'll have bowling changing ends once again. Up to the pavilion end. Essex 47 for 1.
Bell is going to be continuing from the pavilion end.
Yeah, she wants that first. She wants that next wicket.
Of course. She'll be looking for that.
Don't forget you can still contact us, solentcricket@gmail.com. If you do, please either say women's cricket or address it to Amelia and Nikki, because Kevin James is off at Nottinghamshire. He's using the same email address, so I don't want to get any confusion. But please do contact us. You can also tweet us or X us.
Bell into Scrivens now, who off the back foot works this into the gap. And we'll go for a single. Wants to come back for the 2, but then she's like, maybe not.
Yeah, Solent Sport on X. You can tweet us. Monitoring that. And Nikki, you have an X as well, don't you?
I do. It's just my name, Nikki Chowdhury, but with the Nikki's with a double K I, as opposed to any other ways how one might spell Nikki. Don't put a Y at the end, please. Just don't. Here's Bell. In now, and this one down the leg side, it's going to be a wide.
It's just getting a bit glarier out there today. I feel like the sun is bouncing off the peaks of the pavilion.
It'll be bouncing off us soon.
Yeah.
Oh, it's still not here yet, so it's
Don't
here.
count your chickens yet. It's creeping. I can see it just creeping at our feet, but still enjoying the shade up here in the camera gantry at the hotel.
Here comes Bell, and Gardner's forward in defence.
Another great stop there from Maya Bouchier. The wall fielding that is her. Hampshire haven't pushed too many out into the boundary, only 2 on the boundary at the moment. Still very tight into the ring, sort of power play-esque.
Here's Bell in again. Gardner goes to pull off the front foot, and that's going to go all the way down towards the boundary by where the ground staff are, and that is 4 added to Essex's total, and that takes them to 50 runs on the board, 53 for 1.
Absolutely. Yeah, it was well done there, bit of a gap, and Scrivens just attacked it. Troy Gardner attacked it.
Going at 5 and over, 5 required rate of 5.5, so they're pretty much on track here.
Absolutely. Essex 53 for 1.
Bell in once again, and this one's defended by Gardner.
Hampshire need her to find a way through break up this opening order, maybe especially get Captain Scrivens out in some way. But Scrivens equally doing very well out there, leading her team. She's on 19 of 25 deliveries.
Bell makes her way through past his umpire Treadwell. This one's down the leg side, another wide. She bought a few wides, has Lauren Bell.
Yeah, it's quite uncharacteristic of her, actually.
Fifth wide?
I think so. I mean, the second of this over, which is, yeah, very unusual for her.
Well, she makes her way back now, turns, looks ahead at her target. Is ready to go. Gardner taps her back, waits. It's forward and plays this into the leg side as she closes the face of the bat.
That will be the end of the over.
Got one more ball.
Oh, sorry, yeah, of course, because
The sun's blurred it.
Yes.
Don't worry, I was about to make the same mistake earlier. Then I counted. I was like, oh, maybe not.
Oh, yes, if I look on my screen, I can see that now.
Here we go, Bell in to Gardner. And that one we played into the leg side. I believe that's come off the glove. Oh, no, it's come off a pad. Yes, it's been signalled a leg bye. That will be the end of the over. 11 overs gone. Essex are 55 for 1.
Yeah, Essex, strong start. Strong start. They did lose McCloud at 47 for 1, bowled by Smith. A brilliant bowl. Took out a leg stump. But they've since, even then, only a couple of overs ago, moved the score on, 55 for 1. And Smith, wicket taker, comes back to continue her bowling from the hotel end. Lots of shouts of encouragement after a quick chat with Captain Georgia Adams. Comes around the wicket, back to her, but it will go to mid-off. No run scored. Lauren Bell, busy down at mid-off. In again, waste no time is Smith. Good line this time. This time instead picks out mid-on for Freya Davies. Mid-off, mid-on. You can see where she's aiming. Smith just making it difficult for her. She comes in again. This time blocked square of the wicket, offside. They run for 1. And Scrivens moves on to 19. Gardner on 5. Essex on 56 for 1. Because of the left-hander. Smith moves across. Moves over the wicket. It was going down leg side, so it's gone chasing. Scrivens has managed to get a little ball on it. Southby's gone absolutely chasing after it. Ditched a glove on the way. And
I love how Joanna
South.
Southby basically turns into another fielder.
She does, yeah.
As soon as the ball's not to be taken by her, she's off.
Yeah.
Like, oh, let me go become fine leg. Let me go become.
Absolutely.
And she's off.
What I love
She's like in 2 and 1.
It was the abandonment of the big glove of just like, no, I don't need this anymore. can't pick up the ball with it, so I'll throw it off mid-run. And Smith comes in again to Scrivens, who's down's waiting. Played straight back to Lindsay Smith. Looked like it stung a bit, 'cause she did drop it after she blocked it, but no run scored. 2 balls left of the over. She comes in, bowls. Good line this time. Square of the wicket, offside. And that's the ball will work its way through the field. And the field will change over for the right-hander. As everyone scurries around. Well, that is the end of the over. Sorry, my screen is very much behind.
Yeah, well, there's going to be a change in bowling now from the pavilion end. We're going to have spin from both ends. It looks like the skipper is going to be bowling some off-spin herself, Georgia Adams.
Took her first wicket of the season in the last game against Arundel. On a very good spell at the moment is Georgia Adams. Just scored a century in this last innings.
be spin from both ends. And Jo Gardner is going to be on strike. She's on 5.
The run rate has just dropped off ever so slightly, but I don't think Essex will be too worried about it. Required is 5.7. They're currently on 4.8, but
in comes Adams now. This one's going to be wide down the leg side. And a few wides from Hampshire.
yeah, they just need to tighten that up slightly. Don't let those leak through.
Adams in now, straighted delivery. That's sort of tennis forehand by Gardner to mid-on. No run is taken. Again, Adams in, and this one defended by Gardner off the front foot to mid-on.
The wind is definitely picking up around the ground. I can very much feel it up here in the commentary box. Trees to our left are really, they're no longer swaying.
Off the back foot, Gardner hits this uppishly, just short of mid-wicket. She'd actually looked to turn that around the corner. Went a bit early on it. And this one played down the ground, lofted.
Oh,
That's going to be safe, but it's not going to go all the way. They'll come back for a couple of runs.
Lauren Bell thought she might be able to just get under that and take it as a catch, but unfortunately it was just beating her slightly. A thumbs up at the attempt from her captain.
Adams in, skips through, flatter delivery off the back foot. Gardner plays down towards deep cover for a single.
Essex on 62 for 1. Moving along at quite the rate.
She's going to go round the wicket now, Georgia Adams, to the left-hander. Right arm round. As she skips in. On this one, just gets a thickish outer edge from Scrivens and runs down towards third. And I believe that has gone all the way. It has. There's no one there to protect it. That's 4 runs to end the over. 13 overs gone. Essex are 66 for 1.
And we'll come back up to the hotel end. We'll see who's going to come in. Most likely Smith will come back to bowl from this end again. Finzi Smith. Yep, she is. Just adjusting the field. She looks ready. The Essex women are still having a chat in the middle. Just testing her line. Making sure her field is set just how she would like. Gardner waits on strike. And Smith comes in. Bowls. Head delivery. Worked offside. Good stop there. And they'll run through for 1. I think that might have been Anna McCaughan. Out there, cover. Still just having a bit of a stretch. Nope. It was Maya Bouchier, the wall that is. This time over the wicket to Gardner. Big strike all the way back to Smith. Good
Long
line.
barrier to do the fielding.
Smith stands at the top of her mark again. She comes in. Straight back to her. Good stop. Looked like it stung the hands a little bit, but did what she needed to do. Again, top of her mark. Wastes no time. Turns and goes. Bowls over the wicket. Scrivens looked to move down the wicket, but wasn't able to. I think Smith was able to just adjust as she came in. Keep her pinned to those stumps. Just moving mid-on down to long on. And again, this time goes down the offside, but Smith is able to field her herself. She's going to do one more over the wicket. Scrivens, who's on 23. Good line again, this time well moved from long on, so they're there. Freya Davies is able to field just to keep the run score at 1, and the That brings an end to the over. 68 for 1, Scrivens on 24, Gardner on 9. The partnership already on 21 as Essex move quickly through.
Good going here from Essex. Just keeping things ticking. They're not far off from the required run rate either. So they will be happy with that.
Absolutely. I think it's imperative now that Hampshire try and dispatch Scrivens, the captain of Essex. Seems to be leading the charge. I think at this point they'll take either wicket.
Adams in to Scrivens off the back foot, looks to make space once again, and that's gone straight to the fielder at point. She skips in once more, uses her feet down the ground, and that nearly hit the non-striker Joe Gardner. That's gone down for 4 runs. Was hit hard by Grace Scrivens.
Was indeed. I think Freya Davies thought to go chasing and then realised how fast it was actually moving away from her. Georgia Adams sort of just stood there, arms aloft.
Just tucked across the line by Scrivens to mid-wicket, no run.
Who's there? My Bouchier's there.
Who else would it be? As this one tossed up, Scrivens uses her feet down the ground.
Lauren Bell's going to have to go running, but she's not going to get there.
The ball's going to win, and it's going to be another boundary here for Essex. Scrivens just disrupting the length of Georgia Adams, and she will move on to 32. Essex 76 for 1.
Scrivens on 28, Gardner on 9. It doesn't feel like their individual scores are moving on at a really rapid rate, but their overall is moving on at quite some pace.
This one defended, and Adams will field off her own bowling. She's ready to go again. Skips, uses her feet down the ground, pushes it to mid-off for no run. And that will be the end of the over. 15 overs gone, Essex 76 for 1.
If you're just joining us in this second innings of the Hampshire Women versus Essex Metro Bank One Day Cup, Essex won the toss and chose to field, so they put Hampshire into bat. Hampshire lost a few wickets as they went through, their first being Maya Bouchier, the second being Charlie Knott, who went for none. Then they lost McCaughan for 104 for 3. And then an amazing partnership of Adams and Southby went on to 218 and continued to a final score of 273 for 5 after the loss of Norgrove. Got Lindsay Smith in at the hotel end. She took the first wicket earlier today in this innings. Blocked offside of McLeod, who went for 25, a total of 47 for 1. We've had 15 overs. We've got 35 to go. This pulled into the and stopped by mid-on. Just worked back to Smith. Just going to come again around the wicket. Shorter delivery. Work leg side. And Maya Bouchier was right on top of that. Held them no run. Smith again round the wicket. Past the umpire. Bowls. There's the delivery this time. Work down to cover. Captain Georgia Adams there. Makes no difficulty of that. Again, their standard mid-on to long off has just been moved. It's a very common play in the Hampshire book. Smith in again. This time worked on the offside. Point there to collect. There's Abby Norgrove doing some good work there. Just moving to a slightly deeper point. Smith in. Phil creeps with her. This time too quick for Norgrove, but there is a deep point who's there and will stop them getting a second. or a boundary, so well done. End of the over. 77 for 1, Scrivens on 32, Gardner on 10. The required run rate is 5.7, the current is 4.8, but I'm sure that can all change in a moment. Hampshire still looking for that second vital wicket of the day.
Yeah, they will need to break this partnership as well, because these two are just ticking things over nicely, not really taking any risks either, and those boundaries are coming. If they can dry up those boundary opportunities, then maybe they can prompt a wicket. Just currently deciding the field. There's a change in bowling, actually, from the pavilion end. After Georgia Adams' last over, she got hit for 3 boundaries in it. Charlie Knott is going to be coming into the attack.
Always a good sign from the captain, who can just say, you know what, I'm going to try something else. I'm going to take myself out and let someone else have a go. Charlie Knott, a really good bowler. She's going to try and have a little attack at these two.
And here she is, with a cap on, bowling some off-spin, and this is defended by Gardner.
Yeah, Charlie Knott, very distinctive, because she's one of the only people who does bowl with her hat on. So you can always tell.
Well, it's a very Aussie trait to do, isn't it?
Yes. I suppose it's just so sunny out there. Like, why would I take my hat off?
She's in now, and this one, Gardner on down on one knee, goes to sweep.
The umpire leg, the square leg, had to really jump out of the way of that one then.
It will be a single. Yeah, but I do wonder, don't you think the cap just gets in the way? Like, I could never bowl, even like with long sleeves. I would find the sleeves too distracting.
I know what you mean, yeah.
And a cap, forget a cap, that would just be like, there's something on my head, please get rid of it.
From a different point of view, I always, I can never play tennis in a hat, because when you like go to serve, I lose the ball, and I'm the same. I'm amazed that she can still see it.
She's coming round the wicket now to Scrivens, who tucks us round towards deep square leg for a single. Yeah, so Charlie Knott is going to be playing for Hampshire for the first half of the 2025 season. She'll be available for the first 8 Metro Bank One Day Cup and Vitality Blaster matches. And she's in action here right now. This one back of a length. Gardner goes to come down the track and decides that she's going to play that off the back foot down towards deep cover for a single.
Essex 80 for 1. Scrivens moves to 33. Gardner on 12.
Not in now, and Scrivens forward turns this down towards 45 for a single. Runs are just coming here. Singles are just ticking over.
Absolutely, Hampshire will be desperate to find a way through this pair soon. They're hoping Charlie Knott can do it. Use that spin, find a way through.
And she skips back of the length, and oh, that's hit her on the pads as Gardner looks to work that into the leg side.
It was a half shell,
It was a half shell.
I don't even think she was convinced.
No, she wasn't.
She sort of turned around as if like, come on please.
End of the over, 17 overs gone, Essex at 81 for 1.
Still going stronger, Essex. Only the one loss. Obviously, the second wicket for Hampshire fell at 32 for 2. The third at 104. Essex very much ahead of that point. So Hampshire still with a lot of work to do. Lindsay Smith seemingly coming in at the hotel end, having quite a detailed chat with. No, I think it's going to be a change. It's going to be.
It is going to be a change in bowling.
Bex Tyson is going to come in. She found a way through at the Arundel game. She did take a wicket, so looks like she's going to come in. She was having a chat with Charlie Knott. And just saying, what do I do here? What's the plan of attack? Well, with Georgia Adams. She's coming in over the wicket. Worked leg side. Just need to really attack those stumps. Get Scrivens, who's on 34. A lot to think about. and again waste no time. The field really creeps in with her. Again, worked square of the wicket, leg side. So Nancy Harmon in the deep there, able to field that. Just broken my pen.
Well done. The excitement got to you.
I was fiddling with it and I thought, oh, that feels a bit weird. Oh, it's just completely peeled off. This time coming over around the wicket. Good line because the ball comes straight back to her. From Gardner. Next Tyson, wasting no time. Lots of encouragement throughout the field for her. She's in. Again around the wicket. Full length delivery this time. Oh, and it did just miss. I think that's my Boucher, yep. But they'll hold for one. Actually, there was deep cover there. My Boucher just moves to a deeper cover, and deep cover moves to deep point. I think she's going to receive some water as there's a... And that's just work leg side. Bex Tyson good here. It's just not letting any stray balls coming, really attacking the wickets. They've only allowed Essex 2 off of this over. 83 for 1. And again over the wicket this time. Oh, went to move down the wicket. Didn't quite catch it, did Scrivens, and it went straight to mid-off. Freya Davies. That's the end of the over. Nice quick over there from Bex Tyson. Solid over. And the field changes round. Ready for Charlie Knox to come in.
Yeah, changing bowling from both ends. Just seeing if someone can get the breakthrough for Hampshire. 7 overs away from the halfway stage. It's not. Has ball in hand. Skips through and Gardner looks to slog sweep and then decides against going full throttle and just keeps it controlled along the ground for a single. Lots of running around for the Hampshire fielders with this left-hand, right-hand combination. In comes Knott again round the wicket, and this one's tucked away towards 45 by Scrivens. Just using the angle that Knott is bowling in at. Bit of a breeze around the ground. Here's Knott now. Gardner drives to mid-off. There is no run.
Yeah, 18 overs gone already. 31 and a bit just to go. Hampshire moving through these overs at quite a pace. They have exactly 2 hours until the firm cut-off, but I'm sure it will be by then.
That one's tossed up and just defended back to Knott by Gardner. Here is Knott in this one off the back foot, played to extra cover by Gardner.
Very economical is Knott, doesn't waste any time, keeps a good line, keeps moving quickly through. You can really see the breeze in her shirt now as the wind picks up around the ground.
She's in and off the back foot, that misses the bat, and that will conclude the end of the 19th over. Essex at 85 for 1.
Yeah, Scrivens moves on to 36. Gardner on 14. Looks like Bex Tyson's going to come back into the bowling from the hotel end. She just waits as no one moves with any great urgency. A couple of fielders are still just deciding where they want to go. Georgia Adams just making sure that Charlie Knott's happy. She moves into position. Both Essex batsmen are ready. Bex Tyson in. Over the wicket. Scrivens tried to move down, but Bex was able to just adjust as she saw her coming. Straight to the top of her mark. Doesn't waste any time. Turns and goes. Bowls in. Shorter delivery this time. There's a quick ball who's just going to be able to get there for mid-off. On the offside. Hold for one. Well fielded there. This time around the wicket comes Tyson. As a lefty. Worked on the offside. Dot ball. He'll be happy with that. Tyson wastes no time. Goes again. Past the umpire. Walks in. Skips and then bowls. This time leg side. Bit of a half shout, but no interest. Boucher all over it. Essex 86 for 1. Gardner moves on to 14. Tyson in. 2 seagulls obstruct the view there. And the ball's almost played back to her, just slightly into the offside. Mid-on's all over it. Another dot ball. A good over so far. Tyson only... no wickets, but only 3 scored off of her so far. Very concise, economical overs. That's what Hampshire need.
Rolling tightly here, Tyson.
Yeah. Cause a bit of frustration in Essex. Maybe just try and make them have a slip up. She's in again. Well defended there. On the back foot is Gardner. And that's the end of the over. Only 1 scored. 86 for 1 is Essex. Scrivens moves to 37. Gardner on 14.
Yeah, 20 overs gone, 5 overs away from the drinks break. They're really flying through these overs, aren't they?
They are. They're really flying. It does feel like Hampshire have managed to just put a little bit of a break on the accelerated run score that was happening. It was a lot of like ones and...
Well, yeah, the run rate's dropped down to 4.3. Required is pushed up to 6.6 now. 6.3, sorry.
So although it feels like a quiet period, I think it is definitely swung into Hampshire's favour. The bowlers doing exactly what they're there to do.
Here is Knott, who tosses this up to Scrivens, who pushes it to mid-on off the front foot. Having a look at the rest of the games in the Metrobank Women's One Day Cup. Up and down the country after Charlie Knott bowls this ball. She's in through round the wicket to the left-hander, looks to cut and will get a single as that's played it down towards deep point. So yes, Warwickshire posted 243 in their 50 overs. Durham in reply are currently 89 for 1. Gardner, the right-hander, on strike here at the Utilita Bowl. There's this one short and looks to pull. That misses the bat and comes off the pad and runs away into the offside. No run, it's a dot in the book. The Blaze were 222 all out. Lancashire women are 110 for 3 in reply to that. As here is Knott. Off the back foot, Gardner plays to deep cover for a single. 88 for 1 the score goes on to. And Somerset versus Surrey, well, Surrey 306 for 7 at the end of their innings. Well, that's a lot of runs. And Somerset at the moment are 34 for 1.
Oh, that's a big ask.
This one round the wicket, flighted on the full toss. Scrivens get this as she pushes it out into the offside for a single. Yeah, Brownie Smith 110 with the bat. Sophia Dunkley 79. And then Danny Wyatt Hodge contributing with 44. And the rest of them are in the teens. As this one is off the back foot by Gardner, played to deep cover. They were about to set off for a run, actually that's been intercepted within the ring. So just 3 runs from it, and that will be 89 for 1 at the end of 21 overs.
We were like meerkats then. We both almost, you could see us just go, what happened now? As if, did she just run out because the bails are off? But no, unfortunately not quite for Hampshire, but it was a good stop. And Bex Tyson is going to come back and continue her bowling overs from the hotel end towards Scrivens. She's going to come over the wicket, left arm over. Rihanna Southspeed very tight up against the wickets. And Bex Tyson is in, bowls. Good length, slightly out onto the offside. Straight to backward square leg. And she received the ball from, worked around the fielder from captain Georgia Adams. Bex is in, wastes no time. Bowls. This time work leg side, offside.
89 for 1. Scrivens is on 39.
Tyson in, bowls, works down, and there was a fielder under it, but she was running from behind. She couldn't quite see it. She has managed to stop it going over the boundary. Charlie Knott did well. It was up in the air. It was an opportunity, but it was a hard one. She was looking back into the sun, and the ball was coming from behind her, and she just couldn't quite see it.
Yeah, they're never easy, those ones running backwards, but Grace Scrivens just trying to open up the field for herself slightly here.
Tyson in again, just into the offside. I think very much taking the Hampshire approach of just kind of maybe trying to find a boundary, just to alleviate that pressure that these spin bowlers are really placing on them. Tyson wastes no time. Scrivens straight in. Scrivens on 41. Bowls work comes down the wicket. Again, it's up in the air. Will Charlie not be able to get under it? No, the same thing's happened again, but she's able to stop it. It bounced up straight into her hand. She almost needs to just stay there, Charlie. That's where she keeps placing those. But a good shot is, again, as Scrivens just comes down the wicket. A little bit of a fielding change there. Got an extra cover brought in. Deep point moves to extra cover. This time worked through exactly where that fielder was placed, so a well-placed fielder again.
That's very well fielded at cover.
Yeah. Guess who it is?
It's my
Honestly, she is a wall out in the field. Nothing gets past her. If he gets past it, then it's got to, you know, if you go past my Boucher, you've got to be moving about 50 miles an hour. Honestly. Absolutely unbelievable. Great fielding.
22 overs gone. Essex 92 for 1 here. Scrivens on 42. Gardner on 15. They're below the run rate now. It's got a partnership of 45 runs. Charlie Knott to continue, coming in for her 4th over now. And she comes round the wicket to Scrivens, who uses the angle, works it round towards the 45 region for a, well, not a single. They've been very quick. They've run 2.
Well, that's Megan Sturge who's just fielded that, so there must be, I think she's a substitute fielder in. Because she's the other wicket keeper for Hampshire.
So I wonder who's off.
I'm not too sure. It might be, I haven't seen McCaughan, you know. But that doesn't mean she's not there.
This one played off the back foot by Scrivens, not fields off her own bowling. So top of the mark, ready to go. Skips in, right arm round the wicket to the left-hander, tosses this up, and Scrivens looks to drive it, doesn't quite time it well enough. That goes in to extra cover. And no run.
Essex on 94 for 1 after 22 and a bit overs. They're moving up to that 100 mark. Hampshire will be needing a wicket soon.
Not in now, and Scrivens forward, defends. Well, good over so far here from Charlie Knott, and this one off the back foot. Does she find the gap? She does. Lindsay Smith dives, but no success, and that's going to go all the way down towards the boundary for 4 runs.
Oh, that's Ella McCaughan, so she's definitely on the field.
That boundary brings up a 51-run partnership between Grace Scrivens and Jo Gardner from 81 deliveries. Good going here from Essex. Scrivens of the back foot now plays that to Smith at cover. And that will conclude the end of the over as well. 23 overs gone, Essex are 98 for 1. Got a target of 274 set to them by Hampshire. The breeze is just picking up. I'm starting to feel a chill up here, Amelia. I'm not sure about you. I was looking forward to the sun coming through, and I'm like, oh, well, where is it? Because I'm starting to feel a chill.
I've got a jumper there if you're really cold. I'm actually okay. I think that the heat in the air is keeping me going.
I'm very quick to feel cold. I can deal with hot weather. Give me 30, 35 degrees, I'll be happy. But as soon as there's a...
I'm the other way around.
Oh no. I feel the chill very quickly.
Yeah, I can deal with the cold. I don't mind being a bit chilly, but as soon as it gets really hot, I start
You've always got air conditioning if it's really hot. That's why it's all right. Maybe if I was actually out and about, maybe not so much.
True. Definitely see the wind is picking up now. We're at a very high point here at the Utilita Bowl, within Hampshire, up on a hill of the M27, and yeah, the flags that were just breezing earlier have now started really moving. That is played into the offside, no run scored. Bex Tyson still bowling. Yeah, even the trees beyond us now that weren't moving a jot earlier are really bustling around as Bex Tyson wastes no time. Back in again. Played straight back into cover. Another dot ball. She'll be happy here. I think if we can't find a wicket yet, we'll just keep you at dot. In again comes Bex, not giving them any time. The ball's up in the air and it's beaten Freya Davies, who's down at mid-off, and it has run away for 4. So Gardner just doing the job there, alleviating a bit of pressure. Said, okay, if you're going to give me 2 dots, then I'll take you for 4 on your third if it's not quite tight enough. And that moves Essex onto 102 for 1, so that brings up 100 runs. It's taken just 23 overs, 84 minutes, as Bex Tyson doesn't ponder on that for a minute and moves straight in to bowl again. This time it scurries through to deep point. Worked all the way back through the field. Charlie Knott will pass the back the ball. Tyson will now come over the wicket to the lefty of Scrivens. And they'll be desperate to get out. Bowls, good length. Manages to be stopped well at extra cover. That's Lindsay Smith doing some good work there. Tyson in, skips and bowls. This time worked leg side all the way in. That's Nancy Harmon, been able to come in from the deep there. End of the over, that was a very quick one from Bex Tyson. Essex 104, partnership of 57. Scrivens is on 59, she's 1 away from her half century. Gardner on 20, still moving along at quite the rate. The run rate has dropped off, it's currently on 4.3 and they require 6.5. So they are moving that total along, but maybe just not quite as quickly they would like. But then from a Hampshire point of view, they haven't been able to find that second wicket they are very desperate for. Charlie Knott comes in, bowling with her signature cap on again.
Here she is. Into Scrivens off the back foot, just pushes it back to Knott down the line of the wicket. Not in now, and this one is swept away by Scrivens. She watches it well as she doesn't get down on both knees. She stays slightly tall actually, she plays that. And that's well batted to Grace Scrivens, as well as she brings up her half century from 67 deliveries down here at the Utilita Bowl. Captaining Essex and leading them towards their target. Nice way to bring up your half century with a boundary. This one played with the full face of the bat to mid-on for no run. It's not in again. This time looks to make space on the offside, does Scrivens. That's gone straight to the fielder. She looks a bit frustrated with herself for that.
Hampshire men are having a bit of a tricky time up at Nottinghamshire. Hampshire require 461 runs and they only have 8 wickets remaining. They're currently on 22 for 2.
Oh.
Yes.
This one off the back foot again. Played to cover by Scrivens for no run. Skips in through right arm round the wicket to the left-hander wide of the crease, and again Scrivens plays that off the back foot to cover. That will conclude the end of the over. Just 4 runs from it, 25 overs gone. Essex 108 for 1.
Yeah, both Charlie Knott and Bex Tyson moving through their required allowed overs very quickly. Charlie Knott's on 5, Bex Tyson on 4. Essex are on 108 for 1. Scrivens has moved to 53, Gardner on 20. As it is after 25 overs, we are going to have a quick drinks break. So I asked you halfway through the Hampshire batting innings, Nikki, and what do you make of this innings so far?
I think it's going well for Essex actually. Halfway point they are 108 for 1. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, Hampshire were slightly ahead at this point, but look, they haven't lost as many wickets.
Absolutely.
And these two are going about their business in a very calm and composed manner.
Yeah, so almost the same point in the Hampshire. We just lost McCaughan, so it was 104 for 3, so 108 for 1 is very good.
Yeah, exactly. So halfway point, they're pretty much on track, apart from the wickets having been lost for Hampshire when they were in this position. I think that if these two just see it through, like if we can get something like a Southby and Adams innings and partnership between Gardner and Scrivens, I think it could become one that goes down to the final few overs, which is always exciting.
Absolutely. Essex require 166 runs off 25 overs remaining. Well, obviously we all know, although they're quite not up on the run rate at the moment, that can all change, especially in the last 10 overs when if you've got some batsmen still in, they just go, yeah, go on then, go for it, absolutely. Start
Go on then.
Go on then.
If you insist.
Yeah, if I must. I'll just hit a 4 over here and a 4 over there and a 4 over here. Hampshire just having a nice little regroup. The subs have brought some water on. Georgia Adams will be talking to her team, deciding where they're going to go from here, what the plan of action is. They're doing well, but really need to find ideally a couple of wickets now. It's getting to that point. We can't let this partnership continue. Essex doing very well, 108 for 1 after just 25 overs. The only wicket that was lost was Smith, bowled McLeod for 47 for 1. McLeod departed on 25 runs. It was a brilliant bowl. Just clipped off stump. And
Yes.
Joe Gardner has come in to create a great partnership with their captain Scrivens.
Yeah, they've used 6 bowlers. Hampshire so far already after 25. Lauren Bell, Freya Davis. We've also had Lindsay Smith bowl a few overs. Georgia Adams given herself 2. Charlie Knott and Bex Tyson. So everyone's bowled a few overs. Only Smith has picked up the 1 wicket. I might just look to like chop and change, not give anyone too long a spell.
Yeah.
And just maybe 2 overs here and 2 overs there, and hopefully maybe just the lack of consistency might bring a wicket.
That constant change, having to constantly adapt to new bowlers, might just cause Essex to make a mistake. But at the same time, the spin bowlers, Knott and Tyson, they've done well in just causing maybe a little bit of frustration within the Essex bowlers. They've bowled very tight, very straight, making them play every ball. And yeah, well, they're just looking for maybe 1 or 2 mistakes made from the Essex, or a flourish and a good catch would be great for the Hampshire side. But Essex standing strong. Got Gardner out on strike. She's just adjusting her gloves. She's picked up her bat now. She's going to mark her centre line again. Make sure she's in line. Vex Tyson is going to come back in from the hotel end. Going to come around the wicket. And this is played up high. And it's going to be running through to long on. They are just going to be able to stop it on the line. Nancy Harmon did well there. Dove and stopped it. Hold them for 2. It was good running. Well backed up by Charlie Knott. The field resets.
111 on the board, Nelson.
Absolutely. It's all the ones, 111 for 1. And Tyson comes in again. Over the wicket. This time blocked. Georgia Adams, captain, standing at mid-wicket, will be there. Tyson wastes no time, just gets the top of her mark and she's off again. Scrivens came down the wicket, saw Vex Tyson coming a mile off, could do absolutely nothing. Long on went chasing, but to no avail, and that's run away for 4.
That's a lovely shot there from Scrivens down the ground. A very strong, powerful, dominating shot, making her presence known.
Yeah, absolutely. And for the previous few overs, Tyson's only had a couple off each over. This is already 7 off this over. She's only halfway through. This time long on will come down to field and hold them at 1. The scoreboard is slightly behind us.
Well, Scrivens' highest score of the season so far, 120 not out. She scored 324 runs in her 5 innings.
Right, offside.
320 is...
Yeah, so we know she's got it in her.
Carrying that 251 runs.
Tyson in once more around the wicket. Connected well. But the wall of Maya Bouchier stops it. That's just that's her name to me now.
The wall.
The wall.
It's called Rahul Dravid, the wall. But that was because no one could get him out.
Fielding, Maya Bouchier is the wall. She's just amazing. She's very agile, very athletic. She's able to get behind things. She's able to chase things. And she also seems to not mind sort of putting her body on the line and really just getting behind a ball, even when it's coming at quite some pace at her.
Yeah, absolutely. We always need some players like that in the field. They end up saving 15 to 20 runs for the side, which might not sound like a lot, but it really does make a huge difference. Just going back to saying that Grace Scrivens averaging 62 for Essex this summer so far. As she takes her guard and is ready to go. Crouches down and it's forward in defence to Charlie Knott, who's bowled right on the money there.
Yeah, Scrivens moves to 58. Gardner on 23.
Not in now. This one played off the back foot to cover by Scrivens for no run.
Essex on 116 for 1 after just 26 overs.
Knott likes to take her time. And she stands at the top of the mark. This one off the back foot. Will she beat the fielder here? No, she doesn't. That's gone straight to point once again. She's really trying to access that offside, create space. But she's got a wall of fielders on the offside, has Charlie Knott, and the ball is not passing any of them.
It's very similar to what Georgia Adams was trying to do in the field that Essex set out against her. They have very similar playing styles, although lefty and a righty.
Yep, this one defended by Scrivens off the back foot. Knott fails after she completes her action. Number 88 printed on her back as she skips in past umpire Treadwell. Scrivens is forward, pushes this into the offside, down towards deep cover for a single. First run in the over.
That's a very positive over from Knott. Good bowling. And that single shows it.
And she's going to stay round the wicket to the right-hander as well. So she's going to get that angle going across from her. And Gardner's forward. And that ball has gone to 45 for no run. And that will be the end of the over. 27 overs gone. Essex 117 for 1.
Scrivens moves to 59. Gardner on 23. They're just moving the pin ever so slightly forward even more. The current run rate is 4.3. They do require 6.8, but I'm sure these two are just being patient at the moment. Hampshire need to capitalise. They need to find a wicket soon. They need to find a way through these two. And it looks like Nancy Smith will be coming back. Oh, Lindsay Smith, sorry. To continue her bowling from the hotel end. Got confused Nancy Harmon and Lindsay Smith.
Easily done.
Lindsay Smith just talking to her captain Georgia Adams. Still having discussions. Georgia Adams will be on mid-on. Just warming Smith's arm up a bit. Scrivens on strike. Wait. Southby actually moved someone there down to mid-on. Georgia Adams and City mid-on. Nice and close. And she's in. Bowls. Scrivens looked to move up the wicket there. Didn't quite get the contact that she wanted. A bit of an edge. Went all the way backward square leg. They did manage to run for 1. It's Gardner on strike. Gardner on 23. Scrivens on 60. This time Smith will come around the wicket. Essex on 117 for 1. I've done that thing where I keep fiddling with my pen and I keep breaking it into smaller bits. Comes around the wicket, Smith. Well struck, down to mid-off. And it's been caught. Very well done by Freya Davies. That was a fantastic shot.
Yeah, she used her feet down the ground, went aerial, did Grace Scrivens. And that's found Freya Davies. And that was a straightforward catch for her. And Hampshire, well, they finally get that second breakthrough that they have been longing for quite a while. Grace Scrivens will have to go 59 from 79 balls. She's played a very good, sturdy role here.
And you can hear the cheer from the Hampshire team as Smith strikes again. She's taken both the wickets in this inning so far. Gardner departs on 23. And Essex still remain on 118 for 2. A great catch there by Freya Davies as they wait for the incoming batsman.
Apologies, it's Jo Gardner that's been
Sorry.
caught out.
And it looks like we have number 9, Jodie Grucott, coming in to join her captain in the middle.
And Grace Scrivens, the skipper's still at the crease.
She's still alive.
That's a good sign for Essex. 118 for 2. She's on 60 from 80. It was not her who got caught out. It, in fact, was Jo Gardner caught Freya Davies down the ground at long off. And she tried to go aerial.
Just having a few last adjustments in the field. Cover's been brought in. Adams moved from sitting mid-on to mid-wicket. Smith is in. Played straight back to her. Good line. Checks the field's ready. Begins again. Good line. This time played out onto the leg side. They'll go for one. Nancy Harmon's there. And the ball's worked around the field. Back to Smith. Who moves? Moving third man to more of a fine leg. Join square leg there. Seeing the opportunity that there might be a little nick coming through. Much shorter there. Driven to Georgia Adams, mid wicket.
Quicker delivery, she quite darts that in.
Scrivens stands ready, bat very high. Well blocked back. And that'll travel down to long on. A run for one. And just the 3 off the over. Smith turns over.
Big round of applause.
Jinx.
Do you remember when these people used to do that at school?
Oh,
Jinx,
yeah.
like personal padlock and
Oh,
all
all
that, sort
that,
of
yeah.
stuff, and you weren't allowed to talk until someone said the password.
Absolutely.
Wow,
Or your
really?
name.
Really exposing our age now, because that used to happen in primary school.
Essex on 120 for 2. The last wicket was Gardner. Caught by Freya Davies at mid-off. Bowled by Smith. She went for 23 runs. The incoming Grucock is already off the mark. Scrivens, the captain, staying firm, 61 for 82. Hampshire will still be looking to dispatch her soon.
It's not from the pavilion end, in for her 7th over. This one's tossed up and Scrivens is forward and drives through to deep cover for a single. You know, you've been sat down too long and then you get pins and needles.
Yeah.
That's exactly what's happened to me.
So I keep moving up and down, up and down, up and down. Keep the blood pumping.
Change in the field. As Grucock comes on to strike, the new batter. We've got a short third, a point, deep cover, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, deep mid-wicket and a deep square leg. As in comes not now, and Grucock is forward and drives to mid-off, where it's fielded with a long barrier. 121 for 2. Required rates now 1 into the 7s.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll be happy with that.
This one finds a thickish outer edge. Short third is running beside the ball. They'll come back for a couple of runs. Yeah, they make that back in time. And that takes the score to 123 for 2.
That was a good run there from Bex Tyson down to the boundary. Good stop.
Not ready to go again. Stands at the top of her mark. Skips in, and this one driven through off the front foot to deep cover for a single. By Grucock. That brings Scrivens on to strike. She's on 62. Not into Scrivens now. Turns this round the corner in front of square for a single. 3 fielders come in to field that one. It will look like a unit just running to a single. Grucock takes her guard, looks down and is ready to knot. As the Australian skips in, tosses this one up. She gets it on the full toss, drives. Will it go all the way to the boundary? It doesn't, because the wall. Maya Bouchier has covered some absolute ground there to stop that going all the way across the rope. And that will conclude the end of the over. Only 1 for 2 runs of the last delivery. 127 for 2 after 29.
Yep, Maya Bouchier should be a 100-metre runner. She covered that ground in.
Well, you know what? Well, She's pretty fast, isn't she?
Mm.
And when cricket hits the Olympics in LA in 2028, well,
Maybe she could just jump over to the athletic stadium.
That's what I'm saying. She might just right. Plays her knock, and then it's time for the athletics race. Right, let's go.
Absolutely. So we've got Smith coming in again from the hotel end. She's going to be over the wicket. Left arm over. This one played through. Good driven down to long on. Long on is there. Just got a bit of a change there. I think that's Beck Tyson moving from backward square, just a third man. Smith waits. In and bowls. It's tossed up. Nancy Harman's going to have to run through. She does manage to get there and hold that for one. She ran off away from deep square all the way to about mid-wicket.
Yeah, really getting the miles in their legs today, aren't they?
Absolutely. Essex is saying, we're going to make you work for this. Smith once more in again. This time a big jump from Smith, but she wasn't quite able to get a full hand on it. But I think she might have got some fingers which just slowed it down, which was handy because long on could then scurry around and stop that.
It was hit firmly as well, and Smith really did leap into the air, but unfortunately wasn't able to stop it outright.
This time worked out again. It's leg side. Nancy Harman there, waiting. Comes round to hold it for one. Yeah, she's done some good work out on the boundary. Here's Nancy. And busy out to our right. Leg side today. Smith in again. Hop, skip and a jump in. Down to mid on. Long off comes round.
Charlie Knott.
And he did manage to run through for two. It was just a little too fast, but able to hold for one. Yeah, Freya Davies there at mid-off. That was just a little bit of a change. I want Nancy Harman to move. She hadn't seen them, and that she's going to come in to sort of between square and mid-wicket. Bring that really tight in. We're going to have a backward square leg move across to third man. Bex Tyson doing a lot of running across to those two. Smith just adjusts her slightly. Scrivens stands waiting on 67. Pulls around the wicket. This time just driven down to long off. But if they're there. And that brings up the end of the over. Good one there from Smith. Essex 134 for 2. Scrivens on 68. Grudock, who just came in recently, is only on 8. But she's only faced 8, so actually she's doing very well. And Hampshire look to get that third wicket after 30 overs. 20 overs remaining.
Yeah, Knott in for her 8th over now. She skips in. Played off the back foot by Scrivens for no run. Into the offside. She's in again now. Scrivens now gets a little edge on this one as it runs fine. Short third will come round to cut that off, but they will get a single.
And that's going to move them on to 135 for 2 from that one single. Scrivens is on 69 off 90 deliveries.
Knott skips in, and this one is pulled away by Jodie Grucock into the leg side. There is absolutely no one there. That's raced off towards the boundary. There's a bit of a shorter delivery there from Charlie Knott, and it has been punished. Essex move on to 139 for 2.
Yeah, just watching that replay back, she struck that really well. Saw it coming a mile off, saw the gap. Nancy Harmon did go chasing after it, but somewhat in vain.
This one off the front foot by Grucock down to deep cover for a single. Scrivens on 69. Goes forward and pushes that to mid-off, no run.
Essex moved to 140 for 2.
Tossed up straighter, played down towards long on by Scrivens. They'll come through for the single, keeping things ticking over. 4, 5, 6, 7 runs from the over. 31 overs gone. Essex 141 for 2.
So well past the halfway mark. Required run rate has now gone to exactly 7 and over, and they're currently on 4.6. But with the partnership in place and building, Hampshire will be looking to disrupt that, particularly with the captain of Scrivens in, currently on 70 off 92 deliveries. Got Smith in, just moving mid-off slightly closer. As she comes in over the wicket. That's played straight down to mid-off. If she moves, so it was a good move. 4 out on the boundary, a long on, a deep square leg. As Smith comes in. This time hit strongly down over the head of the bowler, but there is a long on there, able to pick it up. Freya Davies did go chasing. She was actually beaten there by Charlie Knott. $143 for 2, move for Essex. Not waste no time. She's just moving cover in slightly finer. She comes in around the wicket. This time played down to long on. They'll run for 1. Move to 144 for 2. Charlie Knott, Smith even, sorry, moving through this over very quickly. Lindsay Smith just moving, thought about moving third man, actually decided against it. Moved her back. And she comes in, this time again, left arm over the wicket. And it's up in the air and it's gone scurrying away behind, down to fine leg. Lauren Bell has gone chasing, she will get there first. So it hasn't gone for the boundary. But they did manage to get quite a few off of that. Went for 2, so it's 146 for 2 for Essex. Smith currently 2 for 25. Be looking for that third. Stands at the top of her mark, happy with her field. In she comes, left arm over the wicket. This time played down. Good strong stop there by Georgia Adams.
It's a very good stop there.
Mid wicket. Diving to her left. She did have Charlie Knott behind her as backup, but she didn't need it. Smith comes in again. Oh, good. Oh, it's taken almost on the...
Yorked herself almost.
She did. Kind of took it on the full toss, but kind of yorked herself. So that brings up the end of the over. Essex on 146 for 2. Scrivens moves to 73 off 95. And Grucock goes to 15 off of 13 deliveries.
Yeah, 32 overs gone, which means 18 overs left. Required run rate of 7.1, currently going at 4.6.
I'm finding myself squinting quite a lot now.
Would you like my sunglasses?
I'm okay, thank you. I've got mine in my bag. I might get it in a minute. But thank you.
Where is the sun hiding? can't really make it out. Because normally by this time we're
Well,
sweltering.
don't forget we had a much shorter lunch. It was slightly earlier, so it's just not normally comes over sort of this way. So I think it's sort of just above us now. It is creeping the shade away from us here.
Okay, well, change of bowling from the pavilion end. Freya Davis comes back into the attack this afternoon. She's only bowled 3 overs, 0 for 19 so far. And she did start off from the hotel end. Now she's changing ends. In from the pavilion end down towards Scrivens, who's on 73 and looks to cut. She hits that into the ground and it bounces through to point, so no run. Lovely sunny afternoon. You can see some people sunbathing. I was at Hove yesterday for Sussex versus Worcestershire in the Men's County Championship Div 1 game, and there was plenty of spectators sunbathing as this one's driven back down the ground by Scrivens, full face of the bat. And it's a shy at the stumps at the non-strikers, and they take on the single. It's all happening here, but she makes it back just in time. That was quite a risky single, I'd say, in my opinion. Freya Davis just gets a finger on it, and that means she stops the ball going too far. Mid-off comes in, picks it up, shies at the non-strikers then. Luckily there's someone backing up. But Scrivens makes it safe. And yeah, at Sussex yesterday, they've got the T20 Blast temporary stands up now across from the opposite side of the media centre. And there was a good, 15, 20 people, spectators, all sunbathing. And
Oh, lovely.
yeah. This one's played into the leg side off the back foot. It goes to Adams at mid-wicket. No run.
I'm sure we can't really see them, but
I can see
the
someone
bowl
down
underneath,
here.
yeah, I'm sure. And on the balconies as well, I can see a few. That's the place to sunbathe right now. Comfy chair, in a hotel room, just on your balcony, watching good cricket. What more could you want?
Ideal. And here's Davis. Now, and this one driven to extra
Good start.
cover by Grucock. I wonder who it is there. Well,
It's
not
not Maya Boucher. It is Charlie Knott, doing a great job.
Taking inspiration from Maya.
She has. Well, they look quite similar as well. They've got the same hairstyle and they both wear the cap, and yeah, they look very similar. I'm just assessing them both now.
Davis in now, and this time Grucock uses her feet, looks to access the leg side. That's come off the pads, and Rihanna Southby turns into a fielder. And she takes that.
Yeah, this is just.
I don't think she likes her glove. She's so quick to take her glove off.
She's like, no, I want to field.
Let me do both.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like she's the kind of player that would.
Oh,
She'd like to be at the wicket keeper, also
She likes to be
mid-wicket.
busy. She's
Yes.
a very busy person, so she wants to be involved. Davis in now to Grucock. Forward, makes some space and plays that down towards deep cover for a single.
Good stop there by Maya Boucher. Davies had to sort of stop the ball with her body then. It was a bit of an odd one. I don't think she quite saw it coming. End of the over, 148 for 2 of 33 deliveries. Essex sort of fallen off of the run rate a bit, but they've only lost 2. Hampshire made 273 for 5. Yep, this is at the point where Adams and Southby were creating a good partnership after the loss of the 3rd wicket. So we're going to have Georgia Adams, captain herself, just century scoring batswoman who in the last innings is going to come up from the hotel end. She's already bowled 2 today. She's going to go again. Just adjusting 3rd man and a skip in over the wicket, right arm over. That's pushed down to long off. They'll run for 1. 148, 149 for 2. Scrivens moves to 74. Adams again. Stands ready. Just moving square leg a little squarer. Around the wicket. Slower ball, straight back to her. Good line. Scrivens playing defensively here. In no rush. Wants to stay the course. Adams top of a mark, starts again. Right arm around the wicket. This time Scrivens moves down the wicket. Good stop there for Freya Davies. Won't let them run on this one.
Mid-off's gone back. And the square leg's been brought up into the ring here.
She comes in again. Shorter ball.
Goes to reverse sweep here and doesn't make contact. That's Scrivens. Just want to think if there's a need for her to do something that's slightly out of the normal for how she's been playing so far. She's on 74. If she's looking at personal performances as well, she's on track for one. And Essex will need her in because she's set.
Adams in. Played straight to cover. The Seagulls got excited there. Two of them flew off. They were sat just by the advertising boards. Last ball of the over. Comes Adam. This time worked down the ground. She dives to her left to stop that ball. It was well done. Holds again. Only one off the over. She'll be happy with that. Essex are 149 for 2. Only the one taken off of Georgia Adams.
Well, looking at the other games, Durham versus Warwickshire. Durham needs 75 runs to win in 20 overs with 7 wickets at hand. Lancashire versus the Blaze, they need 62 runs to win Lanced from 16 overs. And Somerset need 226 runs to win, chasing a target of 307 set by Surrey in 26 overs.
This current partnership worth 31. Davies is coming in from the pavilion end.
And she runs now to Grucock, who plays this, flicks away into the leg side, and that's going to be cut off by deep square leg. They'll come back for 2. Good running here by these two. Score moves on to 151, and that also brings up 150 runs on the board for Essex, another milestone. 123 runs to win, 95 deliveries here at the Utilita Bowl. As in runs Freya Davies. Use of the feet from Grucock, and that's played to cover off the front foot for a single.
Yeah, just a comparison, Hampshire got their 150 runs off 30 overs, but they had lost one more wicket, and Essex got their 150 off 34. They're only on. They've only lost 2 wickets, so very tight. Hampshire maybe a touch ahead.
Davis in now, and she goes for the ramp shot. Does Grace Scrivens, and this time she makes connection, and that's going to go all the way down towards the boundary. She will move on to 78. Essex 156 for 2. I'm not sure how Freya Davies is going to come back after that one. She's just been ramped. And if you're an opening fast bowler and you've just been ramped, you're not going to be coming back with a smile on your face the next delivery, I can tell you that.
No, have a little bit of venom on it. Maybe that's just what she needs to find that wicket.
She's in now. This one's been pulled away down towards wide fine leg for a single.
157 for 2 are Essex. They move another one on. Changing field slightly. Square leg's gone out to deep square. Long offs come to mid off.
Davis, change of angle now. Right arm over the wicket to the left-hander from the pavilion end. And this one clipped away into the leg side, down towards deep square leg. I believe that's Nancy Harmon who's fielded. That's a single. And that will take Essex to 158. 158, 159. I'm waiting to... Am I quicker than the scorers today? The scorer's quicker than me. They're normally very quick here.
Yeah.
158. She's changed her angle back now, right arm round the wicket. To Scrivens. Okay, so for Grucock she's staying over. For Scrivens she's going round, and there seems to be a little delay. Grace Scrivens seems to be asking for something. Change in field now.
Yeah, she's just moved deep third.
No, so she'll find deep square legs come into the ring, so they've gone to 45. Mid-ons pushed back to long on. And in comes Davis round the wicket. Scrivens off the back foot finds the gap down towards deep cover. Boucher comes into field. That will just be a 1, and that will also conclude the end of the 35th over. Essex 159 for 2. Grace Scrivens into the 80s now. 80 from 105, and Jodie Grucock is on 21 from 21.
Yeah, so Essex, they only have 15 overs remaining. Hampshire have moved through this at quite a clip. They require a run rate of 7.7 now. It's moved up to almost 8 and over, and they're currently on 4.5, but they are very much 1 wicket in hand to where Hampshire were at this point. Hampshire made 273, so Essex require 115 off 15 overs. And we've got Georgia Adams again from the hotel end. Scrivens moves down the wicket. Long off will be there. Yeah, so if my maths is correct.
I love how we say that just to make sure that even if we get the calculation wrong with our mental math.
I am dyslexic, and so this could be wrong. But 15 overs, 6 a ball, that's 90. So they need 115 off 90 balls. Sounds doable.
Does sound doable.
Georgia Adams in again. Hands on head. That's gone right out to square leg. Nancy Harmon's there. They've run through for 2. They're going to get it. That moves Essex on to 162 for 2. Georgia Adams just making sure she's happy with the field. And also waiting for Grucock to be in position. She is, and she bowls. Good line. That's going to go out to mid-wicket. Nancy Harmon done a lot of work out there today. Nancy Harmon, when she throws that ball, her whole right leg swings around with her. She puts so much effort behind it.
Just get the extra zip through.
Yep.
They talk about getting your hip into the throw. Actually comes from baseballers.
Georgia Adams, again, Scrivens tries to work down the wicket. Doesn't quite able to get as much as she would like. That's gone out to the offside. Yeah, that was 3 for 1, 163 for 2.
There was a big study done on baseball throwers, because when they throw the ball, they can whiz it in a good 80, 90 miles an hour.
Yeah.
So how do they do that? What do they do? Looking at the biomechanics of it, and then I believe some experts in the baseball field were brought in, and like cricketers were shown how baseball players throw and try and implement similar techniques that if you are fielding on the boundary and you need a big arm, that you can try and replicate and gain that sort of power. And one thing that was evident and was needed to whiz the ball in was being able to drive your back hip through the throw to get that extra power.
Adams well stopped there at mid-wicket. I think the umpire, that slight delay, but thank you for telling us that, Nikki, that was very interesting. That slight delay was the umpire tying the shoelaces of Scrivens.
Yeah, it happens very often.
Georgia Adams in again. This time Grucock tries to come down the wicket. Nancy Harmon isn't going to be quick enough, and that's gone through the covers at deep mid-wicket. That's gone for 4. That'll move the total up to 168 for 2.
Yeah, just seeing.
That's a 50-run partnership.
Just seeing both batters now just trying to up the momentum a little bit. Grucock also seems a lot more comfortable out there, and is getting into her flow and trying to break the rhythm of the bowlers as well. There's 50 partnerships come off 52 balls, so that just tells you how swiftly both have been working together and batting together. 168 for 2 on the board. 106 for 84. Very, very doable. One or two good overs for Essex, and this could go down to a runner ball, and then this is going to take it down to the wire for Hampshire, and that's not something they would really want. I think cricketers say they love it when it gets to a tight game, but you'd much rather have a game that's kind of in your hands, a few overs away from the end, as opposed to actually having to work for every single ball, as this one's turned into the leg side by Scrivens for a single.
Yeah, absolutely. You don't really want it to come down to that final ball of not knowing. You want it, as you say, just maybe 5 overs off. Just think, yeah, we've got this.
Definitely.
We do. We'll be done now. But yeah, I think the Hampshire bowlers just haven't been able to find a way through today. I wouldn't say there's been any massive missed chances or, you know, drop catches. The Essex players have been able to play them very well.
Davis in now, and Grucock uses her feet, drive to mid-off. They'll take on the single within the ring, and they'll get through comfortably. See, that is
170 for 2.
That is just what you'd be a bit frustrated with if you're in the ring and if you're getting a single being taken that easily. So you don't want to be able to give those over so easily to the opposition. Everyone's out on the leg side now for Davis, who's in to Scrivens, and she plays this down the ground, and that is going to be 4 runs.
I thought Lauren Bell might be able to just get a hand on that. She hadn't her hand outstretched.
I'll have to watch it again on the replay. I did kind of lose sight of it in the sun. But Davis comes right on round the wicket to Scrivens. It's a short ball, and she hits it up just over mid-on. And that will fly away to the boundary, and Scrivens moves on to 87, 174 for 2. Davis in again, this time straight to delivery, and Scrivens makes space, angles the bat down towards short third. They'll come through for a single. There's a shy at the striker's end. It misses the stumps. It goes through to Lauren Bell, who's backing up. A lot is happening.
Absolutely.
But for Hampshire, that breakthrough is not.
Not quite known. That moves the Essex total on to 175 for 2. Scrivens on 88. Moving up to that century mark.
Davis right arm over the wicket to Grucock.
That's gone.
And that's cut away, and that is going to go all the way down towards the boundary for 4 runs. It's the angle again going across from the left-hander. She didn't have anyone there. And Grucock, well, just helped it along its way. She just waited for it. If you watch it on the live stream replay, waits for it. She finds the gap.
Yeah, Bex Dyson couldn't do a lot about that, unfortunately.
Anyway, Essex move on to 179 for 2. Grucock's on 33. Leg stump line, and she gets a bit of bat on it. She attempts to sweep. That's gone straight to 45. That will conclude the over, and at the end of 37 overs, Essex are 179 for 2. They need 95 runs to win from 78 balls, 8 wickets at hand. It is game on here at the Utilita Bowl.
Very much so. I think as we said before, the run rate can change in a heartbeat, so Hampshire really need to lock in and try and find a way through here. It looks like we may be having a change in bowling. Is Lauren Bell coming in from the hotel end? Yes, she is. She's bowled 6 overs so far today. I think all from the pavilion end, but she's going to come from the hotel end. I think her captain's put her in, said we need some fast bowling coming in. Just changing the field around slightly, not too drastically. So we've got a few outs on the boundary, 4 out. She stands at the top of her mark, right on the edge of the internal ring. She hops and begins her run up in. Right arm round the wicket. Good length there. But that has been dug out from the Yorker length. 2 chasing fielders are going after it, and they've not been able to get there, and it's gone for 4. Not where Lauren Bell would have wanted. That's deep backward square leg. That'll be a bit of a disappointment there. That moves the Essex total onto 183 for 2. Scrivens moves to 92. She did well to dig that out there. That you can hear is just the bowling announcement, but we have already had a ball, so it is Lauren Bell. She's in again, doesn't waste any time. Big leap mid-stride. Bowls a bit shorter this time, cut away through square leg. And I think that's also run away for 4. Nancy Harmon started chasing it and then realised just how quickly it's moving. Yeah, Lindsay Smith did dive at square leg to try and stop it, but just couldn't quite. And Scrivens moves to 96 and the Essex total moves to 187 for 2. Scrivens will be looking for that next boundary just to move her up to the century mark. Lauren Bell.
Well, if she do a Georgia Adams and get a boundary to bring up her century.
Potentially. Shorter this time. Worked in the offside. Not quite. Lauren Bell's not letting her have one that easily. They've run through for 1, 188 for 2. Ball just worked through the field. Word of encouragement for her captain, Georgia Adams. Who goes from mid-off down to long-off. Lauren Bell stands, waiting for Grucock to be ready. Starts with a little hop. And she's off, running in past the umpire. Shorter ball this time. Clipped to leg side. There's a bit of a shout for a run out, but Grucock managed to turn around. I don't think she quite realised, but it went straight to square leg, who was there waiting, managed to stop it quickly. Just wasn't able to get up and turn around and throw it into the keeper's end quite quick enough. But positive from Hampshire, keeping them on their toes. Bell walks to the top of her mark again. A few words from Farah Davies this time at mid-on. Georgia Adams comes from long off to mid-off. Third man goes out to deep third man, and Lauren Bell comes in again. Bowls. Much fuller delivery this time. It's up in the air. It's got to be a catch, surely. Someone's under it, and that's very well taken. Absolutely phenomenal by number 12, Abby Norgrove. Silly mid-on. Got underneath that. Tracked it all the way back. A brilliant ball to dismiss Grucock, Jodie Grucock.
Yeah, you could just tell Grucock was trying to up the momentum. She was getting a lot more comfortable with her shots. That one in the air doesn't quite connect it. And of course, that's a very good catch there from Abby Norgrove, running back, backpedaling, and managing to keep hold of that one. She will have to go after scoring 33 from 30 deliveries. She's played a really important role here alongside Grace Scrivens. She's built that partnership. They're getting closer to this total that they need to get, our Essex. And that brings Eva Gray out into the middle. 188 for 3 Essex. Scrivens is on 97.
Yeah, Scrivens, who's been there from the beginning. She's welcomed each batsman. Just giving Eva Gray a little word of encouragement that she's going to have to go on strike to face Lauren Bell. It's the final ball of the over. 5 off the over so far. Bell will be happy to have taken a wicket today. She'll want another though. Looks like she's going to come over the wicket. Her and Georgia Adams just having a final discussion. Gray taps her bat, ready, waiting.
Looks around.
Backward square leg has just been moved to deep back square by Southby. Bell starts her run up in. Can she get a second wicket here? Bowls. Short delivery. Worked, leg side. They run through for a quick single. 189 for 3. End of the over. And Lauren Bell will be happy with that one. Managed to get a wicket. She retrieves her hat from the umpire as the shade creeps away from us here up in the gantry.
You can just start to feel, oh, my laptop is very warm. I'll have to bring that around the front, otherwise. I've just got a new laptop. I don't want the heat to be destroying that. Freya Davis in a deep discussion with her skipper. actually. Bex Tyson is going to be coming into the attack. It's not Freya. Change things up. Eva Gray on strike. Tyson in for her 6th over of the day. Around the pavilion end. Left arm spin into Gray, who's forward and defends into the offside. It goes to point. No run is taken. Amelia's running around trying to protect all the equipment from being burned in the sun. As this one's a fuller delivery driven down the ground by Gray, and she gets everything on it. It'll go for 4 runs. Mid-on was slightly too wide. And well, she will add 4 more to Essex's total. They move on to 193 for 3.
Yeah, that required run rate is just creeping down now. It was up at 7.7, it's now 6.9. And they're currently working on 5 and over, so very much needing...
This one off the back foot, defended by Gray into the offside. Tyson skips through now, slightly back of a length. Gray looks to cut, doesn't quite time that. That goes on the bounce to Lindsay Smith. Tyson in again, and off the back foot, Eva Gray looks to work that into the leg side. Doesn't quite get her back foot across enough to create that angle that she wants, so that goes straight back to Tyson, who fields off her own bowling. Tyson in again, this time Gray forward, gets her foot across the line and plays that into the leg side for a single. Good rotation of strike, 5 runs off the over, 39 overs gone. Essex are 194 for 3, 11 overs to go.
Yeah, they need 80 runs to win off about 60 balls. 66 balls. Yep, Hampshire definitely need. They will look to Lauren Bell. They need another wicket here.
Well, Gray's just stolen the strike from Scrivens. She's on 97. She's been on 97 for the last over and a half.
Going on.
Yeah, but this will be on track for her 4th List A century, Grace Scrivens. She scored one the other day against the Blaze.
Which is impressive against the Blaze. As Lauren Bell comes in again. Oh, she's just decided, no, I've pulled out of that run. Wasn't happy with the field. She's just moved cover a little deeper.
Well, that game was on the 6th, I think, the one she scored against the Blaze on, and that's good going. It's back-to-back hundreds.
Absolutely. Lauren Bell starts her run up in again.
Definitely get an eye on you.
Balls over the wicket. Work, leg side. Just for the 1. Essex move 195 for 3. Absolutely, this could be a double captain century 4th of the A-list career kind of day.
Yeah, if you're a captain, you're due 100 today. Actually, talking about that, Bryony Smith scored 100 for Surrey today as well.
It's a captain's 100 day. Lauren Bell very much looking to put an end to that. Not quite let Scrivens get there. She comes in around the wicket. Yorker length delivery straight back at Bell. And held Scrivens at a dot ball. It's exactly the kind of ball she will be wanting a few more of. Even try and create something to get Scrivens out. 195 for 3 are Essex. Scrivens still on 97.
No rush.
Nope, she's been very patient. As Bell comes in again over the wicket, around the wicket. Again, Yorker length. This time just missing mid-wicket. Nancy Harmon there. Able to pick it up just for the 1. 96 for 3. Scrivens moves to 98. She really is truly in no rush. And she's not afraid to give Gray the strike either. I think she knows she's still got...
well, they've got some work left to do.
They've still got some work left to do.
Someone else has to do it.
Yeah, but can you imagine? You're on 98. You just think, oh, I just want to get my 100.
And playing for the long game here.
Bowl again, over the wicket this time to the right-hander. Shorter delivery, works onto the leg side. Freya Davies will come round to pick that up. They move to 197 for 3.
Scrivens back on strike, she's on 98.
Need 77 to win off 62 with 7 wickets in hand. It is all very much still to play for. The required run rate has gone up to 7.5 as Lauren Bell is in. Just discussing whether to move a fielder.
Still can't get over the fact that Grace Scrivens was born in 2003.
I was only 2001.
Huh?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, I feel old.
Bell in again. Around the wicket. This time just tapped behind, backward square leg. They run through for another one.
She moves on to 99.
Essex overall 198 for 3.
Gray on strike. Been pretty comfortable out here, Essex.
They have. Bell in again over the wicket. To Gray. Shorter delivery. Pulled into the leg side. 2 fielders chasing. Well fielded there. Held for 1. Abby Norgrove, previous wicket catcher. And that brings up Essex 200 runs. So they are within 80 of their total. 74 exactly to win.
Yep, not far. Need to keep going, keep rotating. Hampshire will really be seeking to dry things up, create some pressure, and maybe cause a mistake to occur, because at the moment they will need to really get Scrivens away from the crease. She's on strike now. Tyson to be bowling. And just thinking what they're going to do with the field, because she needs 1 to get her 100. And normally, in this situation, you'll really want to make the batter work for that extra 1. But at the moment, they're still keeping some fielders out. So we're going to have a long... Actually, before I even start saying that, I'll let the fielders get into their final position, because this always happens with me.
There's a lot of movement there.
Right, so on the offside, we have a mid-off, extra cover, deep cover, point and a short third. As in comes Tyson now, and this one clips off the hips of Scrivens into the leg side, and that will be her single to get to her century, her 4th list A century, her 2nd century of the season for Essex. She scored 120 earlier in the week against the Blaze, and now today, well, she brings up 100 of 117 deliveries here at the Utilita Bowl against Hampshire, chasing a target of 274. It's a captain's knock. Absolutely brilliant from her.
Essex move on to 201 for 3 from that delivery.
Eva Gray cuts this away down towards deep cover for a single. Very calm, relaxed celebration from Scrivens, I must say.
Yeah.
I was expecting something a bit
more grand.
More, yeah, a bit more like, it's
100.
Come on, it's a list A 100. And also to be in tremendous form. We scored one, 6 days ago? We scored another one back to back. We'll definitely be having some eyes on you. Selectors will be taking a look, as this one is just pushed to extra cover for no run.
She's understated. She's a captain. She knows there's still lots of work to be done.
I like Georgia Adams' celebration.
I liked the Georgia
I like
Adams.
the running, taking off the helmet, 2 arms in the air. Like, come on, there's photographers at the ground. As this one is pushed through to the offside, just wide of extra cover. They'll come through for a single. Because you don't want to be like, oh, that was a bit subdued and calm, and then at the end of the day, when you go home and you look at the photos, you're like, oh, I could have done something.
Absolutely.
But no, of course, it's in the book. Everyone knows. We're witness to it. A brilliant innings from her. As this one is played down the ground.
Up sky high, and it's going to be caught.
That one's taken. That's going to be the wicket of Eva Gray. Got so excited, didn't you, Amelia?
Sorry, I jumped in.
I just tried to use her feet down the ground, and that's going to be taken. And Hampshire finally get another breakthrough. 4 wickets down now, Essex 71 runs away from their target. Very much needed here for Hampshire. And unfortunately, Eva Gray will have to go after scoring 11 from 11. If you just tuned in, we'll run you through the wickets actually so far from Essex's innings. So the first wicket was of Lizzie McLeod. She went with 47 runs on the board for Essex. When her wicket fell, she was bowled by Smith. Second wicket was of Jo Gardner. 118 for 2 was when that fell. Jodie Grewcock went at 188 for 3, so there was a good partnership there of around 70 odd runs. And then we just lost the wicket of Eva Gray at 203 for 4, so around a 25 run partnership there between Gray and Scrivens. 103 for 4 now. Sophia Smell comes out into the middle to give company to her captain. As in comes Tyson. Smell down on one, he goes through a reverse sweep, there's an appeal. That's going to be outside the line, and that will probably be a bye, a leg bye. And they come through for a run as well. So 204 for 4 at the end of 41 overs. Scrivens on 101, and Smell yet to open her account.
And it looks like, currently saying Lauren Bell's going to come back to bowl. I'm not sure, she doesn't seem to be looking there. Looks like potentially Lindsay Smith is going to come back to continue bowling from the hotel end. Yeah. It is Lindsay Smith going to bowl from the hotel end. She's taken 2 wickets today. Just adjusting her field, having a chat with Captain Georgia Adams. Georgia Adams is going to go to mid-wicket. Just warming up the Smith arm. Only 9 overs remaining here.
This one played down the ground, too long on for a single. As that brings Scrivens on to strike. Smell opens her account. I like Lindsay Smith, she bowls in her sunglasses. I think that looks quite cool. You're seeing many spinners do it nowadays.
Smith in again, doesn't waste any time. Bowls, left arm over the around the wicket. I think this is going to be caught by Harmon. Very nicely done. She's worked hard today. Absolutely, she was out at mid-wicket. Very nicely done. Slightly slower ball there from Smith, and just pulled out to Nancy Harmon.
Yeah, it was a good catch. Nice, comfortable catch there for Harmon. And now that's another wicket lost for Essex. Hampshire just getting their momentum back here. They'll be happy. Smale will have to go. Scrivens, apologies.
I think it is Scrivens. Yeah, I thought it was Smale as well. Gosh, that's the captain, Scrivens, gone on 101. I could have sworn that was Smale as well. I think the scoreboard was slightly behind. She's going to depart on 101. An absolutely brilliant innings. She managed to get 101 off 120.
I'd love to be able to see that again on the replay. Hopefully you'll get that on the screen. And brilliant innings comes to an end there of Grace Scrivens. 101 from 120. She's taken the team this far. Will somebody else be able to pull up their socks now and take Essex over the line? 69 runs required from 52 balls. Amara Carr comes out into the middle.
Yeah, that's exactly what Hampshire needed, just a flurry of wickets. Last one was Gray, bowled by Tyson, 203 for 4. the latest was Scrivens, the captain, an amazing innings, and departs as Essex are on 205 for 5.
They've lost 3 wickets in the space of 17 runs. From 188 for 3 to 205 for 5. 3 wickets in 17 runs.
This time Smith in again. A diving Georgia Adams can't quite stop it at mid-wicket. Goes through. Long on. Will just be held at 1. 206 for 5. Carr and Smale off the mark. Both on 1. Just over 8 overs left. Smith this time just changing. Georgia Adams going from mid-wicket round to point, leaving quite the gap open as Smith comes left arm around the wickets. Going to be well stopped there at cover. Dot ball. My Boucher just goes out to a little wider cover. Again, left arm around the wicket. Over the head of her counterpart, down to long on. They'll run for 1, 107 for 5. And that's the end of the over.
Good over there from Lindsay Smith. She's picked up 3 wickets in her 9 overs, 3 for 28 runs. Good bowling from her. Picks up important wickets as well. Tyson's going to continue. She's coming in for her 8th over. 2 fairly new batters out there in the middle. Hampshire will really want to get on top of them here. Tyson ready to go. She'll be bowling against Sophia Smale. Taps her bat, awaits. Smale uses her feet down the ground, hits it straight back through Tyson, who lets the ball go through her legs, and they'll come through for a single as mid-off comes round to field. Brings Mara Carr back onto strike. And in comes Tyson. This one's flicked away into the leg side down towards deep mid-wicket, where the wall of Maya Boucher fields for just a single.
Essex move to 209 for 5.
Tyson ready to go. Skips in past umpire Treadwell and goes for a reverse sweep, does Sophia Smale, and it's going to be a run. There'll be a shout at the non-strikers then. It's going to be tight. She makes in just in time. She's reverse swept that straight to backward point. Had that been slightly quicker pickup, she would have been in trouble, as this one is now. Again, she goes for the ramp here, does Amara Khan. Not much pace on the ball there, and that's going to be a single. Almost stuck between the ramp and the paddle, actually. It's caught between 2 minds.
Essex needs 63 or 44. Required run rate is 8.6, and they're currently on 5. 211 for 5.
In comes Tyson now. Use of the feet from Smale down towards deep mid-wicket for a single. 212 for 5. Tyson into Carr now. Taps her back, she awaits. Down on one knee, sweeps out to deep mid-wicket for a 1. That will conclude the over. Yes, that will. I can count. Even if it is nearly 5 o'clock in the afternoon on a Sunday. Essex 213 for 5. You're listening to live cricket here on BBC Solent and the Hampshire Cricket live stream, where Hampshire have welcomed Essex down to sunny Southampton and are trying to restrict them from getting to their target of 274. Currently Essex 213 for 5.
Does look as if Lindsay Smith is going to come in and bowl her final allotted over on the hotel end. She's just moving fine leg, just a little finer. As she comes in around the wicket. Good length.
And
that was a big shout, and that's been caught. Very nicely done. Bowled straight through Carr, who only managed to score 4, and she will have to depart.
No, that's not bowled, that's been stumped by Rihanna Southby. Carr uses her feet down the track, misses the bat, and Southby very quick with the gloves. Doesn't even look at the square leg umpire, she knows she's got it. And Rihanna Southby, we know how good she is behind the stumps. Well, she proves it yet again right now. And there's another wicket for Lindsay Smith. She's picked up 4 wickets. Essex are 213 for 6. Are they going to make it over, or is this, I don't want to say, looking like it might just be Hampshire's victory over the line? It's a long way to go. 4 wickets needed for Hampshire.
That brings up Smith's 4 of 28. She's taken 4 wickets today. That's a huge achievement. She'll be thrilled, and so will her teammates.
Remember, you can get in touch with us wherever you're listening from. If you're listening on the BBC Sports homepage, Solent Sport, or even on the Hants live stream, you can get in touch with Amelia and myself on email, solentcricket@gmail.com, or of course reach us on Twitter or X @SolentSport, or my own handle @Nikki Chowdhury, NIKKI. Watch for Nikki.
Smith in, left arm over the wicket. This time pulled all the way out leg side. There was the fielder there. I think about a second, but they chose against. Southby able to retrieve that and work it all the way back to Smith.
Let us know your thoughts. How have you found the game? 100 from Georgia Adams, the skipper for Hampshire, 100 from Grace Scrivens, Essex skipper.
Smith in again, left arm over the wicket. Slightly shorter this time, hands on head, as if there was a possible opportunity there as the ball moves slightly. No run scored. Essex 214 for 6. And again, doesn't waste any time. This time struck well. Long off will be running for that. They have managed to stop. They'll run back for 2. That looks like Charlie Knott, potentially, down there. I can't see her number, but it does look like her. That's where she's been fielding before. Yes, Charlie Knott. In again, same position. Knott will come in from long on to mid on. Essex moves to 217 for 6. Smith in again. She tried to dive for it. She did manage to get a hand to slow it down. And it just moved to long on, who will come in to field for 1. Essex moved to 218 for 6. Huge applause for Smith there as she's taken yet another wicket. The required run rate has gone to 9.3. Currently on 5.
Yeah, that's brilliant there from Lindsay Smith. She's bowled her full quota, 10 overs, 4 for 33 going at an economy of 3.3 and over. Brilliant from her. And of course, some brilliant bowling from Tyson as well. She's coming in for her 9th over. Now from the pavilion end. Kopak is on strike. And she's down on one knee, goes reverse sweep, and that beats the bat and goes through to Rihanna Southby. I'll run through the scores for the rest of the Women's Metro Bank One-Day Cup fixtures that are happening up and down the country in just a moment after this delivery from Tyson. Left arm round the wicket to Kopak, who's forward, makes some space, plays this to mid-off and will take on the single, makes it through just in time. Durham versus Warwickshire. Warwickshire posted 243 in their 50 overs. Durham are now 34 runs behind to win. They have 8 overs left to score those runs in. As this one is a flatter delivery and played into the leg side off the back foot by Smale. And there will be a single as deep mid-wicket comes around to do the fielding. Lancashire versus the Blaze. The Blaze were bowled out for 222. Lancashire women currently 217 for 6. They need 6 runs to win in the next 3 overs. As here is Tyson tosses this one up. This is driven back down the ground. It beats Tyson as she tries to dive to stop the ball. They'll come back for 2. Good running out there in the middle. And that will take the score to 222 for 6. Essex now 52 runs shy of victory here at the Utilita Bowl. Somerset versus Surrey. Surrey posted 306 in their allotted overs, which was slightly curtailed due to the rain. This one's tossed up. It's a full toss, and that's hit out to deep mid-wicket where Bouchier fields. It will just be the 1. 223 for 6. The score moves on to. And Somerset are now 144 for 7. They need 173 runs in 16 overs. So Surrey look on track to come out on top in this game. As in comes Tyson now, and Smailers forward. And this one gets played down to deep cover. They take on the arm, and they will get 2 runs here. 225 to end the 45th over. 49 runs to win in 30 balls.
Essex on 225 for 6.
Some leg spinners picked up wickets for Surrey. Danny Gregory's into the 7th over. She's picked up 2 for 29 so far. Then it's a 1 apiece for Alexa Stonehouse, Rihanna McDonald-Gay, Alison Monaghan. So yeah, some results pending. Next half an hour up and down the country.
Looks like Lauren Bell will continue her bowling from the hotel end. She's bowled 8 overs so far. She's still got 2 available to her. Georgia Adams just standing, adjusting the field. And just swapping over same positions, just a couple of fielders. Looks like Maya Bouchier and Abby Norgrove. Just changing spaces there. Bell stands at the top of her mark. She's going to come in over the wicket. Good length delivery. Worked into the leg side, offside, sorry. Down to deep point. And they've run through for 1. That's 225 for 6. Bell walks to the top of her mark again. The field resets. Nancy Harmon goes back out to deep square leg. And she's in. Past the umpire. Bell bowls. Length delivery. That's up in the air. That's going to be caught. Very nicely done. Abby Norgrove is underneath that. It was a little bit shorter delivery. Popped up into the air. Well bowled by Bell. And Abby Norgrove there waiting. And that is another wicket lost by Essex.
Spent a lot of time in the air, that ball. It was an easy catch once again for Norgrove. And now, well, Hampshire have really turned things in their favour here. They were struggling to get those breakthroughs, and then suddenly they've all kind of happened at once. Around 50 runs with between the wickets. Once I do the maths, I'll be able to really confirm the numbers. But from 227, so from they were 3 wickets down, they are now 7 wickets down in the space of 39 runs.
That is an exact spell. That's exactly the spell that Hampshire would have wanted and needed.
They lost 4 wickets in the space of 39 runs.
Essex moved to 227 for 7. The incoming batsman, is McGregor. Standing at the top of her mark, waiting, just making sure McGregor is ready. She bowls. Length delivery. Carried through to Southby in the wicket-keeping gloves.
Good here from Hampshire. Bell's picked up 2 wickets for herself.
Bell in again, over the wicket. Was length delivery. Worked into offside. They're going to be caught. Oh, bit of a misfield, and there was an opportunity for a run out there. And Bell hangs her head in shame. I'm sure she's laughing there because that was an opportunity. She just sort of couldn't quite get her hands and feet in the right position.
I think she'll be a bit frustrated as well that she's missed out. That was pretty much all for her taking. McGregor was not even halfway down the ground.
Bell top of the mark. She begins again. Bowls, a much shorter delivery. Carried through. Well bowled there. I think has that been signalled as a leg bar?
And the bail fell off, and now she's just asked umpire Treadwell to come and put it back in its place.
Essex 228 for 7. Bell in again. Bowls a bouncer, and I think that's carried through to the umpire. Yeah, that has been signalled as a wide. The wide thought it might, because it was quite so short.
Took Julia Jarvis a bit of time to figure it out. Would she give it? Would she not give it?
Was expecting it to, but she just, I don't mind when an umpire thinks about something, just making sure they've got it right in their head. Bell in again. Bowls, Fuller this time. Leg side. One's down to deep mid wicket, they'll run for 1. And that will move 230 for 7 Essex, but they only have 4 overs left to get
4 runs.
4 runs. Sorry, that's the end of the day. Me trying to do maths in my head, and it wasn't.
Don't worry, it's right on the monitor. You don't need to do the maths yourself. Essex 230 for 7. Tyson bowling through, in for her final over of her spell. And it's going to be Sophia Smale on strike, who taps her bat rather ferociously, like it really echoes around the Utilita Bowl here. And she uses her long levers to play that down the ground to long on for a single. 230 on the board now. So change in the field a little bit. We've got a backward point, deep cover, extra mid-off, long on, mid-wicket in place. This one beats the bat of McGregor and goes into the gloves of Southby. After a mid-wicket where Georgia Adams, the skipper, is got a deep mid-wicket, deep square leg, and a 45 in play, as in comes Tyson now. And tosses this one up. This is hit uppishly, it beats Tyson, and that will go down towards long on for a single. 232 for 7. Lovely evening here. As in comes Tyson now. Flatter delivery in this. Oh, she's hit that right back to the non-striker, has Sophia Smale. That's ricocheted off McGregor's body. At least they've got a single, but now she's just checking, is she okay? And they thumbs up each other, saying, yep, I'm fine. But
yeah, you were saying a beautiful evening. The wind has completely dropped down for what it was middle afternoon. The heat really in now. Feel it coming into the commentary box.
This one's pushed straight back to Tyson, who I think she's ended up stopping that with her foot. She suddenly feels the pain that's caused her, and she takes a slow amble walk back to the top of her mark. McGregor on strike here. In comes Tyson. This one's played into the leg side to Adams, who's deep on the ring. They'll come through for the single. Is that mid-wicket? That will conclude the end of Tyson's spell as well. She's bowled 10 overs, 1 for 45. Great bit of bowling, occupying an end. And at the end of 47 overs. Essex are 234 for 7. They need 40 runs to win from 18 balls.
Yes, they've only got 3 overs remaining. Cut off at 22 minutes past, but with only 3 overs remaining, they've got plenty of time to do that. Saying the DLS is 255, and they need 40 to win. We've had 47 overs as Bell comes in again. Full toss, taken. Run away all the way down to backward point. It's moving a little bit slowly. I think the fielder will just about get there. They've managed to dive and keep it in. Good bit of fielding there. All the way down at the far boundary. Three fielders going after it. And they'll take 3 from that. 237 for 7. Again, top of the mark. Just checks the field is how she wants it. Into running again. Bowls. This time all the way down to mid-off. Oh, and Georgia Adams was so direct as she threw it back to Lauren Bell that she actually hit the wickets, and the bails ricocheted up into Lauren Bell's face. So managed to just get out of the way. Bell top of a mark once again. Turns and faces. She's in bowls. Length delivery. And that's carried through to the wicket keeper. Bit of a swing and a miss. A very nice, ooh, goes around the ground as it looked as if there might be an edge on that. The umpire has no interest and didn't see any. Oh, Nikki, have you sprayed something? You smell lovely.
Oh, thank you. I did.
I've just got a waft of it as Bell comes in again. Short delivery, bouncing over the head. Odd smell, but it has been given a wide.
Thank you.
All right. Bell slowly walks to the top of her mark. She's in no rush. She knows they've only got 2 overs left. Plenty of time to do it in. Skips and begins again. Bowls, much fuller this time. Miss Yorker length, worked leg side, square of the wicket. Nancy Harmon there, has done a lot of work today. They'll hold that at 239 for 7. True heat of the day, now trapped in the Utilita Bowl, nice and warm.
Extremely warm. You've got some good amount of viewers watching on the live stream as well, which is always exciting as Hampshire edge closer to this victory.
Well, good length delivery, play back to her. Mid-off and mid-on will be chasing. Will they get there? I think maybe just. I think it was saved. Well fielded there by Charlie Knott.
That is absolutely brilliant there from Charlie Knott.
She was able to sort of dive, push the ball and jump over the boundary, and Georgia Adams was there to pick it up and hold it just for 2.
Didn't restrict herself, but everything behind the body there.
Absolutely. Essex 241 for 7. Bell in again, length delivery, and it's played back to her on the legs offside. And that's the end of Lauren Bell's overs. She's taken 2 wickets and 56 runs were scored off her.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant there from Bell. 10 overs, 2 for 56. She's done her job. And Essex are 241 for 7. They're chasing a target of 274 into the last 2 overs of the game. And if you're watching along on the live stream, get in touch with us. Email us at solentcricket@gmail.com. How have you found this game? Where are you listening from? Where are you watching from? Which performances have really stood out for you? Let us know. solentcricket@gmail.com, or you can tweet us or X us at solentcricket, or you can do it to myself at Nikki Chowdhury, as in comes Freya Davis from the pavilion end. And she bowls to Sophia Smell, who takes this across the line down towards deep mid-wicket for a single. Yeah, Twitter or X, whichever you prefer to call it, at Nikki, N-I-K-K-I, Chowdhury, C-H-A-U-D-H-U-R-I. You're listening along on the BBC Sports homepage as well. Good evening to you. Hope you've enjoyed this game, as Essex require 32 runs to win from 11 deliveries. Freya Davis in for her 7th over from the pavilion end. She's bowling to McGregor. Goes forward and works that off the front foot to extra cover. Georgia Adams field. And over in Lancashire. Lancashire have beaten the Blaze by 4 wickets in the One Day Cup. As this one's a short delivery, and that's popped up, and that's a caught and bowled for Freya Davis. That's taken McGregor a little bit by surprise. She goes to pull, but that's skidded onto her. And Hampshire, they get another wicket. Essex are now 8 down. Again, she goes to pull, just comes onto the bat quicker than she expected. It was a simple catch for Freya Davis as she completes her follow through. McGregor will have to go. Caught and bowled Davis for 8. Essex 242 on the board, 8 wickets down. Davis finally in with the wickets as well. She can join the wickets club. So yes, Lancashire have beaten the Blaze. And we'll be having results pretty soon. That means Lancashire are 3rd in the table now. They've pushed themselves up a spot. The Blaze, though, still top of the table after that loss. As here is new batter Maqsood. She comes out into the middle, does Abtaha Maqsood. Field's just being adjusted for her. We've got a 3rd backward point, deep cover, extra mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, deep square, and a fine leg as in comes Davis now, and this one's driven through the offside. Will it go all the way? Nancy Harman is on the chase. She's done a fabulous job. They'll come round for 2 runs. Good piece of work there from Harman on the boundary. Maqsood gets off the mark. Essex won 244 for 8. Third's been brought into the ring. Mid-on's dropped back, as we expect, as this one's cut away down towards Harman at deep cover for a single. Yeah, I always see that on the 5th ball of the over from Davis. We'll see that adjustment. 3rd being brought into the ring. Mid-on drops back. Davis in again to Smale, who pulls this uppishly down towards wide long on for a single. And that will also conclude at the end of the over. 49 overs gone, Essex 246 for 8. 1 over left to go. And I wonder who's going to bowl that. It's going to be Georgia Adams?
I think it may be. She's standing at the crease, looking around. It may be that she's just...
Is she giving that to Charlie Knott?
I think it might be Charlie Knott. Yeah, I think you're right.
That could be Knott. She's only bowled 8. Wait for the announcement.
Oh, just
Charlie Knott.
quickly, we have had an email from Elena Mullins. Thank you at solentcricket@gmail.com. And she said, "Hi ladies, we're watching in Wootton in Bedfordshire following our niece Bex Tyson. Great commentary." Thank you, Elaine. And yeah, Bex has done very well today indeed. Charlie Knott is going to have the last over of the day as she bowls. That's pulled leg side, running down towards the boundary, but Nancy Harman is there.
Yeah, Tyson's bowled 10 overs, 1 for 45, bowled very well.
Essex moved to 248 for 8. The required run rate, I think it's going to say 31, as that's up in the air. It's landed safely. And Maya Boucher will be all across that as they run through for 2.
Everywhere you look on the boundary, Maya Boucher seems to be there.
Yep, that brings up Essex 250 runs. They've done it in 49.2 overs. In just 186 minutes. But I fear it's just not going to be enough. They need 24 to win off this final over. There's 4 balls left. And she bowls. And that's gone leg side. Oh, a good stop again from Maya Boucher. The wall comes into attack there. Sort of diving stop. She's managed to put her body on the line there and stop it for the boundary.
She's so flexible. The way she managed to stretch for that one. She dives and she's even managed to stretch her body out even further to stop that going across the boundary.
Not in again. And this has just been trickled through to fine leg. They're going to run through for 1, and that's been... They're calling for a run out. The umpire stands facing Knott, says no run out. She was looking. Charlie Knott almost laughing to herself, saying...
How did you not give that out?
Out.
She can't believe it. Julia Jarvis believes that's not out. And that Maqsood was...
Essex 252 for 8.
Sorry, that was Sophia Smell running to the non-striker's end.
Knott bowls. Swept through onto the leg side. Nancy Harman again across it. She's had a great day, busy day, done a lot of work. Essex 254 for 8.
Right, here for the last ball now.
Charlie Knott comes in. There was a shorter ball, and that's gone pushing towards Nancy Harman, who will be able to stop it before it gets to the boundary at backward square leg. They run through for 2, and that will bring the innings to an end. Hampshire have been successful. Essex only made 256 for 8. Hampshire win by 18 runs.
Yeah, fabulous game of cricket here down at Utilita Bowl. Went in ebbs and flows. There was a point when you really looked at that Essex batting lineup and you thought, wow, they're on track here, and then Hampshire really came in on top. They got some important breakthroughs, and unfortunately, Essex, well, it wasn't to be for them today. 18-run victory for Hampshire at home. They have that home advantage, and the skipper, Georgia Adams, will be extremely happy with that performance for her team and, of course, for herself, because she was a centurion today, scoring 110 from 130 deliveries. Rihanna Southby close behind her with 61 from 74, and then Ella McCaughan with 44 from 59 deliveries. Hampshire posted 273 with the bat for having lost 5 wickets at the end of their 50 overs. And we had 2 wickets for Kate Kopak and 1 apiece for Maqsood and Smailed today. And then, of course, Essex's innings looking at that. Well, the captain, well, it was something about the captains today. Grace Scrivens also scoring a century, 101 from 120 deliveries. It's her 2nd century of the week in the Metrobank Women's One Day Cup. She scored a century against the Blaze just a few days ago, and it's back-to-back centuries for her. We had Jodie Grewcock score 33 from 30, and then Sophia Smell 26 not out from 26 balls. For Essex, just short by 18 runs. It was close, but Hampshire were just proving that they're that slightly stronger balls and that slightly stronger side, and able to squeeze on those important moments in the game, and they've done that as the players walk off and shake hands here at the Utilita Bowl. Just looking at the wickets, while Lindsay Smith bowled absolutely brilliantly, 10 overs, 4 for 33. Some spin really did seem to tighten and dry out the runs here. And then Lauren Bell picking up 2 for, and it's 1 apiece for Freya Davis and Tyson as well. And all in all, comprehensive victory from Hampshire. They'll be happy with that. And Essex, well, unfortunately, it's another loss for them. They've played 6 games now in this format. They've won only 1. And they'll really be looking to hopefully make changes on that as the next few fixtures come into play.
Well, thank you very much for joining us today. It's been a pleasure to be able to take you through this game. Myself and Nikki Chowdhury have really enjoyed watching today and being able to commentate throughout.
It's been an absolute pleasure. Thanks,
Absolutely.
Amelia. Thanks to our listeners for listening. Wherever you've listened, on the live stream or on the BBC Sport homepage, wherever, it's been an absolute joy. And from Amelia and myself, we wish you a very pleasant, sunny Sunday evening, and we will catch you again very soon. Good evening.
Evening.